Hi, everyone. I'm Anthony from HashNet, and today we are here for some show and tell. And I'm here with five other people. Hi, everyone. I'm Anthony from HashNet. And ignore that thing I forgot about turning off. Today we're here with Cameron, who is part of Arbitrary Hero, Crimson
Hi.
Raptors, JG Prime, Input, and TFA or TF Addict. And starting with
TF Addict.
Yeah, TFA. Starting with Cameron, go ahead and introduce yourself and tell people where they can find more about you.
Sure. Hi, I'm Cameron. I'm part of a group called Arbitrary Hero. We are on YouTube under Arbitrary Hero and on Twitch. Every Saturday at minimum, I do a Transformers video. And then usually I'm playing the Transformers trading card game or doing a video a couple times a week in between Saturdays.
So where can they find Arbitrary Hero?
On YouTube and Twitch.
Okay, as Arbitrary Hero.
Yes. Yeah, we got our own name.
Okay, Crimson, tell people about yourself.
So I'm CrimsonRaptors. You can find me on YouTube where I do reviews, stop motions, unboxings, as well as a couple of apparently Transform and Chill live shows. In addition to that, you can also find me on Instagram where I post rarely, but I'm trying to get back in the swing of things for that. Twitter, which I pretty much use for next to nothing, but interact with people that don't have Instagram. But those are all at Crimson, like the dark red color, Raptors, Raptors. And that's where you can find me.
Okay, JJ, tell people more about yourself.
Okay, hi, I'm JJ Prime. My channel name is JJ Prime Reviews on YouTube. It's also the same name with Twitter and Instagram. You can find me on like JJ Prime Reviews, just search there. So on my channel, I do reviews, do some live unboxings, do some live streams or hangouts with other people. I also do some interviews with other YouTubers, like for special occasions. So yeah, I do some sort of those stuff, and yeah, so that is pretty much it for what you want to know about me.
Okay, Input, you and your channel.
Well, my name is Input. That's in-PUT reviews and stop motions every Saturday night from 6 to 8 p.m. Central Standard Time. There is a podcast on my channel dedicated to, Transformers, because there's nothing else out there. And it's called Tales from Teletran. And there's that, and I do stop motion, and I'm currently working on Transformers Season 5. That's right. I am continuing the Generation 1 cartoon, because, damn it, if Hasbro won't, I will.
TFA, your turn.
Well, we've grogged no weep, nitty bong, everybody. I am TFA 1024, the TF Addict. You can also call me Michael if you wish, but I prefer TFA. You can find me here on YouTube. You can find me on Instagram. I did have a Twitter, but I have since deactivated it because Twitter is cancer. And I post irregularly. I'm more of a personal fan more so than a content creator. So I put out when I put out. You ain't happy with it, well, just be patient, and hopefully I can transform your entertainment one video at a time.
I mean, it's a hobby after all for most of us.
It's a dream for me. I always wanted to work with Transformers, so this is
okay.
As close as I can get.
Right. So thanks to Kato, Casual Toy Collector, Danny, and TF Fan Geek for tuning in. If I missed anybody, say something so I'll see you. So how this is going to work is we are going to go through each generation on a G1 where everybody's going to show off their favorite and least favorite toys from the series. What I'll do is everybody who's showing something at the time will be blown up so you can actually see what they're showing off. We're timing this for about 90 minutes, but anybody knows me, that never happens, but we'll see how that goes. If you have any comments or questions, Kato says, I'll put out when I put out. Hey, Becky. So we'll put priority on whoever is currently speaking. If you have any questions or comments you want to ask them, go ahead and post them, and I'll read them off to them. So after 90 minutes, we might switch to more general Q&A, just BS. And then we'll see how this goes, because this is the first time I've hosted a live channel or a live chat or a panel for Transformers Online. Usually or Transformers reviewers. Usually I'm at somebody else's channel. So far so good. So we're going to start with G1. And Cameron, do you have anything to present for us today? Your favorite and least favorite G1s?
So for G1, that was actually before my time. The only G1 figure I have is a reissued Fort Max, which for reasons I don't have in this room, he's secured away somewhere else. G1 is interesting to me, but I'll admit that I never dove that deep into the G1 toy line, and I probably won't, because articulation is something that's important to me.
So when did you start?
I'm a Beast Wars kid.
Oh, we'll get you in the next round then.
Yeah.
Okay. So making sure I hit the right thing. Hey, Crimson, do you have anything for us for G1?
So for Generation 1, it's actually kind of a funny thing is that I realized my collection has like little to none of G1, and the same thing with Cameron, with it being more articulation and better, kind of like what you've envisioned on the cartoon in actual figure form and posing and everything is kind of what I've gone for. However, I do have the 25th anniversary Toys R Us exclusive Optimus Prime that had the little short stacks and little box that has like the theme song to it from G1 and everything. It's in storage, but that is probably, I think it's the only G1 I have at this time. I think there are like little Micromasters, things like that I have, but out of those, like I would say if I'd had the G1 Ultra Magnus, that would probably be my favorite of the G1 toys. In that case of it just being, like that was my Optimus Prime growing up, because I didn't get Optimus Prime until Generation 2. And, I don't like Wheelie, so if I ever had a Wheelie, I'd probably my most hated G1 figure.
Who does? Who likes Wheelie?
So Crimson, you started at Beast Wars 2 then?
No, I started with Generation 2. And that's kind of where, like, so rather than being like a G1er, I'm a G2er, right? It's just not as flashy.
Okay.
I like it. I dig it. Generation 2 is G1 with better colors.
I think that's the worst colors.
I was just about to say, it's basically the action trip of G1.
Yeah, give me that neon, baby.
Well, see, when I think of G2, I think of, like Tails from the Cybernet Space Cube, like that's kind of what I imagine of it, and that was my access to it, I mean, it was years before I ever got to see the 86 movie. But a lot of stuff had been spoiled because, I'd seen a lot of season 1 and 2 from that and season 3 from Generation 2.
I forgot, what the heck's the name of the announcer, dude? I honestly forgot. He was the announcer from Generation 1. Did he do that voice for the Tales from the Cybernet Space Cube, or was it someone else? I genuinely forgot.
I don't think it's the same person. I really don't think
it was Victor Pirelli. Yeah, it was somebody else. Yeah.
But hey, I'll say this. G1, more like G lost to G2.
Okay, so I keep in mind that there's probably the bulk of you is at least 10 years younger than me, so I realize where you're coming from, but it sickens me deeply.
I was tempted when he asked that question to pretend I didn't know what G1 was. Like, I'm here to talk about Beast Wars. What are you guys talking about?
No, you should have. It would have been hilarious. Okay, so JJ, do you have any G1?
Actually, I have some G1 toys of my own. I have 7 of them. I have the Insecticons, Blitzwing, Astro Train, Warpath, and Gears. But from those G1 toys that I have, I love Warpath. It's my most favorite G1 toy, and I love his engineering. The engineering is crazy, and I love it. I love his stature, and he makes me laugh. He just goes caboose, kabowie, kabow. Wow, wow, wow. So yeah, and the transformation is pretty easy. It's basically a downsized version of the Kingdom Warpath, but with a simpler transformation. So yeah, you can see the tank mode right there, pretty fast transformation.
Literally 6 seconds to transform that.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I mean, I've never held any G1 toys in my life, and I finally got Warpath. I love Warpath. I love this figure. But my least favorite figure is probably Gears because I don't get what his face is. Because that is not Gears. I've seen G1 Gears before, but this is not Gears. Okay, that face is not. No, no, no.
You might see
There's
a
a story for
spaceman
that.
from a '50s movie.
There's a story for
Yeah.
that face, and if you watch, I think it's Chris McFeely's video on something in the machine. I can't remember exactly what it was, but he touched on it.
Yeah. Then here is the Yuka mode for Gears right there.
Oh, Crimson!
Yeah,
I hate
'cause
you.
Gears and Huffer were supposed to be part of a different toy line when it came over here. That's why Huffer has the M on the side of his alt mode.
That's exactly what I was talking about. Input.
Yep.
Right.
Also, Crimson. I don't like you right now.
Yeah,
I want that.
Make Toys Gear says, "What? You don't like this mask? You got to wear a mask when you go outside, man. This is what he's pulling off."
I don't think anybody's going to catch anything from a robot unless you've licked it.
I mean, they got viruses.
Symbol looks weird though.
Yeah.
It does make him look more like a GoBot, though. I will say that. But he, just a generic Autobot. How about that?
Is that an IDW Autobot sticker?
This is the Make Toys Gears or Cogwheel.
No.
It's called.
The sticker, the insignia.
The Autobot insignia.
Oh, do what?
Is the Autobot insignia an IDW Repro label insignia?
Yeah. That's the Wreckers
Focus
one.
Nice.
Yeah, let's see.
So you get the focus.
Focus.
There you go.
There you go. It's a very sad Autobot Wreckers symbol.
I love that.
Okay,
So
I
input.
don't know why I have Megatron holding me, but I just am.
Input G1 man.
All right, man. G1, let's do this. So my favorite G1 is actually a mold, not necessarily, or it's a group. It's definitely the Jump Starters right there. I love me the Jump Starters. I love Twin Twist so much. I love them both so much that I've got them boxed, loose and boxed, and
Holy crap.
sealed. That's how much I love the Jump Starters. This one right here is my childhood one that came in a bag from Goodwill. If you guys are old enough to remember, Goodwill used to have these giant like fabric canvas bags that just had trash bags of stuff in it, right? And this was in one of those trash bags, and the trash bag was $1, and I begged my grandfather to get me that trash bag just for this guy here, and this is that particular one. So I've had this since I was like 5, and so yeah, definitely Jump Starters is my favorite, and like I said, I got him sealed, and I got him loose in box. This is, the loose in box is the open one, but yeah, also got him sealed, and I also got the reprints or the not the reprints, the mislabels. So this is Twin Twist. As you see, you got Top Spin on the back instead of Twin Twist. So I've got every version of these guys boxed.
Sweet.
That's how much I love the Jump Starters.
Hey,
So,
hey, what store sticker is that? I always
I
love
was about
seeing
to ask the
those.
same thing.
that is self-service reference retail catalog. It says your price on it. It's
Weird.
So
it's
an
like
80s,
Yeah.
so an 80s store.
yeah, it's some generic store. It's definitely not like a KB Toys or a Kmart or anything like that. It just says I think this might have been a discount store because it says reference price of $5.99 and it says your price $4.74.
it's like
So-
the Ross before there was a Ross.
Yeah, maybe. Or it could have been like an early Venture sticker too. Shout out to
Oh,
Ventures
yeah,
if you
I
guys
remember
are old enough for
Venture.
that.
Yeah, Venture. We only had one, and it was fun.
The only thing I ever remember from that time was KB Toys because we had one. Because I was originally from Pennsylvania, we had one in Monroeville Mall, and I went there and I ended up getting the Universe repaint of a Six Builder. That was basically
Sweet.
Devastator.
Oh, that's cool.
So,
Okay, so TFA, what do you have for us?
Oh boy, it's my turn. First off, apologies for showing my good one. This requires a story because delving back into the whole talk of being from Pennsylvania and moving down to Florida. In Pennsylvania, in Natrona Heights, we had a flea market that was less than 5 minutes away from our house. My dad and we would go there almost every weekend. And there was always this guy, one of the main vendors, selling old Transformers, Power Rangers, G.I. Joe, you name it. So one day, I went there, and I happened to notice that I just saw a red truck. I did not realize at the time that it was a robot. And when I saw said truck, I was like, what is that? Can I get it? It's a neat truck. Took it home, messed around with it, found out it was an Optimus Prime. And I was like, you bought me a Transformer. And my dad always joked. He was like, you don't need any more Transformers, because my mom and dad spoiled me. So I ended up getting just the cab. And then fast forward to the year of 2010 in BotCon 2010 in Orlando, Florida, I ended up getting the trailer, finally. It's incomplete. It's busted. But it wasn't my first Generation 1 figure. There were many more ahead of its time, but this one is very special for two reasons. One, this is the first figure I ever broke, because my mom stepped on him and broke his arm entirely, snapped off the hinge. I cried and wailed so bad, and I asked if she could fix it, and she said, we have some crazy glue, we'll fix him. And you guys see he still transforms, you just can't rotate his arms. And it was the first figure that my mom ever fixed for me. And you all know the story if you follow my channel and everything. She's unfortunately been passed for nearly a year, so may she rest in peace. And this was one I was going to give to someone who adores Optimus Prime, because I genuinely have no attachment to Generation 1 aside from old Hollywood video days where they had like Generation 1 VHSs. And I had Forever is a Long Time Coming and War Dawn, The Key to Victor Sigma Part 1 and 2, and there was another one. Or I think those are the only 3 VHS tapes. But yeah, this is my only one, and I think it's going to stay because it's going to be a nice memorial, nice little tribute, and nice reminder for the kind of woman that my mother was. And also because classics. Can't go wrong with them.
Okay, so because like we were broke when I was little, so I didn't get a lot of G1, and then I ended up getting a G2 that I really love, and so I'm going to start off G2 and G1. Oh, you know what? Since I have it right here, I'm going to zoom in my screen here, and so my least favorite G1 is this guy, just because it just I mean, hold on, let's see if I can do it. He's like something years old, so this bothers me because I'm always afraid to break the arms when I pull them out, and the tires want to come off, and then there's all the metal on it. But Cliff Jumper, I believe this is actually a re-release, but he still has the older date on the back, and he's all rusty in pieces and parts. But
I was
not the biggest fan of this.
I was going to ask if that was like one of the keychain ones, but that looks like just a standard mini bot Cliff Jumper.
And then my mom and grandma put their money together and bought me this guy, which is the G2 Optimus. And I keep all his bits in here. Here we go. And just like most classic Optimuses, he transforms real easy. There we go. And
how vibrant he is compared to G1.
Yeah, the thing is, like, for the first 10, 20 years I've had him, he stayed in his box. And then his box started deteriorating over time. But, I keep him now in a bin. And then, of course, because he's G2, it came with this voice thing that makes sound effects. I don't have batteries in it right now. But, like, there's little lights on it, and it makes sound effects, and the Optimus Prime voice. But the one thing I really loved about it was... I'm going to have, like, stuff fall out. Just so much stuff. It's this mess inside here with Roller and see if I can get the light to try not to be too glary. Did I drop roller? Yeah, I did. Here you roller.
Roller's rolling out.
And there's like a gas tank thing and a missile launcher. Like I still have the missiles, which are these little things here. There's the two of them that shoot out of this thing up here. That let's see if I can get it to go. Oh, here they are. Oh, maybe not. I thought I could. Guess the little spring doesn't work anymore. Oh well. I mean, it is 30 some years old. So, but it's just when I got the Earthrise Optimus Prime and compared it to this wins still. This is still fantastic. But yeah, that's G1 and G2 for me. I mean, other than them, I got like the snap trap for the Piranacons and Scattershot for the I want to say Superion.
Technobots.
Yeah, the Technobots. So that is pretty much all I had, other than some throttle bots for the bulk of G1, G2. So Cameron, you said you had. Cameron, you said
did you have all of the Seacons or just some of
Well,
them?
here's a funny thing. I recently, Big Bad Toy Store had the Seacons for sale, the 25th anniversary release. So I grabbed the whole set. And then I found the 15th anniversary release of the aerial bots, or not the aerial bots, Technobots. So I grabbed them. So
Cool.
I now have the complete combiners for both.
Nice.
But I also have double snap dragon or whatever is snapping turtle.
Snap trap.
Yeah, and I have a double scatter shot, but whatever.
Display purposes.
Yeah. Okay,
Alternate mode
here's
display.
the other thing. The older
There you
ones are so hard to transform that the newer ones are just easier to use. So
Yeah, the older ones become like display pieces.
yeah, it's sad because like Scattershot's thing will open up like this, and then I have to pry it to get it open all the way.
Oh.
Yeah.
So what that is, if you care, you can actually take it apart and clean it out. So basically, what happens is like the plastic kind of deteriorates over time, and you just get in there and you clean it out with like some alcohol and a Q-tip, and then just put a little bit of like slider grease in there, and you'll be good. It'll be just as good as new.
Okay. Well, something I probably will never do. Anyway, I'm the Cameron G2.
So I don't have any G2 figures, but my first Transformers memory, even though I was a Beast Wars kid, was because G2 came out in what, 1991-ish?
I think it's 93. But yeah.
Okay.
92.
So I was like 3 or 4 years old. But somehow I do remember, maybe my older brother got it, a G2 Megatron. So that Megatron color scheme has always been like really memorable and nostalgic for me. So that's why I definitely picked up the Generation Selects version. I will replace this in a heartbeat if a third-party company or Hasbro does Masterpiece G2 Megatron, because I really need his like tank tread, like that front boob section. Without that and without the overhanging cannon, like it doesn't quite scratch the itch for me. I'm still looking out for that. But right now, I don't think I have anything G2. The only thing I think would be no, because that's Scourge. Scourge was that was RID. I don't think I have any G2.
Okay. So I believe Casual said his favorite G1 was Soundwave. So
That's a
pointing
good
that
figure.
out. Yeah, that was the original cassette one. That's right. So, so Crimson. Let's go see what you guys. Why is
So as close as I got to G2, that's within like with that's not in storage, is Rotor Storm. The tail end of European G1, but G1 was pretty much dead here in the U.S. So when Europe started getting the tail end of their G1 1.5, technically they're G2 because they were kind of around that same time. But
Look at those
plus they were the
colors.
ones that started those outlandish colors. Do what?
Yeah, it's just so beautiful,
Yeah.
so vibrant, so much life.
So but I will say that was the Generation 2 was one of the first time I actually got an Optimus Prime, and I love the comic, like how he was like not an Optimus Prime from the cartoon at all, but he had like all these weapons everywhere, and like he would just go on the battlefield and just announce, "I am Optimus Prime." Choo, 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 choo. Like it just made no sense. But I wish he said something like yeah, Megatron attack, right? I wish he had said something like, like Autobots roll out. That was super simple, but you got to brand that Optimus Prime name, right? But that was the first time I got to have that. So I had the trailer, had the roller and everything. That said, it's still not my favorite Generation 2 figure I had. My favorite one is the Cyberjets that came out toward the tail end of G2, and specifically more Hooligan and the Jetfire mold that they had for that one, which is kind of like a swing wing, like an F-14 Tomcat with F-22 bent tail fins with an F-16 cockpit, if you guys know any of those military jet vehicles. So it's kind of an amalgamation
like a fusion.
of a lot of those. My least favorite, though, I can't think of really like one that I really didn't like, but I will say that I was I would say I was kind of confused by the Generation 2 Tank Megatron. It's probably not my favorite iteration of Megatron over the years. I've grown to like it, but it also is like the purple camo just made no sense. Yet I had the Combaticons, and I love the purple camo on them, so go figure. Yep.
Okay, so JJ, you got any G2?
Unfortunately, no, because my Transformers days started when the first live action movie came out, so no G2s for me, unfortunately.
Okay, so input G2.
Yeah, I got tons of G2. G2 is my peanut butter and my jam. So since everybody was talking about him, I think I'll go ahead and say Megatron Attack.
Yeah, put him up there.
Right. So this is my childhood. This is my childhood G2 Megatron. I was actually in a Walmart with my mom when we got this, and I begged her for this and Optimus Prime. And she kind of, laid down the law and was like, "No, you can only get one." And I was like, "But I want both."
One or the other.
Yeah, one or the other. So I went with my boy Megatron, because Megatron, well, he's just a man, right? Like Optimus Prime ain't nothing compared to Megatron. So
I beg to differ.
So yeah, I got G2 Megatron. Like, this is my childhood one and holds a very, very special place in my heart. Also, I got here one. My favorite jet mold from G2 is the Skywarp. I love the coloring of this guy. He is all red. He's all white with accents of red. And my favorite thing about him is when you transform him into his bot mode, he's just got this bright yellow head. Just no reason. Just because, right?
Like a pimple. Just
right. It's so G2, man. It's just like it's just so G2, and it's perfect.
That is what happens when you eat all the lemon Skittles in the bag and only the lemon Skittles.
No,
yeah, right.
Also
right.
Corn, I mean.
And then and then I guess my favorite would be simply this was a holy grail for me for a long time. Would be my G2 Bruticus.
Oh, yeah. Big bad battling Bruticus.
Yeah, buddy. Yeah.
Big how small his original combiners are.
So, but this definitely this holds a special place to me, because I was after this for 30 years, and I kept seeing the price go up and up and up, and then we went to a store in Dallas, and he was just sitting there on the shelf, or like in a glass case, like the rare items or whatever, and he was super cheap for what he goes for on like eBay and stuff like that. So I finally got him, and I'm super, super happy because for a long time I used to look at those catalogs. Those,
Mhm.
what I'm talking about, like those old Kenner catalogs that came with like Batman toys or Hasbro.
Yeah, the little fold-out ones, right?
Do what?
Yeah, the little fold-out ones, right? That would like
Yeah,
accordion
yeah.
out. Yeah.
Yeah. I used to stare at this guy all the time, and I would just imagine the fights and the wars and all that stuff that I could get into only if I had this Bruticus, right? So, but yeah, that's my G2. And honestly, least favorite G2 would be none of them because it's G2. Right? I can't hate on it.
Right?
So,
How much you snagged Bruticus for?
I think he was like $75, and the only thing he's
Dang.
missing, like if this was G1 Bruticus, he'd be 100% complete.
Yeah.
But since he's G2, he's missing his purple spring-loaded cannon and the missiles.
Ah, yeah.
So
Yeah, because Onslaught had that extra edition and stuff.
yeah, but I mean, I was like, screw it, whatever. I don't care. for that price, I'd be stupid to pass him up over a spring-loaded gun and 2 missiles, right?
Which you could probably get at any time if you scour eBay and such long enough.
Right, exactly, and that still puts me under what he goes for on eBay and stuff too.
Yeah.
I mean, could you just imagine if they'd showed up on the battlefield like that?
Yeah, right.
Like they could not be covert at all.
Trying to be like super.
That is not camouflage. Yeah. So TFA, what do you have for G2?
Well, I wasn't even born when Generation 2 came out. I was born in 1995, so unfortunately nothing. But I do have one figure for some reason that I really want to get, and it's from that rare Generations box set with the Shattered Glass Optimus Prime, or the G2 Combat Hero Optimus. I want that Reveal the Shield Generation 2 Jazz. I love that RTS Jazz, and I honestly kind of like the deco that they gave him because, I mean, Jazz is all about, doing it with style and don't do it at all. And he's got like these music notes on him as his decor and everything. He looks cool, but I can't find him.
Okay, well, let's do it this way then. How about you start off Beast Wars and Beast Machines for us?
Oh, gladly.
Super excited.
Oh, you have no freaking clue. I actually have a couple right here. So, again, I wasn't born around. Whoops. Sorry, Maverick. You okay, buddy? So I wasn't born, or I was around with Beast Wars, but I didn't get into Transformers until later on, and you guys will find out when exactly. But when I got this, and I think I have my buddy Eli Thanatos Prime to thank for one of these, and then I also have myself for finding this one again, and also my folks. Beast Wars Tarantulas. My boy. I love him. I love him so much.
That's the second one, right, though?
Yeah, this is the 10th anniversary.
Yeah, that's
Right, okay.
Yeah, that deco looks way too good for an original Beast Wars figure.
Right.
Oh, no.
But that looks awesome.
that's the best coloration of them so far.
Yeah, this is the one that my folks got me because they got me Primal, they got me Megatron, and they got me, if I remember correctly, Tarantulas, but I also had Black Arachnia as well. But I loved him. I watched Beast Wars relatively later in my years. I hate that. But I love Tarantulas. I love the fact that it's a spider transformer because we don't have many of those, and he's cool. And then his redesign after he got transmetalized, I'm so, again, I have my buddy Thanatos Prime to thank for this. Transmetal Tarantulas is just, he's a freak, but I love him. He's so cool. I just want to get like a little string and hang him from my ceiling. Same with this one. And I hope to God Kingdom gives us an updated Tarantulas because if they can give us Black Arachnia, they have to do Tarantulas.
Okay. So let's go to input. What do you got for Beast Wars Beast Machines?
All right. So I guess we're doing Beast Wars and Beast Machines in the same thing, right?
Yeah, because I can't imagine anybody has very much of the second one.
You'd be surprised. Okay.
Hey, the Viacons were cool.
So I think I'm gonna throw everybody for a loop here. And I've got this mold several times, but this was the easiest one for me to grab. So I went with this, but just know this is for the mold overall. Definitely going to go for Beast Wars. I'm going to go Big Convoy.
Oh
He just
yeah.
fires rock. I
Yeah,
hate when
totally
that
shot
happens.
it. Totally shot his load off.
Oh god.
And,
But
but yeah, I'm gonna go big convoy for Beast Wars. This is just, I mean, I guess like a side note about me is I love woolly mammoths just as much as like Crimson loves dinosaurs. I love woolly mammoths. I think honestly they're like the coolest creature that the Earth has ever, produced, so to speak, right? And I've felt like that for the longest time. And then when I found out about the hero from Beast Wars Neo was a woolly mammoth, I was like, yeah, I'm in for that. Sign me up. So definitely Beast Wars Neo big convoy. And like I said, I've got the mold. However many times they've made it, I've got it. And then Beast Wars. I'm gonna go pterosaur, and I don't care that this isn't show accurate. I like the black. I think this is a better colored design than what we got on the show. Suck it, show purist. Okay, just saying. But
Fingers crossed, Kingdom
No
will fix
mercy.
that.
yeah, right.
Also,
And I think it just looks wonderful. I really do. I love the color clash, the black and the red and the green and the blue. I think it all meshes well together. And for Beast Machines, actually, I'm going to go with Deluxe Class Jetstorm.
Ooh.
I love his transformation. I love the fact that he has landing gear, and I love the fact that he has the pop-out head action, and it can rotate. You can get all kinds of crazy degree out of this guy. It's just, and on top of that, his Viacon logo right in the middle, and this part ends up on his back. And something that this mold can do is that the legs in robot mode can kind of fix together, and you can have that hover mode that you see in the show, or you can have him with legs and kind of walk around. So I think that's super, super cool. So yeah, that would be my Beast Machines pick right there. And my other Beast Wars, my last Beast Wars pick, I can't get to it because he is buried on the shelf, on my Megatron shelf. Is Beast Wars Dragon Megatron. That'd be my last pick for Beast Wars.
Oh, I have that thanks to my girlfriend for helping me out with him, but I love that thing. I also hate you for having Pterosaur because he's the last one I need for my Beast Wars cast. Like, he's literally the last Beast Wars figure I need.
He's easy to get a hold of, man. He's super cheap right now, too.
I've been trying. Yep. I keep finding him for more than like 50.
Really? Oh, okay.
If you're looking for the gun, if you're looking for that little gun that goes behind his neck, that's going to be the tough one to find. Although I have noticed that when you look on eBay and people will have Pterosaur up there, they say like, he doesn't come with a gun, and then you look at the picture on their neck and it's stored in there because they don't know it's got weapon storage.
Yeah.
Closest thing I ever got to that Pterosaur was that stray free paint from Walmart for Age of Extinction.
Oh, I love the coloring on that one too, man.
It's beautiful.
Really cool.
I wish I had that one.
Okay, so JJ, Beast Wars, Beast Machines. I feel like I'm still asking too early. I mean, he was born in this century, so.
Anyway, the Beast Wars toys, I only have 2 of them, but they're not on my table right now. But I do have the original Silverbolt and the original Transmetal Optimus Primal. I have those 2 figures, and
Transmetal 1 or Transmetal 2 Optimus Primal?
Trans 1.
Technically not a Transmetal 2. It was more just Optimal, but.
Optimal. Right, he was called Optimal Optimus. Yeah.
Yeah. So I actually absolutely love the Silverbolt and the Transmetal Optimus Primal. I mean, why would you say no to a skateboarding monkey? So.
Well, I mean, it was a more hoverboarding monkey than skateboarding monkey.
Yeah. I mean, he has wheels on the bottom, so I guess.
Oh, I didn't know that. Okay.
But yeah, I absolutely love it. Unfortunately, my Optimus Primal, the Transmetal 1 version, only one part of his arm kind of broke off and is missing that part. And it's missing one of those batons as well. He found his gun, so I know where his gun is. Silverbolt, he's only missing his swords, so his wing blades. So That's the only thing that's missing from him.
Yeah,
But
one of mine is missing too, but I got mine at a flea market, so he only came with one.
other than that, Silverbolt still has a nice transformation, nice design for his robot mode. I might want to review him like in the future, hopefully. But so for Beast Machines, there's one figure that I wish I had right now. I wish I had the Megatron that actually turns into a big head.
You mean the what's it called?
Oh, it's the one at the
Megabolt
end.
Megatron,
Yeah,
right?
Beast Machine. Yeah.
Megatron.
Yeah.
The Mega Head, Megatron, whatever you want to call him. I wanted that figure for so long, and I still haven't found it for a good price. I hope they still sell it online. But that figure just made me laugh for the whole rest of my life because it's so ridiculous that he transforms to a head. His alt mode is just a big gigantic head with spider-looking legs.
No,
Hold on, but that
that's the
Megatron.
figure.
But that Megatron was Universe. It was not Beast Machines.
Well, it has the Beast Machines logo, though.
It does, but it was released during Universe, and so was Optimus Primal, the bigger one.
Primal Prime, you mean?
Yeah, Primal Prime, Optimus Primal, the Beast Machines Optimus Primal, the big one.
Yeah. The red, white, and blue one, which would have been kind of funny if we'd gotten that instead of an orange Optimus. Now that I think about it, orange was kind of a weird color.
Yeah. So that was my that was one of my that Megatron that turns into a big gigantic head. That was one Beast Machines toy that I really wanted.
You laugh at that thing for being a giant head, but if you see the show and you see what it turns into, it'll terrify you.
It reminds me of Brainiac
right?
Superman.
Like that thing, the way that
thing is
he
deadly.
transforms into like that gigantic warship type thing. Just it's such a cool design. I wish I did something with it as a toy, but they probably couldn't.
Yeah. Anyway, moving on to Crimson.
Oh, is my turn already?
Yeah.
Wait. Before you say anything, is it going to be Dinobot?
So it's funny. Now I've customized this Jurassic World one to look more like my avatar and everything. You would think Dinobot would be my favorite, but it's not. Surprisingly, Dinobot's not my favorite. But I gotta tell us a little story time. So when Beast Wars was on TV, I wasn't aware of it. Its initial first few episodes, and it hadn't shown up in the stores yet. Somehow I ran across it. It was the episode of Better Mousetrap, and it's the one where Cheetor or Rat Trap's stuck inside of the Axelon, the Maximals are stuck outside, and Tigatron's finding the Sonic Disruptor Ray from Black Arachnia and Pterosaur and Waspinator and all that jazz, right? And it's the only episode that doesn't have a title, so I had no idea what episode I'd seen for years. But I was like, "What is this crap? This is not Transformers. This looks terrible." I was just like, I don't know who these people are. Who is Cheetor? What is going on? I was completely confused because I didn't know that this was in the future. This was 300 years after G1. And I also didn't know that this was I was like, what is Transformers? Why are they in beast form? And because in that episode they don't really have the the Energon Surge stuff. That doesn't happen in that episode. So after a while I watched it and everything, and then I got to the Starscream episode where Starscream comes back and the possession, and I was like, oh, this makes more sense now. So this is after that, and after he'd been shot by Galvatron in season 3 of the show, and somehow he's made it back in time, whatever. And so then that kind of okay, cool, this is cool, I want to get in on this. And so keep in mind all the deluxe toys and stuff were $9.99 at the time, and that was a lot of money for 96 and 97. But the little ones, the little basic ones, were $5.99. And there were 2 of them that I wanted to get that were in the show, and it was Rat Trap and Pterosaur. And my mom said, okay, I can get one. And I was like, and I choose which one, right? And I couldn't decide between the 2 of them. So I kind of, hoodwinked her into being like, well, I can't just get one, Mom. I got to have one for them to fight. Otherwise, there's nothing, there's no reason for them to be together. Like if I get the Predacon, then there's no Maximals to fight. If I get the Maximals, there's no Predacon to fight, right? So she eventually gave in, and I was able to get both of them, and these are those. And so they're super awesome to have because like they were spring loaded. So for me, that was a huge deal because I was like, oh, I don't have to like spend a bunch of time transforming them because although that's fun, this was like, oh, this is just like in the show.
Like
so I could make up my stories, right? And they'd be like, Rat Trap maximize, like whatever. He didn't have the choo 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 sound, but so that was just really neat. And do what?
So nothing really ever, like none of my toys I transform, none of them make that sound by themselves.
Right.
Well,
and you had like the little gun that he has with him in weapon storage, and that was cool because then you wouldn't lose the pieces, right? Because that was like a big deal with the Generation 2 Optimus I had, where like all of his stuff I just kind of stuck in the trailer and it was rattling around all the time. And like Pterosaur, the same deal, like he flips, he does like a weird flip thing in the show, like where his wings turn over. And so like it does the same thing as the toy. But his colors, like Input was saying, were way off. So like there's a little gun behind him. That's hard to get. But I do like a lot of the green stuff and everything, like little green scales and stuff that are on the beast mode. I just don't know about this purpley blue. Like I don't think that really set Pterosaur very well. But I do like the black, like Input does. But in the show, because this was all gray, or it could be a shiny black, but really it's a gray. It's a shiny chrome. There was a Japanese version that they did for Beast Wars that was somewhat more show accurate, but it's not worth it to track down. Honestly, it's not. I mean, this toy Pterosaur, as this is the only Pterosaur we've seen that's in the show, whether released by third party or by official, like we still haven't gotten a true update of this. And to be clear, this is not a dinosaur. This is a flying reptile. So this is a pteranodon, not a pterodactyl. Pterodactyls do not exist. That's a movie thing. Pterodactylus does exist. So just to make that clear, just for everybody too. The more you know, right? So those are, right. So these have like, and pteranodons do not have teeth in their beak. That's the whole point of their name is toothless beak.
I genuinely didn't know that.
I didn't either, but now I kind of want to yell nerd.
now there is a recent discovery actually that's called a ludodactyl, and that does have teeth and has a crazy crest back here, more crazier than this one, and that is actually basically life imitating art because we found that skeleton after all this stuff in the movies and everything. So that technically could be your pterodactyl, but it's not. But my favorite of the Beast Wars is the green-eyed Cheetor. That one is probably my favorite of all the Beast Wars kind of figures. I mean, there are a lot that have a lot more features and everything, but there's just something about this particular Cheetor that just, this was one of those where like, not so much story time, but like so much where like my dad had gone to the store. This was at a Kmart, and my dad had gone to the store, and I was trying to do the same thing with him. I'd be like, he was like, well, you can only get one, because $9.99 was a lot for a deluxe, and I was like, well, but Dad, I got to have a Maximal to fight a Predacon and a Predacon to fight the Maximal. He's like, no, you can only get one. So it didn't work on him. But it worked on Mom, so that's all right. So my Maximal's kind of outnumbered, and then eventually, I remember seeing Tarantulas in the store and not being as like, I was like, that doesn't really look like Tarantulas. Like it looked like a spider, but it wasn't Tarantulas. But the Cheetor just looked really, really good. And so I ended up getting him. There was a Waspinator, and I was tempted to get the Waspinator, but I didn't like him in the show. So he was. Waspinator was pretty annoying. He was always being stupid and getting blown up all the time. So had Right? So had I known, like, I was like, I could totally do the voice and have the toy, but I was like, I really don't want somebody that gets blown up all the time. So,
But that's his charm.
Oh,
He's the
that's
Predacon
right.
human shield. He's all.
That's right.
but eventually, so I got Fedor. Eventually, I would get Dinobot and everything, and it just kind of went. It just kind of kept ballooning till then. And I will say the only one, I don't know if anybody else. This is probably a good little quick discussion. Is that I got hoodwinked with one Beast Wars figure, and it was Polar Claw. And I saw a Snow episode, which was Double Jeopardy, where they find Black Arachnia's pod and they lose it, right? But like Dinobot's like, my servo fluids are within 2 degrees of freezing. And I was like, oh, a Snow. Okay, cool. They're gonna have a Polar Claw, right? And I saw a Tigatron in the store at the same time. And I was like, oh, they're gonna have that. That's a repaint. They're not gonna put a repaint in the show. And so then I got Polar Claw, and that was more expensive. It was $15, right, for a mega size, which is more or less like the Voyager at the time. And so I got Polar Claw, a super fun toy, super awesome fun toy. Even today, to this day, it's a really fun toy. But he was in the show. They put Tigatron. I was like, damn it!
Oh dear.
Yep.
Okay,
So then on, I only collected the figures that were in the show. My nephew collected a lot of the ones that weren't. Wolfang, I would say, is a really awesome figure if you ever track him down.
Yes, he is.
He was in the show, but he's awesome.
Hey, and you know what? As a side note for Wolfang, he was actually supposed to be Tigertron's. He was supposed to take Tigertron's spot.
Yeah.
The reason why they picked Tigertron was because, well, all they had to do was basically take Cheetor's animation and
Fatten
tweak
him
it a
up
little bit. Yeah, so they were able to save costs and stuff without, so that's why they grabbed Tigertron instead of Wolfang.
So then I assume that K9 was just like a repaint of that, but also more of a comic character.
Well, K9 wouldn't have really worked in the show because of the time period they were in. K9 would have to be like a human, what is it, German Shepherd? So there wouldn't have been German Shepherds at the time. Technically, at the time period they were in, there shouldn't have been cheetahs either. But that's a whole nother story. That's a story for another day.
Okay, so Cameron, what do you have for us?
I got toys falling off the table. So Beast Wars is what I grew up with. I originally had what I knew as Beast Wars. It was like before I even really knew what Transformers was. So I just thought it was this cool show. I didn't even really read that Beast Wars and Transformers were the same thing. I had the original Optimus Prime and Megatron, the Bat and the Alligator. I was tempted to bring that on. I was tempted to bring on Buzzsaw, who was like the first toy that I remember really playing with a lot, just because it was a cool bug guy, and I didn't really understand like Maximals versus Predacons. What I ended up bringing, just because he caught my eye, and I'm a fickle person, this is Stampy from Beast Wars Neo.
Yeah.
And I just think he's really, really cute, and he turns into the Killer Buddy from Monty Python, and I think that's really, really great. So he is my Beast Wars figure, and I know we're doing like most favorite and least favorite, but I tend to, if I don't like a figure, I just get rid of it. I'll do a giveaway or do something. So I don't have least favorites, but for Beast Machines, I had, as a little boy, I had the biggest crush on Black Arachnia. So Beast Machines Black Arachnia is still like a figure that is near and dear to my heart. I just love this weird crystalline spider thing that she turns into. I love the way her legs split open to make like the proper 8 appendages. I think she's really, really awesome.
Okay, I have a question then. How big is she in her bot mode compared to modern scale?
Let me do 2 Black Arachnias real quick. So here, we'll combine her up.
Not the best choice of words there, Cameron.
Oh yeah.
But I mean, if you could, you probably would.
Oh yeah, we all did. We all did.
Oh, dude, we all had a crush on Black Arachnia, man.
Yeah.
Be still on my spinnerets.
Right.
And I thought
That figure looks cool though.
I mean,
Yeah,
it's kind of
I
be
like
okay if
her
she killed you
robot
after you were
mode.
done, but
I like her robot mode design a lot as well. It's just like
She has a big
really weird. She's got this cool eye reveal thing. So if I can get her up on camera. So like normally she's got this visor down. But if you pull it back, then she gets like her multiple sets of eyes, and I think that's really neat. But so here is Beast Machine's Black Arachnia, and then here is Kingdom Black Arachnia. So she's a tall gal.
Wow.
What is she about Voyager size then? Maybe
Like
leader.
modern day Voyager. Probably.
Not in terms of mass. Like she's tall but thin. She's kind of like, what was it? Was it Universe? Like there's just sometimes there's tall deluxes. She feels more like one of those, like a Siege Ironhide type deal.
Like that animated Lockdown, maybe. You know,
Yes.
from the-
Yeah. That's a good
Yeah.
example.
I never had that original one, but I always wanted it because I had the Universe Crystal Widow. that
Oh,
came
the
with
pink
Oil
one?
Slick.
Yeah.
And I want to get that one back because one, I love red, and two, Spider. Duh.
Yeah. She's pretty great.
But I want
Yeah, the mold is really, really nice altogether.
Yeah, I want to get the original for my cast though.
Okay, so I'm going to start with Beast Machines because I only have one Beast Machine character. My brother got the Jetfire. I ended up getting, and let's go here. I ended up getting Tankor because I missed out on Rhinox. So I was like, ooh, that's actually pretty neat. And Tankor is nice. I'm afraid to transform him because I can't remember how he transforms. But like, there's no robot underneath really, except you can kind of see his chest.
Mm-hmm.
But then I still have the missiles somewhere, and he actually fires them. But
I like
not
the
gonna go
ratchet on that turret. That sounds real good. Yeah.
I'm fixing things. So the other thing is, I have Transmetal Megatron, and he has gold plastic syndrome. So I was talking to a YouTuber named Patrick who runs Name Explain, and I was transforming it for him, and I split his arms off and his waist.
Oh.
So they're all glued together. Yeah, so, but I mean, he could at least still do this, fly around with his skates out. That is pretty much all he's capable of now.
Yeah.
The Takara release of that Megatron does not suffer from GPS or metallic plastic syndrome at all. So, if you guys are in the market for that Megatron, grab the Takara one.
Big boy. Look at that.
Which is funny. I went in, I think it was Hills or Kmart, and I was just after work, and I was kind of curious what Transformers there were. Found him and Megatron together, and it's just I liked Beast Wars. I hadn't done too much with figures. I was busy being an adult, and I have his arm shields, but they don't stay on very much anymore because the springs have given out over time. And if you can hear, he's kind of squeaky now. Like, and this is where input says, "I'll apply WD-40 or alcohol to him." I'm not. I'm just not.
Don't put alcohol. To them.
WD-40 will eat the plastic, and alcohol is to clean it.
Yeah. Well, I don't think he drinks anyway, so that's fine. But I did transform him, and he actually still transforms. But I mean, really, all it is moving his arms up, straightening out the missile, and rolling his legs around so he can just, so many ratchets.
Basically, just Superman pose or cover his head pose.
Yeah, pretty much, right?
Yeah.
Vehicle form, yay!
So one of the
that's
funny
what I
things
have.
about that. Yeah, the funny thing about that vehicle form is, so was there like, I mean, I guess it just kind of like a bulldozer kind of in a way, but why wasn't it like people should have been able to get into it, like the Maximals could have got into it like a car carrier? I think that would have been kind of neat, rather than just hanging out on the wings of his jet mode.
Well, I mean,
But also be creepy.
Well, they probably could have, but to be honest, what looks cooler in that episode? Like a bunch of Maximals rising up on the wings, or like Rat Trap in the cockpit?
That's true. Yeah.
Okay, so Cameron, would it be Robots in Disguises next? Is that the next one up?
Yeah.
Yeah.
2001.
Yeah.
So for my schedule, this might have to be my last show and tell. But I watched Beast Wars and Beast Machines, and then I kind of fell off Transformers again. I watched Robots in Disguise when I got back into collecting around like 2012-ish. But I really loved Skybite. So I had to get myself a Skybite.
He's a big guy.
Nice.
Yeah, and I've got his missiles in storage. I was tempted to get the Thrilling 30 Skybite, but I like the way that this one looks. I like his pose that he's in. He's just a lot of fun to play with. I've got some wear and tear on mine in terms of paint stuff. You can see kind of here on his tail.
But his math is super detailed.
Yeah, the VAC metal surprisingly has stayed on pretty well, so I'm pretty happy with that.
Go the chrome.
Yeah.
Now, for someone who's like a completionist with like Transformers in general, would you recommend him as like a necessity to add to the collection, or would you just like recommend also if you couldn't get that the IDW Skybite?
My collecting is weird. If I'm just going to talk randomly, let me just put him on the camera. So if I try and only collect one version of each character, I think he does everything the Thrilling 30 version does, except for the Thrilling 30 has maybe slightly less panels and a little less fiddliness in the transformation and how he comes together. But I think if you're like, I want one toy to represent RID, to me it would either be Skybite or Scourge, or I guess Optimus Prime and Ultra Magnus together. But for me, it's that figure is Skybite. It's definitely Skybite. Like represents what Robots in Disguise was, the craziness of it.
Yeah.
See,
I got a question.
The reason I'm asking is because I have pretty much every single character aside from like Skids, Towline, and Skybite, because I've been substituting RID 2001 Skybite with 2013 Thrilling 30 Skybite. And I'm honestly trying to find the original, but I'm also kind of debating on it because it's like, well, I have Skybite, but it's not that exact design. So,
yeah, he's really cool in hand. If you can find him, I definitely recommend picking him up.
I will second that. Real quick, TFA. I have both of those figures, both Skybites. And if you're only going to pick one, I would pick the original RID Skybite.
That is another one that goes to the list.
So
Welcome
question,
to the
does that
Transformers
Skybite
shopping
recite
network.
poem?
What'd you say, Crimson?
I said, does that Skybite recite poems, Cameron?
No, does the Thrilling 30 have a voice box? No, it doesn't.
No.
Haiku?
No.
Okay. I was about to say, I was like, that's a sweet feature that I would have paid attention
You want him to have
to.
a voice box? Just ask Peter Spellos to do it.
Yeah.
So Crimson, RID man.
So I don't have any of them left anymore. They got purged a long time ago, with the exception of the Machine Wars repaints and anything and everything that was Generation 2 for the Universe line. I did have Ultra Magnus. I had Optimus Prime. I never had the Megatron because for some reason that particular figure was much more expensive than I think Prime and Magnus were individually. It just wasn't really of a cost thing. I did have Scourge though, and Scourge was awesome. I remember it was because I love the
dude.
Yeah, I really want one of my grails is a Generation 2 Laser Rod Optimus Prime, the American edition, not the multi-language one, not the Canadian one, none of that stuff. Is a Generation 2 Laser Rod Optimus Prime mint and sealed box, or at least 100% complete with his box and everything. Because I that is my grail for Generation 2. But having the Scourge kind of helped in kind of being able to get to play with that toy, except he didn't have any of the light up features, which was kind of a bummer. But he was an awesome toy. But all of those got purged. But I love that his fuel tank though was like totally decked out in chrome. Like you would never see that much chrome on a figure nowadays.
Be lucky to see chrome at all.
Yeah, that's no lie.
Yeah.
Actually,
Okay,
I think the Japanese version had the lights and sounds.
Oh, it was gutted for our version for sure.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
Okay, JJ, are we close to your birth yet?
Oh,
Damn.
Okay, Robots in
Damn.
Disguise 2001. 2001 was the year I was born, so I couldn't get any figures back then. But
Whoa, whoa,
I
whoa! You're
would
telling me,
say-
as a baby, as a newborn baby, your mom said no Transformers for you.
Like
Very
right when it
funny.
came out, you're not buying
Very
Transformers.
funny. But I would say, like, now, I mean, after watching the show, I mean, I absolutely love the Skybites character because, man, he's just hilarious. Yeah.
That's me.
That's right, TFA.
Sorry. I can't help it. Every time
Yes.
someone says Skybites, I tick.
So, I mean, I had the Generations Thrilling 30 Voyager class Skybite. I mean, I absolutely love that figure. I absolutely love the Thrilling 30 Skybite. But yeah, that's the only one that represented RID Skybite for me. But from the RID toy line itself, the one set that I really wish I had was the Bullet Train Autobots. Because, man, I
Oh,
love
rated.
trains.
yeah.
They're close.
Well, they weren't. It was Rail Racers. They weren't called.
Oh,
Yeah,
Rail
Rail
Racers.
Racer.
No.
Rail
Rail
Racer
Racer,
slash
Raiden.
Rapid Spike. Or
Yeah.
Rapid Run.
Yeah, Rail
Spike,
Racer.
and,
I would love to have that combiner in the future. Hopefully, if they can do like an updated toy version of those characters.
Rail Racer as a commander class would be awesome.
That would be sick, dude. I would love to see like new versions of Rapid Run, Rail Spike, and Midnight Express.
Yeah.
How many trains make up his combined form?
3. Oh, do you
Just
want me to go
three.
grab them real quick?
3.
Just
Oh crap!
three
If
of
you
them.
have them, yeah, because I think my brother has them, but we never knew he combined.
And I'll say this about those 3 as a huge wrestling fan. If Midnight Express does not come with some kind of tag team championship belts, I'd be highly upset.
That's a deep cut right there.
Oh man.
Oh well, okay. I guess I can take a sec. Input. What do you have for RID?
All right, RID. Well, off the top of the list, off the top of the head, because I can't get to him yet again, would be the Optimus Prime, the fire truck Optimus Prime. It was just freaking gnarly. And there's Rail Racer right there. It's so
Wow,
sick.
he's huge.
I still need
Sick combiner.
Spikes.
That is a
and-
sick
And
combiner.
the missile for Rapid Run. I need
My
those.
goodness.
Yeah, he's pretty awesome. He was another one that like I could consider kind of representing what Car Robots was. He's really, really sweet.
Absolutely, man. He's such
Anthony,
a
can you put your
good.
camera on
good
me
combiner.
for the sake of input, because I actually have the figure with me. I can just be his display guy.
Yeah, I think isn't the trains when they transform, aren't they longer than even the Siege Astro train with his little caboose?
Oh, yeah.
Because I
Yeah,
swear
'cause
like,
they're
they're
like
really
4
long.
pieces, like four sections on each of them, and then
Then they
split-
can attach to each other, so
Your
you get
input.
like an actual.
Yeah, there it is.
This is for you.
TFA twinsies.
Hey, no,
Hey.
because
Triplets. I
you
can't
run.
reach mine though. I can't
He
get.
fell
mine.
apart.
I'll be your display guy input here.
Awesome. So off the top of the list, right on the top of the list, I'll say Fire Truck Optimus Prime as TFA is holding up. I mean, that hands down epitomizes RID 2001. Like I said, I can't get to mine. Mine's top shelf, back behind everything because he's so big. But my favorite thing is the electronics about that figure is the electronics, and I absolutely love how he like the smaller Optimus Prime. I love how articulated that figure is. I mean, that figure came out when I was like about 15 or so, and I was kind of getting away from toys and playing with them. But I remembered playing with that inner robot just consistently, man. Just
You
know,
mean just the base prime form?
yeah, just the base prime form. Like I would play with it. I would just play with that figure constantly when I got him, and I would have him fight my Beast Wars figures, whatever. I was like 8 years old again, sitting on my bed, sitting in the floor, laying on the floor on my stomach, and just playing with the inner robot Optimus
For how
Prime.
much he's fight.
Oh no, dude, you're good. You don't have to take it apart.
I don't mind. Gives me an excuse.
Okay. And it was like I was 8-year-old me all over again with the electronics, press the button, and just all kinds of stuff with that figure. It was just awesome figure. And then I got right here, I got Scourge, this epitomizes RID for me as well. I missed out on G2 Prime for a long time. And then when I saw him in the cartoon, I was like, oh, I hope they make that into a toy. And they did. And my local comic book shop had him sealed for the longest time. And the owner of the store gave me a huge discount on him because he'd been sitting in the store for like 2 or 3 years or whatever it was, he told me. So that's this one right here. That's this Scourge right here. Absolutely love the mold, love the figure, but I mean, you know, what kind of list would this be without Nemesis Prime, right? And
that paint on it though, that metallic paint is gorgeous on it.
It works so
Yeah,
well. It's such a
that
gorgeous
teal,
figure.
the teal is
Yep.
so cool.
When you have these two together, they're even better.
Yeah, definitely. And I remember when I got the Scourge, man, I was like I said, I was 8 years old again. I was like, oh God, I was like 18 when I got Scourge, 17 or 18 or something like that. And then I just had them fight on my bed, man. I was a senior in high school playing with toys like I was 8 years old on my bed, man. It was crazy. And then my right back here, he's too big to move, but I'm sure you guys can see him, is my Brave Maximus right there. I think that
I knew I recognized that.
we didn't get it over here. It was planned to come out over here. We didn't get it because it failed the drop test, consistently failed the drop test, US toy drop test of 2000, like that era of rules and stuff. It kept failing it. And I do have the micro mini figure of Scourge right there, kind of driving out of them. If you guys watch the series, you guys know why Scourge is on there.
Oh,
But
that's
yeah.
the Spy Changer Scourge.
Yeah, Spy Changer Scourge.
Nice.
And then because I love the character so much, Toe Line. He's just
Parking means no.
Yep.
Scooby Doo tow truck.
yeah, the Scooby Doo tow truck for sure, right? He is such a goofball in the show, man, and I love goofball characters. You know, he's always towing. He's always, well, they're not following the parking laws, and he'd grab them and go. You know, just
Sorry, pal. No parking means no parking.
yeah.
I've always
and-
wondered if Earthrise Ratchet could get remolded, like the shell piece could get remolded into a tow line figure.
That would be super cool. I would be down for a deluxe class Toe Line.
That'd be cool.
Yeah, I absolutely love this figure, man.
I think Rid 2001 definitely needs some modern love, like for real.
I definitely
it seems
agree.
to be like one of the things that the Transformers franchise has like been neglecting recently. A lot, really. I mean, I was surprised we even got Skybite, but even then he was like he was an IDW figure. So
Yeah.
So there's kind of a couple reasons why that is one for the show. They, for some reason, for whatever deal that Hasbro, Takara, or whatever they all had with Saban, somehow Saban still owns that show and any distribution rights here in North America and beyond. And I'm really not quite sure why, because I mean it's Transformers. Why isn't it wholly owned by Hasbro and they just licensed out? Well, whatever agreement they had screwed over Hasbro out of the rights to the show.
I can answer that. So when Disney bought Saban's properties, Saban owned the rights to RID, and Disney bought the rights to RID when they bought Power Rangers and Saban and all that other stuff. Saban Films or whatever it was. So that's why. And then when Saban bought it all back, he bought everything back. He didn't just buy Power Rangers. He bought everything back. So they don't own car robots. At least they just own robots in the skies. So it's basically it's just basically tied up in Disney and Saban and stuff right now.
I forgot Robots in the Skies came out during the.
See, I don't understand why there wouldn't be like a sunset to that whatever contract was signed. That seemed like a really critical error that whatever deal Hasbro had with that. I mean, I can understand like stuff where, you know, we have animes like Dragon Ball is a good example where you have Ocean dub, you have ADV dubs, you have all kinds of different Funimation dubs, you have all those and everything because those are contracted for those people. But you think there would have been something where, hey, the rights to distribute the show with that English dub now revert back to the owner of the actual license.
Well, you got to remember too, that was, if I remember correctly, that was around the time where Mattel made an offer to buy Hasbro out. So I don't think Hasbro was financially secure enough in order to kind of make that contractual deal happen. So I think they were just kind of like, okay, we need the money. Let's just do it this way and get it over with and be done with it. I think that's really what it was.
Okay. So I wanted to show one more thing that I had. So like Optimus was my favorite from RID. My least favorite is this guy.
How can you possibly dislike Ultra Magnus?
Okay, because he can't form a robot independent of the rest of the body, and that bothers the crap out of me.
Yeah, that is.
Otherwise, he's just gimped without legs, and all you have is a front, and it doesn't look right. But what I really appreciate is the fact that he is an actual car carrier that can store at least 3 cars.
Yeah, he can hold cars.
Right, and he combines with Optimus, and I actually did a video about them because they still function. But yeah, I other than that, because I only have 2. Obviously, somebody got to be the least favorite. But yeah, I mean, otherwise he looks solid. It's just his transformation is disappointing. And then this thing here, I've never been able to figure out how to get him to hold it properly. I know it goes into like his shoulders because there's holes for it, but I can never get him to like hold it. And I like it's supposed to be this way. There's a little guard on. Like I can never get him to hold it right. I think it's me. I don't know what it is.
Well, there are these like 2 little, I think, prong things. Also, twinsies again. 2 little prong things like right here that they're supposed to.
Right. They go into his shoulders when he's holding his arms out.
Yep.
I just cannot seem to get him to be able to hold it. Okay, so moving on. Cameron, you said you're. Well,
TFA didn't get a show.
Yeah, I never went.
Oh, I thought you were showing the Optimus and that was it. Okay.
No. I was doing that for input because he couldn't.
Okay, well here, go ahead.
Sorry about that, but yeah. I mean, I have the whole cast, and I don't have some of them on me at the moment. But you may dislike it. I love this thing for 2 reasons. Never had it, and this is another figure that my girlfriend actually bought me because that Optimus I got from Big Redhead Vintage Toys down here in Temple Terrace, Florida, for about $40. So I was able to form Omega Prime, and he's quite possibly my all-time favorite in Robots in Disguise. Like I love Scourge as he is as a Decepticon, but Omega Prime essentially being the very first combiner through the pre-Unicron trilogy era. I love that design, and I love the look of Ultra Magnus and Optimus, and they look great together. Really do enjoy them.
Yeah, because like speaking of combiners, because they did them during the Unicron trilogy, right?
Yep.
And they were mostly similar to the RID ones, where you would get 2 of them that combined together, and then they were doing traditional combiners. And then there was like a number of years, and then we get up to like 2010 when they do the Power Core thing.
Power Core combiner, yep.
Okay, so Cameron, you said you.
Wait, Anthony, real quick. I was gonna say, so I remembered that I actually had recently bought the build team again, like Landfill and Grimlock and Hightower and
Wedge.
Heavy Load. Yeah, Heavy Load.
Heavy Load and Wedge.
And Wedge, and those were the ones of what did I call Wedge then? Now I don't remember. But those 4 Landfill. That's right. Landfill was the combined form.
Yeah.
So those 4 I have, and those are the ones that you can interchange their combination mode because of the way that they combine and everything. And I don't know if I had looked up some recent review or was talking with it on the Tales from Teletran podcast or something. I swear it was that, but I'm not quite sure. But I just went online, was looking for them, and I was like, these would work really good as like Cybertronian, friends of the Constructicons for like my animation series. So I grabbed all 4 of them. They were a really good deal and 100% complete, and they are awesome. They actually surprised me. Those toys and I know a lot of people say RID 2001. But I've always called it TRID, and a lot of our friends at school and stuff, like, we called it TRID because it was Transformers, Robots in the Skies. You'd have Beast Machines, you had Beast Wars. So when RID 2015 came out, then that one was RID, but then everybody would say 2015 after it. So, but when TRID was around, like, we loved like how like we were unsure of just how much articulation and how awesome those figures were. Even Mock Alert, which was Prowl, Like just those figures, just bringing them in today and looking at the toys that we have, they pretty much have borrowed a lot from that, short of a lot of the ball joints and everything. But those figures are still really good to this day, and that shows a lot for those particular molds and the engineering they did for those.
Okay, so before I go to Cameron, I'm just going to put it out there. TF Fangeek advertising Rodimus Primal live stream kind of just took every person out of live chat.
Oh,
Yeah, we are literally talking to ourselves. So the question is, do we want to table here and then continue with the Unicron saga?
Thanks for nothing, TF Fangeek.
Yeah, that I will say that is kind of it's. I understand. Like everybody's kind of doing their stuff. The internet's forever, but that is kind of rude to advertise somebody else's live stream when you're trying to advertise, just your own live stream. I'll just say that.
I was going to say, Danny's still back here.
Danny's still here, and Rebecca, or Becky, my girlfriend's still here too. So.
Yeah, either way, I unfortunately have to hop off. I've got to go take care of some errands before I go to sleep tonight.
Okay, Cameron.
All right. But it was awesome hanging out, guys, and I hope to do this again soon.
Pleasure meeting you, Cameron.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Absolutely, man.
See ya.
Well, in that case, do we want to invite Danny to fill in for Cameron?
Yeah, go for it,
Yeah,
Danny.
Wait for it.
Danny, come on down, Danny. You're the next contestant on the price is
Come on, Danny.
show your transformer.
Come on in. Come on in. Come on in. The double D.
We're all a bunch of nerds.
Oh, actually, okay. So, did anybody invite Danny yet?
No.
Okay. Well, you know what, TF
we thought you were
Fangeek.
going to do that.
Yeah. Well, okay. TF Fangeek was supposed to originally be here, but he got COVID. But now that he's back in the chat room, because I noticed he's also in Rodimus's, I'll actually send him that way he can be involved here. So let me.
He's just gonna quit again. So, Danny's not ready.
Well, you know what? I'm okay with you not being dressed. Oh, that sounded bad.
Whoa!
That sounded really bad. You know what?
Wow.
Hey,
I didn't mean it to sound the way it sounded.
You told us this was uncensored, but you didn't say that you could allow nudity.
Whoops. Whoops.
Wow!
It was not what it was. I was just making a comment. I didn't care if you were dressed or not the way it sounded. That is so embarrassing. I'm an HR guy, for Pete's sake. I should have really given it some thought.
HR's guy is going to have to go to HR.
Now I have to have a meeting with myself to explain to myself what I just did and why it was wrong.
You're fired.
That was awesome.
Thank you, Danny. Okay, so I sent TF Fangeek the invite, so we'll see. So, so Crimson. Now, this is about the point where I don't have anything from Unicron Trilogy, and I don't see anything again until Power Core Combiners, and then there's still a couple more years for me. So, go ahead, TFA. What's up?
Okay, so this is where I get to shine because Armada was my shit. I loved Transformers Armada so very much. I was just a wee little lad. I was about 6 or 7 at the time, I think. I don't know math all that well. And I remember watching Cartoon Network, and they were promoting Toonami, and it was whenever Peter Cullen was doing the voiceover for the commercial of Transformers Armada's promo. And I got into it. I don't know what got me into it. Maybe it's just because giant robots. I don't know. I was a big machine type kid growing up. I mean, Magic School Bus, Bob the Builder. It had machines. I liked it. So I watched Transformers Armada. Absolutely loved it. Didn't follow it because I was too young at the time to comprehend that there's storylines, there's character development, there's all this other stuff aside from just being giant robots fight each other. And I saw commercials for Transformers Armada toys, and the one that I saw that I hold very near and dear to my heart, and this was my first official Transformers figure thanks to my folks. Tidal Wave.
Yes.
I love Armada Tidal Wave. This was the first toy commercial I saw from him, and I told my mom and dad, I begged them if we can go to Toys R Us for my 6th or 7th birthday. And I was like, Mommy and Daddy, I want that for my birthday. I got him. I was only supposed to get 2, but I got him and I got Smokescreen and Demolisher. But I got him. I didn't have Megatron because I, again, didn't follow shows. But when I saw that he combined with Megatron to form Burning Megatron / Burning Galvatron, I was always on the hunt for a Megatron. Never found one until BotCon 2010, and he was incomplete. He didn't have his antlers. So I did get to form Burning Megatron, and then eventually got to form Burning Galvatron. But the fact that there is a transforming aircraft carrier that can split apart into its own battle fleet and combine with the leader of the Decepticons, I thought that was the coolest thing that's ever graced my eyes. So we fast forward to everyone's least favorite incarnation of the Unicron trilogy, Energon, and I have Marvelous Prime to thank for this one because he's also my favorite, Energon Tidal Wave.
Oh,
Okay, it's like he looks exactly the same, so different colors.
I love the coloring on that guy.
I
Wait.
love
Same toy.
Oh, TFA froze. No, TFA, no.
No.
Oh.
Hold on. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Yeah,
Yep,
there
we
you
got
go.
you.
We can hear you.
You're good now.
Okay, I don't know what happened. It might be my Wi-Fi. I have to fix it. Freaking Spectrum. But yeah, Energon Tidal Wave. Always loved him. I loved Cyclonus and Energon. I loved Demolisher, but Tidal Wave was my boy. He will always be my boy.
Now I'm going to break up if he brings out a third one.
No.
And here we have the Takara one.
Because, fun fact, this one from Armada is not the one that you see in the anime. This is based off of the 2000, I think it's the PS2 game. It's based off of that deco. I want to get the Micron Legend form, but $300? I mean, I'm tempted, but no.
That is an Xbox Series S you're talking about.
And I have Rebecca and my buddy Derivative Films for hooking me up with this as a 22nd birthday gift or 23rd birthday gift. I forgot.
There you go.
Energon Unicron. Not complete. I don't care if he's missing dead end. That's Unicron's shtick. He's asymmetrical. I love this color scheme. I never had it. The only time
That's the only Unicron I owned.
The only time I've ever seen Unicron in Energon was the Armada Unicron repack. Because this one was rare. This one was like, you see it, you buy it, or you miss out on it. And lo and behold, I actually managed to get this. And I love it. But yeah, Tidal Wave, still my boy. I mean, I have the whole Energon cast, the whole Unicron trilogy cast at this point.
Same here.
The one that I absolutely love the most from Transformers Cybertron, it was a tie between him and Leo Breaker. But I love Wing Saber because he gave Optimus one of the coolest looking combination forms I've ever seen. I love that
Sonic Wing mode.
Essentially a backpack, but like this whole thing becomes his chest for the Sonic Wing mode, and it's so freaking cool. The only thing that bothers me is that Wing Saber was introduced into Transformers Energon, but this is not the same Wing Saber because Galaxy Force was never meant to be part of the Unicron trilogy, so they had to like finagle stuff. But whatever, I didn't care.
Was it for copyright reasons? Like to use the name for a copyright or maintain something, or? I
don't fully remember. I need to educate myself clearly because other people know more than me when it comes to this stuff. I'm not necessarily sure, but I know that the Galaxy Force anime had nothing to do with Unicron at all.
Yeah, it was not originally. Yeah, the Galaxy Force series, it was originally its own storyline, and what Hasbro did is they wanted to make it a sequel to Cybertron, and what they did is to explain away all the inconsistencies, like Wing Saber being introduced again. They asked Simon Furman to write a short comic story, and Simon Furman basically said that when the black hole at the beginning of Cybertron was created, that it basically warped reality and the humans and Transformers forgot the other race of alien existed. So basically the black hole was a reset button and it undid all the events of Armada and Energon. That's how Hasbro was able to make it a sequel thanks to that story that Simon Furman created.
Okay, so anybody else have anything from Energon?
Yes.
Anything from the Unicron trilogy.
Yes.
Yeah, those are my
Okay,
favorites.
So
Yeah, and I do too as well.
Okay, so we'll
yeah.
go with input and see what you got.
all right, so right off the bat, I am going to say Optimus Prime, because I love that figure. But since he's buried as well, I'm gonna go with boom. We got Thrust here. I love this mold. I think the jet mode is really, really cool as well. But
Good
shout
old
out,
Squidhead.
but shout out to TFA, man, because he totally stole my thunder.
Hey!
But I will say, you know what? When the cartoon first came out, I thought Tidal Wave was really, really cool. I was like, oh man, that's cool. Just a battleship that turns into a transformer and he's huge. And I was like, oh, that's pretty cool, right? I like the concept. But it really wasn't until the 2002 game, the Armada game, when he came out of the water and he was stomping at you, where I was like, I need that end toy for him.
Terrifyingly huge. Like, I still get nervous trying to fight that boss.
Yeah, dude, like he's so gnarly, man.
He's threatening. He's gonna kill you.
Wow.
Yet he's just super. He's like Doom incarnate, right?
Yeah.
And then Unicron, when I didn't even know Unicron was coming out.
No.
And when I was at Toys R Us and I saw Unicron, and it was the orange colored Unicron, I was like, my initial reaction was, holy beep! I was just like gone, and I forgot about tax because he retailed for $80. It was $79.99. I forgot about tax, and tax here in Texas, after everything is said and done, is like 86 and some change, right? 86.59 to be exact. And I didn't think about tax, so I went up there, and the lady told me the tax. And I was like, oh, all I got is $70, and she's like, no, sorry. So I had to go back later and get Unicron, but yeah, like I said, this is what we need in either a Commander or a Titan. I don't care which one, to be honest with you. We definitely and what's cool is he's Commander class size. This original toy is the size of a Commander class,
and he costs as much as one apparently back then.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
So,
back then he was literally $50.
Okay, TFA, show me that third tidal wave. Go, do it.
Do it.
I don't got it. I mean,
No, you don't got it.
I could, but I refuse to acknowledge that thing's existence because it is an utter bastardization of my boy. And that title goes to Energon Mirage. Just no.
Oh, so the Smoke made a good point here, because I agree. I think wrong one. I think the HasLab Unicron is huge, like excessively so, and I think the one TFA had is like the perfect Unicron size, because that's like it would have transformed to its Titan class, right?
Yeah, it's pretty. I mean, it's bigger than the current Titans: Omega Supreme, Metroplex, Trypticon, Scorponok. So yeah,
because if I had the HasLab Unicron, I would mount him on the ceiling, put LED lights on him. He's basically a disco ball for the rest of his life.
Pretty much, yeah.
I got mine on the way.
Yeah, that thing is huge.
I got mine on the way.
Huge. It's huge. I mean, if I get
I'm nervous, but I have him on the way, and I'm honestly like kind of pumped because I wanted a new Unicron for a while. Like, don't get me wrong, that Unicron is also my boy. It's the one that started me with the Transformers because I didn't have the privilege of growing up in 1986 and witnessing Optimus Prime's death and Unicron's birth and everything. So that was my Unicron, Armada Unicron, and they definitely, I mean, wow, they really did it.
Yeah. Hey, I never really want to own Unicron, but my favorite guy, and I just got him last week, was Omega Supreme behind me. So, like, I got the big guy I wanted. He's bigger than the normal combiner. He's also bigger than the Voyager combiners, Predaking and Devastator. So he's now my largest Transformer.
Nice.
And I think that is my limit, because if I can't take them apart and put them in a box, I don't know what I'd be like. If I were to get the HasLab Unicron, I would have to remove my refrigerator from the house to have a place to store it.
Hey, real quick. So I finally got a mold that sucks. that I don't like. So,
Dear. But
I've never
So-
experienced that.
So
I have
this is Unicron Trilogy Starscream, and it is based on
Sunstorm.
You mean Sunstorm, right?
Sunstorm, and it's based on this behemoth of a Starscream, right?
So they
Love that
downscaled it.
Starscream.
That is
Yeah.
huge.
I
This
love that
is-
Starscream.
This is like a Legends class, and this is the Titan class,
That's
whatever
Supreme.
Starscream,
That's
right?
Ooh.
Before Titan was a thing. That's Supreme class.
Or was it Supreme class, right?
Yeah,
Yes.
Supreme.
Yeah, it was Supreme class. Yeah, 'Cause
Yeah.
that was a leftover Beast Machines class from that Cheetor.
Right. And
And the Unicron.
this thing sucks. Like, this is terrible. And I got this twice because Ramjet from BotCon, me and BotCon's a thing, and it's been a thing. But yeah, the Sunstorm is, in the words of Deluxe, it's hot trash. So
I've never experienced that.
it transforms. It's a downsize, but it transforms roughly the exact same way as the big Starscream does. But the problem with it is it's just it's made out of a really thin plastic.
Say no more.
Yeah, and
I'm already
as you
getting the mental
transform it,
images. Yep.
I mean, it's all ball joints. It goes back on easy, but as you transform it, everything just falls off. And it has all the same gimmicks and stuff as
You're
the
telling
bigger.
me that thing has the cyber key power.
Oh, that's
Yeah.
what it looks like. Yeah.
Yeah, it totally
What?
does.
I have that Legends class mold. That is I got that mold from the Movieverse 4-pack where they sold Bumblebee and Starscream, like in the scanning thing. So, if anybody remembers that 4-pack.
Oh yeah, they did like Cybertron, Optimus, and animated B.
Yeah.
I think. Like the little. Yeah, I know what you're talking about. It was released in 2007.
Yeah, I want to say that's right in that time frame, right?
Or was it Revenge of the Fallen? I can't remember fully.
I don't know how I feel about Crimson's display. It seems both right and wrong.
I've done this so many times doing casual toy collectors stream.
Stop having Black Arachnia
Black Arachnia is she needs a ride, right? And I'll let Black Arachnia ride me. Wouldn't you guys?
Bedroom.
It seems like a dream come true for Crimson Raptors.
Ride in style.
Are we sure this isn't a pilot episode to the After Dark stream?
Oh yeah,
it's still in my docket. We'll schedule it later. Okay, so Crimson Unicron trilogy.
So a lot. Of course, I have the Unicron. I have the Primus from that. I can't reach them because of where they're at on my shelves. I actually ended up. So I would say that was around a time when. So I just got out of Trid, right?
TFA collected them all. If they're a planet, he has them.
right. So I started, like, the price started increasing on those figures, and at the time I was kind of living on my own and making my own money, and it was like, okay, these toys are going to be way too expensive for I got right. I got to pay for insurance. I got to pay.
Okay. Yeah.
But that's I have the last night mission to Cybertron Supreme class.
Wait, what was that about kissing him goodnight?
I swear he kissed him like I love you.
Like, I blew dust off him. He's dirty.
Okay, it did not look that way from this angle, right? Okay.
Go ahead and
give me some of that metal tongue.
We can lick the Transformers like Danny does, and we can smell the Transformers like Deluxe Baldwin does. So then TFA kisses him. That'll be your stick.
Hey man, that's a good shtick. That's a good shtick.
I remember freaking out when Primus was introduced, because it's like we hear the expression, Holy Primus and whatnot, but like we never saw him until Cybertron, and that was a big deal.
Yeah,
absolutely. That blew me away when that happened.
Same.
I was like, "Holy crap, that just happened!"
I remember
and what's funny, like the
2 episodes, and then it just that happened. I was like, this is not happening. This is not. This is real. Are they gonna make a toy? They made a toy. I'm like, Mom.
So I know we had
That's pretty much my
Primus back in
reaction.
the Marvel comics, and so Primus kind of played, a part there. Is and you had your Unicron tie-in and everything there. But to actually, have that in the show and have that as a figure was a big, big, big deal.
Yeah.
Plus, you had a planet Cybertron, so
I had a buddy call me, and this was my first like super serious full-time job, and he called me and he said, "Oh my God, Cybertron just transformed," and I'm at work, and I was like, "What?" And so I was dumbfounded. So then I went up to my boss and I said, "I don't feel good." And mind you, he recorded everything, and he still records everything to this day, right? Like cartoons, whatever he can't catch, he records it.
Nice.
And so I told my boss, I said, "I don't feel good. I gotta go home. I'm like, I'm throwing up in the bathroom or whatever." And like, so I go over to his house, and we sat there. And this was in the days of VCR. He rewound the tape, and I watched that episode, and I was just like, "Oh my God!"
Folks did that.
Yeah.
My folks did that when I was at elementary school. They recorded Armada for me because I couldn't see it because it was at like 7 or 6 a.m. every morning, and I had to get ready. It just drive me nuts. And
then we found out there was a toy, and that was it. I was like, I need it, I want it, I gotta have it, and that paycheck gone.
Right.
I was like, screw it, just give it.
Just get a couple more ramen noodles.
I didn't even hesitate.
A couple more ramen noodles and a Primus.
Right? Like, dude, I didn't even hesitate. I went to get my check from work, went to the bank, cashed it, went to Toys R Us. That was my day. Like,
that's a good day.
Yeah, absolutely.
Any day you can afford to do that is a good day. Yes.
Yeah, absolutely.
Although if I go to the Toys R Us right now, that's here, I'll get arrested for trespassing. So, because it's a fake building.
Because it's like if you don't have Primus, are you even a Transformers fan?
No.
Well, see, like that was one of the things with when Primus came out. Like he was so expensive, and I was just like, living on my own, and it's just like, I can't afford this. So he became a grail for a long, long time, and then eventually, like, he just showed up on eBay. It was like $30 complete, and I was like, oh hell yeah!
90? He was like
Do
90
what?
or so at the time, right?
Yeah. But there was the thing is that they had done I think it was JJ mentioned it was the Mission to Cybertron version from the last night or something. That's all kind of like clear plastic and weird colored and stuff. That one is cool looking, and I almost bought it, but I couldn't even swing it at the time that was released. And so I'm glad I got the original one.
Sorry, I might have a communication issue. I'm so sorry about that. I saw that when Toys R Us was going bankrupt, I saw that and they were selling it for so cheap. I looked at it and I was like, do I actually really want this? Do I have a purpose for this? Like, I couldn't do it. I didn't like it. Like it's like, yeah, I could use it as a movieverse Cybertron, but then it wouldn't work because that's not what Cybertron looks like. So I was like,
right.
It's not really a loss on my part.
You're talking about the re-release that came out a few years ago?
Yeah.
With the last night.
Yeah, the last night one. I saw that. I love the coloring on it, but I just couldn't. I couldn't bring myself to spend like $160 on it.
It was way more. Yeah, it was.
Yeah,
way,
I think I may have saw
way more than it could have been.
I did not understand what I was looking at.
Yeah, I couldn't bring myself to pull the trigger on it, man, just because of the price tag. I couldn't do it.
It wasn't even the price tag for me. It's like, why? Like, I get Cybertron's going to play a part in the movie, but why?
Money.
See, and what's cool about that design is that you would find out with War Within that Don Figueroa had made a design for Primus in the Dreamwave comics, right? And that unused design more or less translated over to that Primus toy that was used in the Cybertron show. Yep. And so that was kind of a cool, nod of like that Primus has Don Figueroa's somewhat style on it. But originally, the original Transformers, the movie, not written by Ron Friedman, but written by Flint Dille, which was called, I think it was called The Secret of Cybertron, I think is what it was called, or The Secret to Cybertron, something like that. And, if you watch Five Faces of Darkness, that's 100% Flint Dille, his writing there, and you have to go. They're going down to the core to turn off a switch, right? Well, what his version of a movie was that Optimus Prime would have to take the Matrix to go through, battling down through Cybertron, just like he did in the Search for Alpha Trion and Key to Vector Sigma, stuff like that. Or not Search for Alpha Trion,
Headmasters.
Key to Vector Sigma, where they made the Aerobots and Syndicons. He was going to have to use the Matrix to input it into Cybertron to activate Primus to transform it into a robot to battle Unicron. And that would have been a totally different movie, totally different history. But that's what's even cooler about having, Primus show up in the show, because it's like that's almost like an alternate history of what would have happened back in '86.
Dude.
Almost as if somebody should stop motion animate that and make it a thing.
Almost somebody.
Maybe it's on the docket. Hint, hint. Input.
Right. Let me finish season 5 and then go back to season 4 first. We'll talk about it.
I will say. So with the Unicron trilogy, for I know we went off on tangents, but for my collection form, like that was kind of a time where like I really kind of wasn't collecting them as much. I really can't really remember what else I was collecting at the time either. But I was probably most of my money was going to car insurance. Is probably what it was doing. But I did end up picking up Demolisher recently and Cyclonus recently, like in the past couple of years, because I wanted cannon fodder for the Decepticons. But then as I was kind of reading about them and then rewatching parts of the show, I was like, man, I really do like the Demolisher character. He's such a fun character. Cyclonus was annoying, but I loved Demolisher.
You got annoyed with Cyclonus. That signature cackle.
Yeah.
That's part of his charm. And he's the same
Benito could do it better than Cyclonus.
He's the same voice actor who did Beast Wars Scorponok.
Yeah, I didn't like Scorponok either in Beast Wars.
Can somebody kick this dude out of the stream, please?
Maybe when we get a proper Kingdom Scorponok, maybe I'll appreciate Scorponok a little bit more. But there's a reason why he was thrown in the lava at the end of season.
You know what, Crimson? I'm going to say it like this. I hope Kingdom Scorponok is colored wrong just so it aggravates you.
It's going to be green instead of purple. Okay, so anybody else have Unicron Trilogy stuff?
I do have one more thing that might fit in that era.
Go ahead and we're going to look at what Fangeek here has, and then I'll go to back to TFA.
All right. So I apologize for being silent, guys. I was helping my aunt get ready for dinner. She's confined to an oxygen tank in a wheelchair for the next week due to COVID-19. That's why I was silent for so long. But yes, my favorite Unicron Trilogy figure, without a doubt, has to be Armada Jetfire. And ironically, I did not get him until 2019, 16 years after I stopped collecting the Armada line, because I missed out. He was always sold out where I live, and I could never find him at a decent price until 2 years ago.
So, I mean, he's a good-looking space shuttle that without NASA's lights. And so I that is a nice compromise for Does he makes sounds too? Wow.
His gun does.
Oh yeah.
Transform!
And if you guys weren't aware, Armada Jetfire is actually based off a Generation 1 character. He's based off the character of Autobot Galaxy Shuttle. Just Google Galaxy Shuttle, and he and Jetfire transform the same way. The laser gun even forms from the shuttle's tail fin section.
You know what he reminds me of? He reminds me of the space shuttles from that Armageddon movie.
Which Armageddon movie? There's been multiple ones.
It was Armageddon. The one with Bruce Willis.
Oh, okay. I never watched that.
You know what? That was a 1998 film, so I bet you they are based off of those particular
closest I ever got to owning that specific Jetfire was the Power Links one, and I have it, but I always wanted the original, and I had a friend of mine actually part with hers to give to me so I could actually have that, but it's still not complete. So I'm gonna.
So he's buried behind a bunch of my stuff, but my favorite figure from the Cybertron line has to be Primus.
The big guy that TFA just showed?
I
Yeah.
can show him again.
Show him again. Show him that big, beautiful blue planet.
Oh my! Look at that! He has a Death Star in the background.
I think it's a Lego Death Star too.
that?
Oh
Holy
yeah,
crap.
that's the original Lego Death Star from 2003. Here, let me move you guys in.
That's no moon.
Wow.
That's a
Yeah.
space station.
Yeah, and if
Oh,
you
that
look
is
at there,
impressive.
that is Darth Vader's Star Destroyer to show you how much bigger the Death Star is from it. That's Darth
Gee.
Vader's Star Destroyer orbiting around it. This little thing right here.
Wow.
Holy
Okay.
crap.
So that's
Okay,
how much
anyways-
bigger the Death Star is from Darth Vader's Star Destroyer.
Okay, off of Legos. TFA, you said you had something else, then I'll go to input.
Yeah, the other thing, I can't get them both out, unfortunately, because, well, it's in that blue tote over there. Outside. But, not outside my room, I mean. But it's Cybertron and Energon Galvatron, two holy grails that I've always wanted for my Unicron Trilogy collection. I have Rebecca to thank for that Cybertron Galvatron because it was actually a cooperative effort. I found a bid on eBay for one that was complete for like $75. So
There's Cybertron Megatron back there. I don't know how well you can see him.
Or let me zoom in.
Oh wait, yeah, I see him.
Yeah, sorry for the back.
He's a big
So
guy.
yeah, just imagine that with nice black metallic silver. It's and a little bit of accents of red, and it's just it's such a good deco.
But was he that big compared to the other characters in the show? Like
He was. Megatron in the Cybertron cartoon series, Galvatron towered over everyone except for Starscream. Starscream was the tallest. And that's why
Starscream was like supersized because of the Omega Lock and the Primus's energy.
and that's
So
why
it's similar to.
Starscream got the biggest figure.
it was like a
Cybertron
it was like
line.
an underbase empowered Starscream.
Well, I
Right,
was going to
it's-
say like Optimus Primal when he took the Optimus Prime's Matrix and became Optimus Primal.
Close but bigger, like planet size. Like Starscream
yeah.
was the same size as Primus.
With the underbase.
Oh no, not with the underbase, but
Well, the underbase was Marvel, but yeah, but I'm saying like that Starscream grew huge.
the short
That's
history
what
of
Cybertron
Starscream
was.
evolution in Cybertron
Yeah.
was the Omega Lock gave him power at one point. He was as tall as a volcano, if not bigger than a volcano.
Yeah, he was as tall as a
They
mountain.
were trying to revitalize Primus and directly flow energy into a spark, and Starscream jumped into that power stream, and then he became the same size as the god Primus, and then he stayed like that.
Yeah,
Yeah,
and
'cause I
that's
tried to have
what
Rodimus Primal
Cybertron
explain all this
action
to me, and
figures.
it did not sink in at all.
Yeah.
Okay, input. You had one more thing.
Yeah, but with
Yeah,
Primus,
just-
I actually got the first edition that came with this bonus piece of Unicron's severed head.
Oh, that is just nightmare fuel.
I want that.
Right?
I want
Yeah.
that.
There were actually two releases of Cybertron Primus. There was a first edition that came with Unicron's disemboweled and
Disbodied.
Disembodied
Tentacled
head.
head.
disembodied head, and later releases lacked the Unicron head, but they sold for the same price tag. So when I went to my local Kmart and I saw both versions of Primus on the shelf, I figured for the same price, if I'm going to get a bonus Unicron head, why not?
I want that.
So
I
this-
love bonus head.
So this out of all the Transformers merchandise from the Unicron trilogy, because this was a limited run, this is one of the hardest to find. Unicron trilogy Transformers to find is Unicron's severed head that sold with the Cybertron first edition release of Primus.
Well, I'll never have that, but at least I'll have the HasLab.
Boom!
He's going to mention it like 5 more times tonight. Okay, input. Go ahead.
So JJ Prime, my boy JJ Prime was talking about head earlier, and he was like, Megatron turned into a head. And I got to say, this has been a holy grail. I mean, it's a small holy grail, but whatever. Boom. I love this thing.
Oh, nice.
Love this thing, and it's from TF Universe. And the cool thing about this, right, is that you can pop the spider legs off. They are just ball jointed, and this fits on Titan class Fort Max.
What?
What?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
And he's a deluxe class figure. So it's, I don't know, man. I just think this is just super, super cool. And this is the epitome, I feel like. This is why I feel like, Hasbro kind of has faltered, so to speak, from what they used to be. So as you guys can see right here, there's a metal pin, right? that holds the mask, and this is the Beast Machine's mask, right? That goes over Megatron's head.
Huh.
And Megatron's head, it's actually kind of buried in the alt mode, but his head has a magnet in it that attaches to this. So when this flips around and it gets close enough, it attracts the metal pin in there and it snaps it to it even more so. So it works
Wow.
perfectly every time.
That's
Right.
awesome.
Nice.
I've never
And-
known any Transformers to have a magnet. That's pretty freaking cool.
Right? And so what's even cooler is if you press the Viacon button right here, that's what releases all the missile and the mask and stuff. But detach the arms first because the arms pin into the missile. But if you press the Viacon button, right, he walks and he
Yeah.
talks, right?
I can already hear David K's voice.
Yeah.
Right?
Yes.
Also,
Yeah.
is there any chance?
A
I have
treacherous,
to know.
underhanded sneak attack.
I, have
I
to
like
know,
you, pussycat. But it
because
shall avail you not. No.
Right.
I have to know this because there has to be a way that someone has to have fan moded it or anything. Is there any way to make a makeshift spaceship out of his head?
Actually, you know what? You probably could because the way it transforms is roughly the same way it transforms in the show. The only thing is that it becomes a robot instead of a spaceship. So this part back here, these are the thrusters, but these are also Megatron's legs.
Mm-hmm.
So like this whole section is the legs and there's the crotch piece and stuff. But it transforms, the way it transforms is that it spins around. I got to get everything kind of... So like the face separates, right? And you see this blue part right here in the middle, it rotates like it did on the show. So in theory, and there's Megatron's head right there underneath everything. So in theory, if you were to replace, the robot bits, you could actually get a jet out of this thing. So it's definitely and what's cool, it came in 3 colors. So it came in this.
Didn't they do like a repaint with like a green and kind of tannish color scheme to him, and then they did another one, but I don't remember that color scheme.
So it's got this coloring, which is the red and blue coloring, and it has like this green and tan coloring, which is a later release, which was an EB store exclusive. I mean, this was a EB store exclusive as well, but that was a later exclusive. And then the Japanese one is like all purple with like clear purple spider legs and stuff. It's pretty badass looking.
You mean KB Toys?
Yeah, KB
No,
Toys.
EB
Yeah.
game. Yeah. Well, didn't I'm trying to remember. Like,
I was saying,
isn't
EB
the
Toys.
KB one the hardest one to find?
Well, this is EB Toy, or damn it, this is KB Toys. Dang it. Sorry, Anthony Van. But this is this is KB Toys. They were both KB Toy exclusives.
Yeah, the green one and that one were KB Toys exclusives.
Right,
Yeah.
but the green and tan one came out later.
Mm-hmm.
And KB Toys closed in, gosh, I think it was 2004, 2003.
No, 2009 is when KB Toys closed.
All right, so
Oh, wow.
2009.
Okay.
So this the green and tan one would be closer towards the end of the run of the Universe line. And truthfully, I'm not sure why they changed the coloring of it.
What's it called again?
Yeah.
Just Megabolt? Megabolt?
Yeah,
More
Megatron
money.
Megabolt. Megatron Megabolt, that's the name.
I'm legit on eBay right now trying to look it up.
Yeah, go
The
for it.
reason I remember KB Toys didn't close until 2009 is because I found Wave 1 of the Universe Classics Deluxes at KB Toys, Sunstreaker, Prowl, and Octane, who was named Tankor at the time.
And if you do this TFA, here's the thing with the legs. There's a trick to the legs.
Mhm.
So most of them will say that the knees are loose, and so I'm just gonna partially transform it here for a second to kind of show you.
Is it like ball joints?
Yeah, the knees are ball joints, but so the knees are loose. If they say the knees are loose, you can actually turn the feet around like this, and the feet and everything pop forward.
Mhm.
So, and then the thrusters. Okay, so the foot rotates back like this, right? And then you can kind of angle the thrusters. I mean, there we go. Let me just transform the foot so you see exactly what I'm talking about. So there's the feet, right?
Yeah.
And there he is from the front. So like there's his crotch plate and there's his legs. So if they say that the knees are loose, I wouldn't even worry about that because like I said, you can rotate it around and get kind of like this, sunken in calf look and then use the thrusters as heels and stuff that way. So he'll stand up perfectly fine. And usually if the knees are loose, you can get them at a disc, you can get them cheaper than normal. So
I don't think I'll have an issue with that because anytime there's anything with ball joints, I just take Gorilla Glue, let it dry, and then pop it back on.
that's usually what I do too. Yeah.
Okay, so which one is a Victory Leo, whatever? What is?
No, that's Great Shot.
That's a great shot.
Also,
Great Shot.
Mhm.
Okay.
I hate you. I want that. I genuinely want that.
So guys,
I have.
this is actually guys, this is one of the rarest third-party Transformers I ever purchased. This version of Great Shot, and he's actually named Great Shot. I'm not kidding. The third-party company named him Great Shot, and they didn't get in trouble with Takara Tomy.
Copyright, who cares?
He was released by Clone Droid, which made a knockoff version of the version made by Mastermind Creations.
Yeah, that's
So this
their
guy,
repainted of a
this guy
remake
is a
remold.
knockoff of a third-party product.
Yeah, that's
Okay.
the repaint / remold of a Terminus Hexatron.
Exactly. He's got the spots for his Autobot logos, but I haven't found stickers small enough to put inside them. Otherwise, I would. But yeah, I just love Great Shot, 8-Shot. I love his red, white, and blue paint scheme, and he surpassed Grimlock and is now my 5th favorite Autobot of all time. My top 4 favorite Autobots are Optimus Prime, Ultra Magnus, Fortress Maximus, and Jazz.
Okay, so
This guy is hard to
talking
find.
to JJ and Crimson, the next lines are the 2006 classics lines, and then the first movie lines.
Yeah.
So because we're already 2 hours in and we're barely 5 lines up, so let's kind of like see who got what here. Anybody have 2006 classics toy line?
Not me.
Yes.
Okay, so Crimson just throws it right up on the screen. There you go.
Optimus Prime.
Oh, that old stuff.
Yeah,
packaging,
so-
man.
Magnus version though.
Nope.
Yeah, the Ultra Magnus.
Here's the story of what happened with classics. Is like, so as I said, I skipped kind of around the Unicron trilogy. Kind of, basically what happened is I watched all of Armada, and then I watched some of Energon, and it kept changing its time zone, this time slot, so I never got to see like the ending of it or anything like that. Then when I watched Cybertron, like I really probably only seen a few episodes. I've never actually seen the series all the way through on both Energon or Cybertron, so I've never watched them all. But everybody told me don't watch Energon; it's a complete waste of your time. So they said Cybertron's a much better show, but I never got to see that. Primus transforming and everything like that. So I would like to experience that. I know it's on Tubi. But when the classics came out, that's when I was like, okay, you've roped me back in again, Hasbro. And I got this Optimus Prime. Now, I don't like the little, like the yellow that's on his crest and a couple of paint decos, but I loved how this was like a modern retake of Generation 1 characters. And what's super awesome about this is that the reason why it's still mint and sealed in the box, and was actually I got it at I think it was Target is where I got it from. I don't know if you can see that up there, but it was $13.98. Originally, it was $19.99. So that's how much Voyagers were, just back then in classics.
Can you show the back of it?
Yeah.
The back
And
of the
then
box?
here's
Show
the side
the
of it.
back of him.
You got Astro Train, Bumblebee, Hot Rod, guys that called him Rodimus, Starscream, classic Starscream, and that Nerf Megatron in terrible colors.
I love how
And then you see-
how everyone refers him to is just Nerf Megatron.
Yep, Optimus Prime rolling. And then
I
you
miss those
have
little
here,
flaps.
you have here like his wind vane becomes the ion blaster, smokestacks becomes a laser cannon. Really, really super, super awesome figure. Really interesting box design too. Like I don't know how they were able to do so many of those, but then you could
I
also
miss those.
flip up and you can see like just like a version of it with the little Velcro on it. Really, really awesome figure. I've messed with him loose. So this one I never took out because I was waiting for them to make a trailer for it, and third party was just coming into fruition around this time. They made a trailer for him. I do not have that G3 trailer, but I never, because it went crazy priced whenever I was trying to look for it. But I was hoping Hasbro would make one. They never did, so I never opened this one. But it was a great time for the line. I was really excited for it, and I was hoping they would do more. I collected. This was also around the time that there was somebody that was on I don't think it was. I think it was probably the forums, probably Sabertron.com, because they were one of the oldest of the Transformer websites. But there was a guy that had taken his entire basement, had made a bunch of wood skyscrapers, spray painted them orange, and had Autobot City in his basement. And then all around it was the Ark, Omega Supreme, Fortress Maximus, almost all of the G1 toys, G2. I mean, it was just crazy. And so I got all those little tiny little legends like the Hound, the Prowl, the Jazz, and everybody. And I was going to do something like that in Autobot City display. But then they never made the rest of the characters that I needed. And then the movie came out, the 2007 movie came out, and then the classics disappeared because this was what Takara was working on. Had the Bayverse not happened, this was a holdover, so they were kind of just, hey, let's get these out. They were going to make a deluxe version of this too that did come with a trailer, but I didn't find that out until years later. But we never got to see that in stores, obviously. But I really, really, really wish they had made him with a trailer because I would have loved to have had a roller, a battle base, and everything. Yeah, and that Megatron, I love that Megatron. One. Yeah, I wanted the United one.
Sorry, that's the Henkei.
Yeah, there's a United and there's a Henkei version, and I wanted the United version.
I want a gun.
Right.
No, man, that Nerf gun's where it's at, man.
Yeah, I couldn't get myself to ever pay for the Nerf gun. I just couldn't do it.
I genuinely, the only time I ever wanted that Nerf gun Megatron was when they did it in red for that Platinum Edition, and I actually managed to get that.
I love that red one. I like the coloring on it.
It's so nice.
Yeah, definitely.
I came close to getting the United version, but then the Japanese seller I bought it from said they ran out, and I saw Henkei Megatron was going for $20 less, so I figured why not just go and grab up the Henkei Megatron. And
well, real quick,
because it's a pretty impressive Megatron figure, and this is the only Megatron figure in my collection that turns into a handheld device.
JJ Prime, do you got anything from Classics? Jumping around.
The classic Galvatron mold. That one.
Oh God, I feel bad for you.
I like that mold. I agree with Jay. It's awesome, man. I love that.
No, TFA 1024 is right. That Galvatron is trash.
Y'all are both wrong. Deal with
it. The reason I
classic Galvatron sucks.
The only good mode from that classic Galvatron is the tank mode. That's the only thing that's good about it. The transformation is just painful.
That's why I don't like it. The visual appearance of it looks great. And
every time I transform that Galvatron, it's literally easier when I pop off his arm and then reattach it. It's actually easier to transform him, removing his arm and then reattaching it.
Like I was
every time somebody transforms that Galvatron, Unicron cries a little.
Good, they should, because that Galvatron's awesome.
The main reason, though, I kind of like that Galvatron, though. I do want it at some point, but at the same time, I open and play Big Cannon, so I'm happy with my Galvatron. Was actually inspired for an IDW design Galvatron in the IDW comics.
Oh, look, he got the trailer.
I have that Galvatron 3 times. I love that Galvatron.
I'll give it a chance one day, but I don't think it'll be anytime soon.
Fair enough.
So here's the trailer that Crimson Raptors was talking about earlier. This was made by Fans Project, which was one of the first third-party Transformers companies to establish themselves. I thought I heard that they either went out of business or were absorbed into another third-party company, which is why you don't hear their name anymore. But
I think Fans Hobby or Fans Project.
No, Fans Project is still around.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I didn't keep up. I don't keep up with Fans Project, but.
Also, which Optimus is that? Is that like the Japanese Henkei, or is that the
No, this is actually the Toys R Us exclusive Age of Extinction G1
2-pack
Optimus Prime. Yeah.
Nice.
one. The
Yeah.
chrome. There we go.
Yeah.
I saw that Evolution 2-pack, and funny enough, I only wanted the Age of Extinction Evasion mode Prime with the flames.
Yeah.
Okay,
See
So
that Optimus Prime right there?
for this version of Optimus Prime, since I saw the G3 trailer going for a reasonable price at Amazon around the same time that he was released, and this version of Optimus Prime in this mold, this is the most G1 accurate version. So if you have the
TF Angie,
Optimus
if
Prime
you
with the G3 trailer, then you've got the most G1 accurate Classics Optimus Prime here.
that Optimus Prime has so much chrome on that grill and that front bumper. I bet if you took Earthrise Thrust and kind of angled him so that you could see his reflection in the camera, you could mimic that 1986
Oh, yeah.
movie look.
Yes.
It's not just the bumper and grill; it's also his pelvis and robot mode thighs that are chromed out.
Sorry.
This guy's got chrome to spare.
Yeah, I got mine from a flea market for $3.
Got a chrome pelvis, huh? Talk about light in the darkest hour.
Right.
Okay, so TFA, what did you have for the classics line?
Hey, you
Actually,
skipped
just
me,
Optimus-
man.
Well, I'm trying to go in an order, and you're jumping everybody about. So, like,
Me?
classic-wise, I didn't have a lot.
yeah, because I'm like TFA Geek, TFA Input, JJ Crimson. Then it gets to me. I show off this slash I hate, and then we get into the movie crap. See, that is the order I'm working on.
It's your
Okay,
stream.
fine.
It's your show.
Okay, TFA, what you got?
In terms of classic, I don't have anything to show because everything's kind of scattered still. But I have the Classics Optimus Prime. I have the aforementioned Platinum Edition Megatron from that 2-pack with Optimus and Red Megatron. I also have the Classics Starscream, the one that looked like that one Starscream coloration from the episode Roll For It, whenever he transforms under the rainbow.
What?
Yeah, I don't know why they
What
made
rainbow?
a toy in that deco, but that was weird. That was actually given to me by a buddy of mine, my buddy Jeremiah. He actually gave that to me. He was my first Florida friend down here, I think. Or he my first PSN buddy who I met in Florida. In terms of other classics, I have Astro Train. Man, that thing did not age well.
I mean, it has to be better than the G1 Astro Train.
True.
Hey now.
And I'm trying to think. I recently just got revealed to Shield Bumblebee, the one that was based off the classics one, but has the black stripes.
Yeah, I got that one.
I got the Reveal the Shield, Cyclonus, and Hot Rod. They're amongst my favorite out of period.
I got those too. I also have the Universe Cyclonus, just because I love the fact that he came with Nightstick. Because
yes, that is the only weapon master I own.
Goes perfectly with
Rodimus.
Oh yeah, also Classics Rodimus. And it's funny enough, out of all the Rodimuses, I have the Henkei, I have the Reveal the Shield one, and I have the Classics one. I'm trying to get the Escape or Battle on Junkion one. I think that's what I can't remember the name of the box set, but I'm trying to get that one because that one looks a nice vibrant red. It looks really good.
See, I don't think mine has that chromed out back end on it.
No, because you're from the Reveal the Shield pack. That's the Henkei one.
Okay.
Yeah, this is the Henkei one with the clear blue and the gold chrome on here and the better paint kind of deco that went kind of wild and crazy.
I was genuinely debating on selling mine.
That is gorgeous though.
Yeah,
I'm telling you though, I opened this and I kid you not like next week or whatever, we heard we were getting Studio Series 86 Hot Rod, and I was like, why did I open this?
Because the 86 Hot Rod is trash.
I already broke a piece of it.
I sincerely disagree. I think Studio Series 86 Hot Rod is amazing.
Studio Series 86 Hot Rod is the best one we got so far.
This is
TFA Geek over here is just freaking flexing, man. I want.
So this was my first third-party purchase ever. The Fans Project trailer for Classics Hot Rod that allows you to turn him into Rodimus Prime.
Yeah,
right now,
Fans Project
we want
Protector.
a Commander class Rodimus Prime in Kingdom.
Yeah, I'm excited for that.
I think I'm the only person who doesn't like that Classics Hot Rod mold, to be honest with you.
It's not bad. I mean, it's good for its time, but I mean, look at what we got now.
Yeah.
I mean, even back then, I didn't like it. I was just to me, I was just like, meh, whatever.
I mean, I wasn't crazy about it. I kind of always wanted it, but like, I didn't hunt for it or anything because I don't know. I just didn't care for him. But then when I got him, I'm like,
Oh crap! He's about as big as Nemesis Prime in the new series.
Oh, look at that.
Yeah, I just don't see Rodimus being a commander class. I think it's just too much of a stretch.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, I think what they'll do is they're going to take this type of set, and they're probably going to make it to where his like trailer basically is like a playset, like how Skylinks was done. Is what would
it's
make
going to
a
be
lot
a battle
more sense.
station and base probably.
Yeah,
But there's
definitely.
a listing for a Kingdom Commander Hot Rod or Rodimus, so
Yeah, we had a discussion about that, and it's just it's kind of been debunked, and so it's weird that people keep saying it because we haven't seen anything that is officially released from Hasbro. We just see people's images that always are slightly off. Like they're just putting their fantasies into the list, which tells you maybe you shouldn't believe it until you see it. You know?
Well,
Yeah,
right, but they're doing that. They're doing that kind of as like a way to tell Hasbro, look, we want a Commander class tidal wave. Okay, Galaxy Upgrade Prime didn't sell well. We understand it was a shelf warmer. Great, give us a Commander class Rodimus Prime. You know, that's so it's kind of like that's the fandom saying, hey, this is what we want because we want you to make it now. You know, like it was. Sometimes there are things where they're on the drawing board, but we don't know if there's an actual prototype for it.
Yeah, but the fandom's wrong.
That I was saying that's fair, but like with all the leaks and everything that's been going on for the past year or so, everything's been spot on. Like we got the Retro Headmasters; those were leaked. We got Transmutate, who was just released not too long ago, like literally last week.
TF Fangeek, if you're gonna blow your nose, mute.
Okay, sorry.
Bruh.
So it's like I don't see it being too far off if we don't, or if we do get a Commander class Rodimus Prime, because it's in the leaks along with everything else. Like with when we get the big listings from JT Prime on TFW, it's like.
And that's what I was gonna say. Like, who leaked that?
Kingdom,
Because
Magnus, we had Raptonite, we had all
JT Prime 17 or something like that keeps doing the leaks on T-formers.
Well, it's not just him. It's it's other ones that are there too that are in those factories and stuff and getting the test shots. So I will say that it sucks because like the studio series, I bet you was something that Hasbro really wanted to reveal and really surprise everybody with the '86 movie stuff, and it sucks that it was leaked because and some of it's not even Hasbro. It's honestly it's the Korean safety toy board, right? Like that's an official thing, and they release those because they got to show parents, hey, these are coming out, and they're like a day ahead or behind or however that time zone works. So like it kind of steals Hasbro Pulse's thunder in order to announce stuff on Fan First Fridays or anything like that.
That's why we don't get them as often.
But I wish those leaks would stop because it is fun to be surprised. But if they screw something up, it's nice to. It's like a double-edged sword. If they screw up a design, it's nice to have the leaks because then we can all yell at Hasbro, "No, fix this."
I think, truthfully, you know what? I'm gonna save that thought. Who's next, Anthony?
Oh, you are.
Oh, okay. Well,
perfect timing.
Right. because everything looks better in black. That's right.
I want that.
That's right.
Oh, nice.
For you guys who've been watching my stop motion season 5 series, you guys know that this is the Nemesis Prime that I've been using, and it is the Classics San Diego Comic-Con exclusive Nemesis Prime. I did do a full review of this guy, and I showed the differences between him and the Japanese release that came later. And honestly, go either way. Like it's the same mold. I like both colorings, but be forewarned, this is like $80 for the Japanese one is like $300. So, pick your poison on that one. And Classics, like I love this mold. He is one of my favorite Nemesis Primes, but I really got to give it to Bumblebee on this one. His jet ski turns into a jetpack, man.
How the frick does that connect? I'm still struggling with my Reveal the Shield one.
So basically, all it is, you take the windscreen on the jet ski.
Yeah.
And there's a little hole back here, and there's a tab right there on the jet ski. and it just clips down, and you just press it far enough down, and it just clips into place. That's it.
I'm an idiot. I've been trying
Yep.
going upside down with it.
Gravity.
And I will say that this came in different colors. This came in the yellow and white, as you see here, and it came in a darker yellow and black,
one
more
that
of a like a Bayformer homage, right?
Yeah, that's the one that I was talking about that I got recently.
Okay.
Didn't they also do a cliff jumper?
Yeah. I was going
And,
to say they also did it in red as Cliff Jumper. But this is my favorite coloring of it because the yellow and white. Like, I'm a huge car guy. I love cars, and my favorite era of cars besides 80s Japanese cars is early thousands Japanese cars. And this just screams that car era, that late 90s, early thousands car era with the paint, the white racing stripes. You know, it's basically, it turns into like gosh, what is it? Like a Mini Cooper, like that era Mini Cooper.
I was thinking PT Cruiser.
Oh yeah, you could say that too. Definitely, I definitely see that there too. And
Also,
it just
sorry,
He's an 81 Honda.
Yes.
you forgot a repaint.
He's a 1980 Yugo.
You forgot a repaint, and this was a BotCon one too. Bug Bite.
yes, and Bug Bite came from this mold. And I say this is my favorite Bumblebee. I've got so many Bumblebees, but this is definitely my favorite. And this is my favorite over the Netflix one, over the buzzworthy Bumblebee, like all that stuff. This is my favorite Bumblebee. I just
The
love it.
buzzworthy one was. Yeah, if we're talking about the one with Spike, he was crap.
No, that thing.
Do you have
That thing
so
shouldn't
many
even been Bumblebee.
bumblebees?
It should have been Bumper.
Right?
Do you have so
Right?
many bumblebees that you have a hive input?
Yeah, actually, I do have a high of Bumblebee. Yeah.
It's like the most I have of any single Transformer is Bumblebee and Hot Rod. I have a whole bunch of each.
I think I'm like up there with like Optimus, Megatron, Starscream, Soundwave, and Bumblebee. I wouldn't be.
Oh wow,
surprised.
you really can see
TF
his
Geek. Yep, that's awesome, TF Geek.
Press thrust. Ah.
He's gonna get smushed.
Okay, so JJ, classics, or did I already get you? I forget my order now, and put kind of screwed up my order.
Anthony, you screwed up your own order.
I did, but input helped.
I was still a kid during that time, like 5 years old or 6 years old. I was like, I didn't even care about collecting Transformers at the time because I only started collecting in 2009. So
I was going to ask, was your mom still on the whole no Transformers rule as soon as you were born?
You're going to kindergarten, but you could choke on them. Yeah.
but yeah. Classics, didn't really get a lot of classic stuff. The only thing from classics, I only have classic Scalptron. So that's the only thing
I will give that thing a chance one day, but I need some persuasion.
It's my least favorite one.
It's your only one?
Crimson.
What's your least favorite?
It's only at least. Well, that says a lot about it. Crimson, I said it with you originally, right?
Yes. Because I had
Okay,
the
so now it's my turn to complain about a dinosaur.
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
Oh,
Classic Grimlock.
I know who it is.
Okay, so I love dinosaurs. I hate this one, but because there was no Dinobots at the time, I didn't know that Primors was going to do the Dinobot thing. I was like, oh, you know what? This is a slash. It looks kind of like a Dinobot. I was like, okay, you know what? I hate it. It reminds me of the skeleton figures in the Kingdom series. Although, oddly, this guy actually has front teeth. Like, if it'll focus. Screw it. Anyway, his face is his feet in robot mode. It sucks. Then he has all these like pieces. Just I like. He looks cool, but he's just not right. It's. But this is my first movie figure, so I mean he looks cool. Well, I guess technically she's a she. It's Slash.
well,
So
It's a he in the movie.
yeah, in the movies,
Oh,
it's a he. In the
well, here, let me look. No, you can't tell.
Whoa.
So yeah, that's how we're gonna start the movie, is with me showing you the crotch of a dinosaur.
I mean,
Okay, so Crimson, movie figures, studio series, whatever.
Whatever.
So
yeah.
I would say like like the Bayverse and stuff like that. Like I collected some of the figures. It just like over time they've just kind of disappeared from my collection. Although I did find a whole bunch of them that were in a tote that I was completely unaware of with a bunch of other stuff.
Wait.
Toys
You
R
just
Us.
said they're in a coat, a COAT?
No, a tote. A tote.
Oh,
No,
tote.
yeah.
I was like, wait a minute, we're just shoved in the pockets? Never mind.
Yeah. So like I still have like a bunch of them like mint on card, mint in box.
Wow.
Like I remember there was like a thing going on where like they were doing like customs of the Dark of the Moon Megatron and the Dark of the Moon Shockwave, and I ended up buying like two of each of those because I was like, oh man, I could do some customs, and of course I never did them. But I still have them mint in the box. I just never took them out.
I mean, who
So,
needs
like,
the
I
customs
still-
now?
Well, right, like, and so it's funny because now there's a slight resurgence of them. But I will say that like the studio series, just the movie figures themselves, with the exception of Optimus Prime from the Bumblebee movie and Shatter and Dropkick in their car modes, I've not been impressed with either Dropkick's helicopter, although I hear he's a nice figure, or with Shatter's jet mode. I saw that in the stores; it looked terrible. The head looks great, but I don't want to pop off that head and put it on the car mode Shatter. But anyway, those will probably be the three that I'll keep from the Bayverse. I've been tempted to get the Bumblebee from the Bumblebee movie, but I got Netflix Bumblebee, so really I just need only one of that character. But the 86 is really a godsend in itself because of the fact that they are a movie, they are also film, and even from the very first Studio Series 01 Bumblebee that was there from that Camaro, like that one says Generations on the packaging. So it's always been earmarked for Generations. They just never had that opportunity until around this time. So I'm very, very excited about that. I got Grimlock recently. Grimlock is awesome, except for his missing his two front teeth. Which I will
looking at
tell
your
you.
display.
Oh, yeah, go ahead.
What?
No, go ahead.
I was looking at his display, and basically either it's the scene from the 86 movie, or Megatron is trying to hug Hot Rod, and he just isn't having it.
Come here.
Fall.
Hug, and you can join the Decepticons. Awkward. Anyway.
Where'd you get that back piece? Just off topic.
Do what? Oh, this little
Back
piece?
piece.
Really? Oh, that's from Deep Space Arsenal. That's also where the cannon's from as well, because this is a much larger, longer cannon. But I actually got a different one, a different third-party add-on, so that I can take this off, because this doesn't really work anywhere in like vehicle mode or nothing like that. It doesn't serve any purpose. And this one is like a cannon, and it comes with like a whole bunch of pieces, but that looks so much better for a G1 style type of Megatron. But the piece that just fell off here, and Megatron falls, of course. So actually,
You remove the piece, now he's unbalanced.
Right, the actual piece is now it's like a Megatron Energon mug.
Megatron Mega Mug.
Sticking the coffee,
Right?
Yep.
And if you get, and here's a little hint, if anybody's watching this long, if you get some of that Elmer's glitter glue, the classic, the pink one, just pour that in there or pour it all over your toys, and you can peel it off later. But this will look like Energon blood, or you can pour it in his little mug. So,
Don't talk to me until I've had my Energon.
exactly.
Actually, that's a really good tip, man. I'm going to use that for my stop motions.
I don't think I'll go that extreme, personally.
Oops. Yeah, because
Okay,
the glitter glue worked really good for that, because it's that shiny, but because everybody keeps using the blue, and I guess they misinterpret that in the 86 movie, the blue that's all over Megatron. See, I keep hitting him because I'm not posing it. It's his ankles are crap.
The whole figure's crap.
But it really is. But they think all that blue and everything, that's like fluid, that's leaking lubricant kind of stuff. That's not necessarily Energon blood.
Okay, so moving on to JJ, what do you have for us in the movies eras, studio series, etc.?
Okay, from the first movie toy line, the original first movie toy line, there was a lot of figures I couldn't even buy because they looked horrible. Because the old Khmer Bumblebee, I look at the robot mode, ew, disgusting. No, doesn't look like the one in the film. No. The second movie, I only got the Legends Class Devastator, the Easy Collection set. So I do have that, the little tiny Devastator, and I love that set. Really cool. Dark of the Moon, I do have some things, but my least favorite Dark of the Moon figure, I'm sorry, Leader Class Sentinel Prime. I hate the transformation on that thing. That thing just no. So anyway, for Age of Extinction, now here's my favorite figure from Age of Extinction. I love this Galvatron toy. It is so easy to transform. It just takes seconds to transform, like 10 seconds, all that. So it is such a fun toy to mess with. I know it's a shell former, but the way the truck just, the cab just collapses on the back, I think that is a really cool piece of engineering right there. So
he's the big semi, right? From the supposed to be the nanobot semi or something like that.
Yeah, he's the RBC Freightliner.
Right. Okay. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, he's basically Galvatron. He's basically Megatron. All around. So, and he's a Decepticon. You can see the Decepticon symbol on his chest. So
that's inaccurate.
But yeah, it's
okay,
nice.
So you said 10 seconds. Let's see you transform him.
Okay then.
Coming up at the 9-second mark.
He's
too late.
He's at 5. Oh, 7. Okay. Oh wow, that is actually not too difficult at all.
That was because
twist the legs, fold them back, attach them, and you're done.
That was because when Age of Extinction came out, that's when they started simplifying things because 2007 and RTF were kind of complex, and then they just wanted to appeal to all audiences, not just adults, or not just kids, but also adults too.
Yeah, and I remember
it looks like Motor Master.
They compared G1 Wheeljack with Dark of the Moon Wheeljack, and I think G1 Wheeljack only transformed in 6 steps, and Dark of the Moon Wheeljack transformed in 42 steps.
Anthony, it's funny you say that because that was like a rumor for the longest time when Age of Extinction was coming out. It's like people saw that truck and it's like, oh, it's Motor Master. I was on that train, man. I wanted it to be Motor Master. Thought that would have been cool.
Yeah, but I feel like if we're going to do a Motor Master, we need to have all the Stunticons. So
yeah. Still,
some other movie figures right here. Man, I dig this guy. It's the one step steel jaw. Is it the Decepticon? That's right. So yeah, the wolf robots in Age of Extinction never transformed their robot modes, but I guess he's a transformer, so they got transformed to a robot in the toy line. So yeah. Who knows? Maybe Studio Series could do a full-on deluxe class steel jaw.
They better do a Hatchet before they do that, because Hatchet got robbed.
Yeah. And then I absolutely love this leader class, the Last Night in Megatron. They brought back Megatron in the leader class format, from movie 1 and movie 2. Unfortunately, movie 3 and movie 4 only had the Voyagers, but they got back leader class Megatron in the 5th movie, and I absolutely love this guy. And the big, huge cannon, I know that's not screen accurate, but that screams Megatron to me. And I love this big fusion cannon. And in the battle mask, woo, that battle mask gimmick right there, it's wow. That's amazing. I love that. Love that face sculpt.
If you ever get the chance, the movie The Best One is far more visually appealing, because like that's just kind of like for the toy, but like that one is legit, the paint job and everything for that design of Megatron. It looks gorgeous.
Yeah. And then my number one Studio Series figure for this year, like as of now, it is the SS-86, the 1986 Grimlock. And
Rebecca's gonna have a field day in the comments. No, she loves Grimlock, dude. Like,
man, Grimlock, man, I love this figure, man. Wheelie is a nice touch as well. I love Wheelie. And Grimlock, man, this robot mode is so stunning. It's so spectacular. It's literally a mini masterpiece Grimlock. That's all it is. Just a mini masterpiece Grimlock.
I cannot wait for the other Dinobots.
I will say, An honorable mention right here is the Studio Series Forger Class 2007 Megatron, and it's fully detailed, nicely painted in silver. Grimlock has no front teeth. Yeah. And yeah, so I love this Megatron toy. I've been wanting a 2007 Megatron figure, from the original line, but I didn't like those figures. This one really screams 2007 Megatron to me, and it looks gorgeous. I know he doesn't have the screen accurate looking chest, but
That genuinely doesn't bug me more as I thought about it. When I first saw it, I was like, "Oh, that's so bad. It doesn't look like." But like now, I look at it, it's like, yeah. Why not?
Now, is that the jet or the flying tank one?
That's the tank chest.
Yeah.
Okay.
Chest. So yeah, but overall, this figure is great. I would give it a 9 out of 10. Yeah. But my least favorite Studio Series figure, and least favorite the Last Night figure as well. My least favorite is Drift. This figure,
It's Drift. Okay, yeah.
Yeah, the original one was just all painted red and everything. Just that face sculpt looks weird a bit.
He looks too happy.
Yeah, he does.
Yeah.
Kills so many people, but he's super happy about it. That's called a psychopath or a sociopath, one of the two.
Why not both?
And of course, my least favorite Studio Series figure overall, it has to be the Helicopter Dropkick.
Why does everyone hate that thing? Like, I get it. He's skinny, he's lengthy, he doesn't look anything like he's supposed to in the movie. But, like, come on. It's a first design. It's not going to get it on the first try.
Yeah, the robot mode just does not look like Dropkick. Doesn't scream Dropkick. Although the head sculpt is gorgeous. I do like the head sculpt. But other than that, no. And he didn't even have these guns. He didn't even have guns.
No,
you know what he looked like,
just
JJ Prime? He looked like one of those generic Decepticons from like the Rise of the Dark Spark video game. That's what he looked like.
The only mode that really looks so screen accurate is the helicopter mode. I dig the helicopter mode. It looks good. Transformation is nice and smooth, but really the robot mode just kills me.
You did not.
He loves it that much.
Yeah, you did.
Gotta go.
Okay, so next is input.
Actually, surprisingly enough, I do. So, I don't know if you're going to cover this, but I figured it's the same era, I guess. I don't know if that makes sense, but I'm going to go with Transformers Prime.
Megaplex.
Well, yeah, this is Megaplex, Botcom Megaplex, but this mold, if you can get it, any mold.
Skyquake and Dreadwing.
Yes, Skyquake and Dreadwind. It's freaking awesome. It's an awesome jet mold. It's an awesome transformation. I absolutely love this mold. And like I said, I figured like this is the what's that era called with the movies and
aligned continuity.
The aligned continuity. Yeah, the aligned continuity. Yeah. Yeah, I'm brain farting, dude, today. Like, but yeah, so this is an awesome mold. So if you guys can get this mold, get it. And Studio 86, this is another one where, or another time in this live stream where I have a least favorite. And I'm going to show my least favorite right now.
What?
How?
See, that's funny.
Rash.
Mine's Grimlock.
That's the only Studio Series 86 figure I have.
Like this figure. Okay, so first of all, it's all clear plastic here on the back.
That's
terrible, stupid idea. Stupid idea.
Was it Lazy Eyebrow who's disintegrated?
No,
no, it wasn't his. It was somebody. Not his. It was somebody on his
yeah.
Twitter page, I think it was, or something, right?
Someone managed to get a copy that was like already cracking or something, and he just applied a sticker, and it just like disintegrated. It wasn't Lazy Eyebrows. It was he shared it on his Instagram, but it was someone else.
Okay.
And honestly, the other thing, man, like the plastic. Now, and I reviewed this figure, and if you like this figure, that's awesome. But the plastic, man, it's so. It's just like this very thin, rubbery type of plastic. That's it. Just and I feel like he's too. And I feel like he's too squat. He should be a little bit taller, like right here in the waist section, just a little bit taller. And no, Jay Holler, man. I love you, Jay Holler, but no, dude.
Yeah, that is
so So real quick, this
I
is
would say
hold on,
he's
let me
not the
hold on, let
best.
me explain. So the plastic right here, right? Like his thighs are hollow, right? And so when you go to turn him, what ends up happening is like you got to turn him up here, but then if you turn him down here, as you can
Oh,
see,
I
like
see
his
it.
whole
Oh.
shin,
Oh,
Yeah, he
no,
does.
No.
right?
Wow.
Like
Yeah.
that's just terrible. So like I said, if you like the jazz, like I like the way he looks, right? I don't like the plastic execution. I don't like the plastic they use. I don't. Does that make sense? Right? Like it just.
Yeah.
It feels flimsy.
Yeah, exactly. He
Yeah.
feels very flimsy to me. And mine, this knee is tight. This knee will hold a pose, right? Like look at this, right? I can hold him. I mean, if I shake him, he falls, right? But I feel like that's every Transformer if you hold it by the knee, right? But if I hold it here by the knee, I mean, it's just done. And
He's
that's
falling
it.
and he can't get up.
It's clipped in though, right?
It is, but the clip comes
doesn't
undone
stay, yeah.
almost immediately as soon as
Wow.
I clip it in. The clip doesn't hold worth a crap on this figure. So
his leg is as loose as Siege Chromia's then.
Dang.
yeah. So that's honestly why that is the worst and I don't have a whole lot of studio series, so that's why he's.
I still have.
Let me
mine
put it
still
this
has
way:
bugs,
can
so I didn't know
understand
anything.
if you guys are going to get a jazz, get the Reveal the Shield jazz
Yes.
for real.
That was
Mhm.
great.
Oh yeah,
Just
that one's
hands down.
that was best jazz.
Okay, so TFA, what do you got in the movies or studio series?
Okay. Literally, give me like just a brief moment because I have one over here in this mess. It's
Okay.
lower, but yeah. Hang on.
You're gonna go digging. So while he's doing that, I wanted to mention now, like, I did a review of him. This is Grimlock. I think he, like, if you compare him to Beast Megatron for Kingdom, clearly there is a quality difference because you just purely by weight. And when I transform Grimlock, he feels just kind of hollow. I don't know if anybody else sees that, but
Yeah.
I just wanted to point that out because it annoys the crap out of me. I think Grimlock should be hardy, just like the other one. But go ahead, TFA, what you got?
Hang on, my connection. Okay, there we go. So I got a couple. I don't have them all in here. Again, everything's still scattered. This is all still a work in progress. But my honorable mentions and also my just all-time favorites. Dark of the Moon SS-44 Optimus Prime. I love that thing. That is everything I ever wanted in a Dark of the Moon Optimus Prime figure. Hands down my favorite. And then also shout out to SS-34 Dark of the Moon Leader Class Megatron because that thing is c'est magnifique. But for obscure characters, number 66 Overload. I've wanted a figure of Overload for so long. I don't know why. Maybe it's just because he's a big red Decepticon. Maybe it's because he had a spider leg design that they didn't do because obvious reasons. Maybe it's because he's a brand new Constructicon. I don't know. But I loved him. He was so cool.
Does he combine to a Devastator, or is he not a combiner?
He is. And,
Oh.
That's actually a very nice segue because, and I had my father to thank for this. I would say my mom and dad, but my mother never got to witness the devastation of her wallet that is
Oh, jeez.
Devastator. My dad got this for me for Christmas. I have all the other Constructicons individually, but I just got this one for the different deco and also the number box.
And he's sold as one unit.
Yeah, he's sold as one unit, and he's also sold in different waves of figures. But I was so shocked because it's like me and my buddy Cyborg Raptor, fellow co-admin of my channel, were always talking about future ideas for Studio Series characters to get released. And like we predicted Soundwave, we predicted Dark of the Moon Soundwave, we predicted the RC triplets, we predicted Devastator. He was skeptical, but I would not stop. I knew that they were going to do it, and lo and behold, they did it. Holy crap. And if I had the figure now, if it was released now, I would definitely say one of my favorites also is going to be Studio Series number 70, I want to say 71, Dark of the Moon Dino / Mirage, because He's my boy. You're gonna hear that a lot. I got a lot of boys.
Okay. So TF, are you there?
Sorry, wrong button. I am here. Just the wrong
Okay,
button.
so what do you have for us on movie studio series stuff?
Well, most of my movieverse figures are in storage bins along the walls of my room because I ran out of space for them. I do have a vast majority of the first movie and Revenge of the Fallen and the Hunt for the Decepticons figures. I started losing interest in movie figures with Dark of the Moon. The only Age of Extinction figures I have are the Optimus Prime Evolution Pack, Lockdown, Galvatron. I don't have any from Last Night or the Bumblebee movie, but I do have Studio Series Blitzwing, and unfortunately I didn't have time to transform him to robot mode. But what I did is, someone pointed out that the way his head sculpt was designed, he could double Voyager class-sized figure of the Transformers character G-Axis. So I custom painted his feet and his robot mode chest. I also did his robot mode head with red paint, and I turned him into G-Axis.
Dude,
Blitzwing. Oh.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah, so I turned Blitzwing into G-Axis. I don't know if I'll be able to transform into robot mode to show off his head sculpt. See if I can do it really fast.
I just love the idea that the Seekers, the generic Seekers anyway, and Blitzwing had like this gas mask looking head sculpt to them in the movie. I just love that. That's so unique, so different.
Yeah. Okay, but yeah, so he's giving me trouble, but moving my camera, sorry for all the wobbling. The crown jewels from the Movieverse figures I have in my collection, right there, the San Diego Comic-Con Dinobots.
That's not the
Those are the crown jewels of my Movieverse Transformers. I even have Sludge. Yes, I call him Sludge.
Oh, that is the Arc set too. I actually.
Yeah, it has the cardboard cutout of Mount St. Hilary, the mountain that the Ark crashed into. So yeah, the San Diego Comic-Con Dinobots are the crown jewels of my Movieverse figures, and see if I can transform my custom G-Axis into robot mode for you guys.
Okay, so we're about 2 hours and 45 minutes in. So while he's transforming him, does anybody mind if we move after he's finished there? Move up to Prime Wars and then into what's after Prime Wars? War for Cybertron.
War for Cybertron.
Yeah.
Optimus Prime.
I said, let's do it, baby.
Wait.
Okay, so
Wait a minute. You're going to skip animated?
Well, it's just we're getting close to 3 hours, so because I have my animated and my Cyberverse stuff sitting here, but I think we can cut those out and go to the main 2 toy lines to finish this out.
I was going to ask if we were going to talk about Prime and RID 2015 as well, but if we're not...
Yeah, I know. I also have my RID 2015 stuff here too, but I mean, do we want to be on here for 4 hours?
We can do 4 hours. I got nothing but time.
What if we did one where we did like the War for Cybertron, like, I don't know, I'm just spitballing here, like a different... I mean, I would love to talk about the War for Cybertron, but like, the War for Cybertron, like, we could just go through like 6 different lines of that to those trilogy.
Yeah, well, see, there's 3 waves in Siege, 3 waves in Earthrise, and there's all the Generation Selects. We might get 4 or 5 waves in Kingdom. And then there's the Power of the Primes, Titan's Return,
Combiner
Wars, and each of them have 4 or 5 waves. I mean,
on top of exclusives as well, because
exactly, that is a whole lot of stuff. Do we want to say, hey, let's do a part 2 with the modern toys, which then we can cover the 3 animated series as well, from RAD to Cyberverse and
Prime.
I did grab all the modern. Yeah, I did grab all the modern stuff, so I had it. But like, I'm good for 8 hours if you want to stream that long.
I got nothing but time. I literally would love to just sit here and keep it because, like, this is the most fun I've had in a while.
Okay, Input. How are you on time?
Man, I ain't got nothing but it.
Okay, so. JJ, I know it's like 12 o'clock around there, right? Like 12 where you're at?
Yeah, it's almost 12 p.m. Yeah. 6
Okay,
minutes.
so basically you have literally all day.
I am free all day. I got no class. So
Okay.
See, because the thing that threw me off, Anthony, was like when you said it was a show and tell, I thought we were just talking about like some of the recent. Like I didn't know we were going through all 35 years of the Transformers. Like if I knew it was that deep, I would have literally just spent my days and just got everything I possibly could. But no,
I'd be watching Superman or something right now. Okay.
So I've got a question. Are we doing Masterpiece?
You know what? Let's save the masterpiece for the end because that's some expensive high-end stuff, and I have nothing to contribute to that conversation.
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah.
I have nothing to contribute to the masterpiece conversation too.
surprisingly, I actually do.
Well, okay. Well, let's do this then. Where do we want to go? Do we want to start with RAD or Prime/RAD 2015, or do we want to go to Prime Wars?
Well, could we? I mean, everyone here has animated stuff too, right?
No,
I don't think I do.
No.
I do not.
If I do, I don't know where they're at.
I only have like the animated leader class, Bulkhead. I have the scout class, like the little tiny Bulkhead and little tiny Ratchet.
Like literally, my answer, and I'm just gonna say it
Can I
out.
quote?
Safeguard from Jetstorm and Jetfire. I love.
Yeah.
that.
Apparently, I don't have any animated. I go straight up to RAD. So.
Okay.
I'll say for
I-
animated, I think Blur is probably one of the best figures from that line
Oh,
because
that was great.
I was very, very tempted to buy that in the store because it was probably the most show accurate Transformer I had ever seen up until that time. Like straight out,
which
like
Blur?
straight out of the TV.
So
Wait, which Blur are you talking about?
animated.
The animated Blur.
Okay.
So that,
Although
Yeah.
I admit I like the look of Magnus. I really thought it looked cool.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I just
That
don't
was-
like the
I
fact
didn't
that
like
he
how they-
outranked Optimus.
yeah. I didn't like that they, like they did him dirty. Because Ultra Magnus, like he's my guy, but they gave him power and stuff, but like he was so easily fooled, and I didn't like that.
yeah, they really did him dirty.
Okay.
So then, do people here have Prime stuff?
I do. Yes.
Yeah. I do.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
Sorry, Anthony. I'm not trying to take over. I'm just.
No, that's fine. I just I can't contribute again until we get back to 2015. So.
Okay. Well.
Yeah. Okay. So
Well, we'll just skip over you, Anthony. It's fine.
Well, here, let's do this. Crimson, direct the traffic until we get to 2015. Then, just tell me which screen I need to go to.
So was I?
I mean, you can start, or you can start with Tia Fan Geek, or work yourself back. Oh wow, look at that!
That looks.
So guys, here's my custom Jackson from Studio Series Blitzwing. I painted his head. I painted his head red. I kept the gray vest. Then I painted the cockpit yellow, and then I did his robot mode feet yellow. So
Could you imagine
this guy
if
is
like,
Jackson now.
Could you imagine if like the Bumblebee movie sequel like had another Cybertron scene and we actually see G-Axis for the first time?
That would be kind of cool.
That'd be
I
great.
love G-Axis as a character, so dude, I would cream right there. I'd be like, oh my god!
And that's
We are
the whole
officially after dark, everyone.
Blitzwing.
I'm sorry, Anthony. I didn't know how else to.
You get an orgasm. You get an orgasm. You get an orgasm. Everybody gets an
Yeah,
orgasm.
definitely be an Oprah moment, right? Like,
Whoa, we didn't say orgasm. We were just talking about just getting ready for it. That's
my body is ready.
As long as none of you stand up and we get a surprise.
Oh crap!
Hold on, let me turn the camera on.
Moving along from that, I will say that. Okay, so I never bought any of the Prime figures. I do have 4 of them, and 2 of them are here. And the first one I got was Evac from the Universal Studios. He's a little blue car. And I tried to get the bigger one, but he's super expensive. And so I just got the little car, and he's really kind of cute, but he's too far away to go get. But I do have Knockout, and I was able to get the original Knockout, not the crazy looking Beast Hunters one.
You mean the one that looks like an alligator?
Exactly. But the original Knockout is a really good figure, and I highly recommend anybody go pick that up.
All
That said, we didn't get this guy Breakdown for a while. His buddy, he's got to have his buddy, right? So I'm surprised we didn't get either of these molds right in the US. So we got the Air Viacon here. And the paint on this Air Viacon is gorgeous. It's awesome. The plastic actually feels good. On breakdown, the plastic feels terrible. Absolutely terrible. It is that glossy kind of almost like shampoo bottle type plastic. I'm really disappointed in that. I wish they'd added some more paint to him or something, but it is. I would be concerned about this particular figure. I'm not sure if the Takara one has the same issues, but I would be concerned about the longevity of this figure. But the Air Viacon is perfect. So go figure.
As far as I'm concerned with the ARMS Micron breakdown, because I actually was able to get that, I don't notice any issues, but I do notice in this recent re-release that a lot of people are complaining that the chest area in breakdown is warped and actually can prevent transformation in some areas, or like the shoulders or the elbows messed up. So something to watch out for.
I don't see any stress marks or anything, but it's just a very thin kind of that glossy plastic that's not really what you want to have in that type of figure, especially that big of a figure too.
Yeah.
I mean, you can just look here. You can see just in his legs right there, just how shiny that is, and that's really not how that should be on that type of plastic. But the gray is the same way too. So, but I'm glad we got him. I mean, he's easy to get in the 10th anniversary. Like
long overdue.
You need to get that.
Oh yeah, definitely long overdue for sure.
Severely long overdue. Holy crap.
Okay, so
But it's so stupid. The reason why Breakdown wasn't released in the first place.
What was the reason?
You guys are not going to believe that this was so stupid of Hasbro. The reason why the Voyager class Breakdown figure was not released originally in the United States was because this was Hasbro's words. I saw this years ago on Cybertron.com. Hasbro said Breakdown was too short to be sold as a Voyager class figure.
Excuse
Hasbro
me?
decided not to release him at all.
What?
Dude, I scaled him next to first edition Bulkhead. He's not that short.
I mean, look how he looks next to the vehicle. Like
the reason for not releasing Voyager class Breakdown in the United States. He was too short to be sold as a Voyager.
Excuse my language. That's bullshit.
Oh yeah. Well, how can Hot Rod be done as a Voyager? Look at that.
Well, because
Hot Rod's shorter than he is.
Because that's our fault. That's 100% our fault because we are letting Hasbro get away with murder. Just saying. Just throwing that out there. Throwing that out there.
But at least it's the best Hot Rod figure we ever got. So
well, Masterpiece is a thing, and I will, throw my hat into that ring. So
yeah, but this one has better chest proportions.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but you know what? The Masterpiece arms don't lock halfway through. So he doesn't have like this weird halfway up, halfway down joint locking thing on the Masterpiece one. So
yeah.
So that'd be all for you, Crimson?
Yep, that's all for me for Prime. And these will probably be the only 4 characters I'll get. I'm tempted to get the Ground Viacon just so I have like his buddy Steve or Bob or whoever they're. I think he's Steve, right? And Bob.
Steve.
I got 5 versions of the Ground Viacon. My army built it.
So I think the Viacon, if I get the car one, I'll call him Steve, and then the Air Viacon will be Bob.
Which one will be Gary?
Gary? That would be funny.
Why are you saying Gary? Oh, wait. Are you saying it because of
Temgo? Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, so for my
KJ.
Christmas Prime, I absolutely love this Optimus Prime figure. I think he looks amazing.
Wait.
In his robot mode. So this is the
Don't freaking tell me. Is it that ARMS Micron Battle Shield Optimus?
That's correct, yeah.
Dang it! I want the shield because it's like we got the Star Saber. Why not make that the Skyboom shield from Armada?
Right?
Yeah.
Damn it! I want that.
Yeah, but this figure, I love the coloration. It looks so quite screen accurate. But apparently, this one has been defeated by the current APC Toys Optimus Prime.
Ooh, that's such a clean figure,
Did you say
man.
Takara?
No, this is not by Takara. This
No,
is
I thought I heard you say Takara APC. I was like, wait, what? That's not.
No, APC Toys is a third party.
I debated on that for the longest time, and the closest I have to having the interchangeable faces and everything, if I could be shown as well with him, is I actually managed to get the Doctor Wu Guardian.
Yeah, the original first edition mold.
Yeah,
Okay.
this was a Toys R Us paycheck. I'm not even kidding.
Wow.
Awesome.
I never found that.
I think I got it mint in seal box for like $60.
Ooh, good deal.
But
So
one of my most favorite figures right now for Transformers Prime, that has to be this guy. I mean,
I got mine on the way. I'm so excited for that.
Isn't that the Doctor Wu sword, JJ?
No, this came with this. It came with this.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, they actually
Okay.
went ahead and like.
Yeah, the
made
original
Soul
release
Saber,
didn't
but
have that sword, but the Takara one did, and so that's why Dr. Wu made a sword so everybody could have it on their other Megatrons.
Yeah. And
I was so iffy about getting that.
I mean,
'cause
this
it's nothing
figure is basically like an oversized
version of the first.
of the deluxe Megatron.
Yep.
So this is the Arms Micron version I have. So you can see how much they pumped this guy to size. So I just reviewed this one today.
It
So
looks great.
yeah, it looks amazing. I mean, all the silver, all the metallic purples. Man, this figure makes my day. It just makes my day. Another figure that I really do like from Transformers Prime is the Prid Knockout. So I put an Autobot logo on him because he did turn into an Autobot in the end.
Nice.
So,
Nice.
so, because he deserves to be an Autobot, not a.
I wish that they found a way to like fix the shoulder and like the headlight pieces so that way they could like move the shoulder without those parts moving. But like I get it. It's still not a bad figure, especially for their first try, because like they killed his look.
Really cool figure. It's a cool figure. The transformation is nice and simple, so it's definitely an enjoyable figure to mess with. And another Transformers Prime figure I have on the table right now is the Beast Hunters Voyager class Optimus Prime.
I'm gonna join you again
I love that.
because I got mine as
Great
well.
figure.
The only thing I have different on mine is what is it?
Yeah.
I got the Zenith Forge upgrade kit with the battle mask and the actual.
Oh man,
Nice.
that nice, dude.
That's
This
so
is the Chrome
sick, dude.
version. I didn't know there was a standard one, so I'm probably gonna go over and just like paint it black and everything because to make it look more cartoon accurate. But honestly, it doesn't even bother me that much.
It's wow.
Every Optimus Prime should come with a minigun.
Okay, Input. Time for you to go.
All right. Well, because honestly, I kind of feel like this is some initial D reference, deja vu, right? Definitely get this mold, Transformers Prime. Yeah, and much like JJ Prime was saying that Megatron, fight me. I love this figure, man.
Dude,
This-
I was stoked about that. I really
Right?
Oh, I love that figure.
This represents. I love when Hasbro, Takara, and all them, they don't take themselves seriously when it comes to Transformers, and they just do like this super hyper whimsical thing, right? So here you have Piranacon Megatron from Transformers Prime, and the thing that really sold me on the figure, I mean, I was already possibly gonna get it. I was like, if I find it, I'll get it, whatever. But what sold me on it, what made me hunt it down, was the gun. It
Wow.
looks like a piranha. I mean, that sold me on it, man. I was like, Jesus, this is hilarious,
I was
right?
so tempted to get like 3 or 4.
And the one thing about that weapon, it actually can lock into place to make the blade.
Yeah, totally. So there you go. There's your blade.
And
There's
then
your sword.
yeah,
And then this locks down. All right, hold on. There you go.
He forms like a trident spear weapon kind of thing.
Yeah. See?
Also, is it weird?
I
Like,
think I have
because I know
that
it's a sentient creature, but is it weird that I call that thing Fang Face?
No, not at all. Not at all.
Because it's like Grimwing and Darksteel came with like Blackbeak, and then another thing I forgot what the name of that. The one for not Grimstone. What the heck was his name? Darksteel. That one didn't have a name, but like the one that came with Grimwing was called Blackbeak.
Mm-hmm.
So why not call that thing Fang Face?
Right? I mean, that, like I said, man, I love the whimsical side of Transformers. That's my favorite side of Transformers is, like I said, when they don't take themselves too seriously. And this right here,
I
like
love
I
the
said,
faction symbol
I
on that.
wanted like 4 of those for Sharkticons for Transformers.
I love
Prime,
the
'cause I could
faction
just see
symbol.
those
It's
like
like
little.
the Decepticon logo with a Sharkticon jaw.
Oh
Yep.
yeah,
Hmm.
that was like a rare insignia on that figure.
Yeah.
Oops.
Well, the reason I got that version of Megatron is because the Voyager class Megatron from Prime, the first one, I found one at my local Kmart, and someone stole the fusion cannon. So when I went to the register and showed that it was gone, they let me have Megatron for just $12.
Oh no.
A Megatron
Okay,
without a fusion cannon is no Megatron at all.
Exactly.
All right, TFA, you're up.
Me, little old me again. All right. Well, I got quite the bit, so I'll try to spare some time. For Transformers Prime, I'm gonna kick it off with something that I personally worked on and something that Hasbro should have done. As much as I love and respect Hasbro for what they do, this was a necessity. This is a custom smokescreen 2.0. This is something I've worked on for roughly 2 weeks. And
I
it
wish I
turned
could
out
buy a custom off of you, man. I wish I could buy that off of you.
this is my first. Mine.
Nice.
But
Nice.
I loved when they announced Smokescreen for the Beast Hunters toy line. I lost it. I loved it. It wasn't good in the original colors, and thank God I actually got the Go version of Smokescreen as well. So I have both his previous form and this one with the color scheme. I absolutely love how this turned out. I love this figure. I love the coloration that I gave it. It's something that should have been done. They didn't do it. Oh well. But I adored Smokescreen. He is my all-time favorite Autobot from Transformers Prime, thanks to one man, 2 words, Nolan North.
Oh,
yeah, buddy.
Oh my gosh.
And I could have met him at not BotCon. I could have met him at Tampa Bay Comic Convention in 2019, but yeah.
For the longest time, we thought that the Takara Arms Micron smokescreen was the only smokescreen that's gonna, be sold. But when Hasbro announced the Beast Hunter smokescreen, I was like, literally out of my mind. I was like completely blown.
Well, even when that came out, I was excited because it's like, oh, it's Smokescreen. We're actually getting a toy. And then I found out it was a Japanese exclusive. I'm like, oh, what about us in the US? So another one that I also really enjoy.
Cryofire Voyager class Predaking. There we go.
You can call him that. I call him Cryo Strike.
Nice.
I adore this mold for Predaking very much.
I never had that mold though. Never had that mold.
This one was a Target exclusive, but the retail one you can find basically anywhere. I actually managed to get this online for the first time. I was actually able to buy online because my folks were like super against it. It took years of persuading. This is one that I just desperately wanted because one, more Predacons. Why not? I mean, we got Laserback, we got Grimwing, we got Darksteel, Skylynx, Skystalker,
Abominus,
Vertebrake. So why not add this dude, who is very much a reference to the 2001 Cryotech. So I got him, but I called him Cryo Strike because I wanted to be original. So that's another one that I absolutely enjoy and forever will keep in my collection. These next two, you have my permission to cry.
Need ones.
Need right now.
Transformers Adventure Ground Vehicon or Ground Beacon General and Transformers Arms Micron
Jet Vehicon
General.
That's the cousin of Gary right there.
I actually managed to get this on TF Source back in the day for like $30 or $40.
Need that mold.
And then the last two that I got, this one is they're both recent acquisitions. Dark Energon Megatron from the Prid mold.
Oh,
nice.
Which I'm going to be using as like a Galvatron or like a very empowered Dark Energon Megatron. And I
crushed it.
Wow. Look at that Decepticon symbol. That's sick, Decepticon symbol.
Who sent the question?
I was saying, man, Takara crushed that one, dude. The coloring and everything just crushed it.
They really did a great job. And to think this was a Big Bad Toy Store exclusive.
Yeah.
I love this. I was debating on using him as Galvatron, and I might, but I also just might use him as like a Unicron powered Megatron because I do. Speaking of, there he is, standing behind my boy. Huge shout out once again to Thanatos Prime.
Yes, I got that one.
Yes.
Oh,
And
nice.
for me, I put the Decepticon symbols.
Congrats.
The Micron is the Decepticon, so he's a so Unicron. This is the Decepticon for me. So
yeah, he had these Reaper labels pre-applied, so he put on the Unicron insignia, which I love.
Gaia Unicron has summoned you, TFA 1024.
Hey, that's a reference.
hey,
That's what I did my HasLab promotion, and this one also an APC figure.
Is that no? It cannot be. Is that
APC Toys Angel Engine?
It's my next purchase.
I
have
love that
Alfonso
figure.
Nation to thank for referring to Shozi store because this is actually my first Shozi store purchase,
Alfonso reviewed this one,
and I love it. I love how it turned out, and she actually comes with the guns, and they can just slip over her hands, just like they emulate in the show.
Wow.
Is that new third party one that came out?
Yeah.
Is she deluxe class or
deluxe class?
She's
deluxe class. Yeah, she's basically the same one as the first edition.
It's
one.
literally the first edition one with a more metallic paint job and more accurate accessories and everything. Because she comes with like two different sets of blades. She comes with like a skinny pair, and then she comes with like the actual blade she used.
Oh wow, dude. Okay, I'm
And I have
gonna
the
have to
pink
look into
version
that.
too, and she was gonna be on the list, but
I'm gonna ask you a question. If APC Toys ends up making a bulkhead, would you buy that?
Nope. I have my first edition. I bought him at Toys R Us, and I actually managed to get a second one because I needed another mace. But the second one came with that third-party upgrade kit that gave him the blasters and the hammer. So I have a fully equipped Transformers Prime bulkhead. So no, I don't need an APC bulkhead. I got mine.
It's $43.99 on Show Z right now. Input that figure.
That RC?
The RC figure. Yeah.
Yeah, that's how much I paid for it because it's like shipping was like $4.99.
Done.
I'm gonna send this to you. Input in Discord so you have it.
But yeah,
awesome.
The other one I was gonna add to the list, but same thing, just this one, but the San Diego Comic-Con or NYCC edition that was pink. Because I got her and that. And I got her solely for the sheer reason that she made the reference in the cartoon where she's like, if I reverse my colors, I'd be pink. And now I can actually give her weapons because they just slip over.
Yes, I have the first release of that figure with like the blades on her arms or whatever and everything.
Mm-hmm.
God, dude, that looks incredible with that metallic blue.
In hand, like absolutely. The camera doesn't do it justice. When you have this thing in hand, you're gonna gush.
Like, and it's deluxe class. It's the same size as the original one, right?
Literally the first edition one, but just completely done. It's like a custom. It's literally like a custom.
Dang, man, it looks incredible.
Just my gosh.
Like, look at that. They painted her optics.
Beautiful face sculpt.
They painted her optics. Not even the first edition did that.
Dude, that's crazy.
That is wow.
I mean, she does look a little off with she does look a little bit off with first edition Prime. So like if I don't have the APC metallic Prime, it does look a little off, but honestly it's not even that bad.
Yeah, it says 15 centimeters, which is 5.91 inches.
So but that's my thing. If I had anything else to add, I'd probably be like Ultra Magnus. But I mean both Ultra Magnuses, honestly, because the Prid Ultra Magnus is such a cool take on Ultra Magnus's design. So
yeah, it is. 100% agree.
And that RC, I'm sorry, I keep talking about the RC, but I'm looking at more pictures on Show Z. It comes with a crap ton of weapons, man.
That's what I said.
And
she comes with like 2 sets of blades, one skinny, and then she actually comes with like her full wrist blades, and then she comes with her guns, but she can either hold them or you can take out the peg from the gun, slip it out, and then you can just slip it over her hand.
How's the plastic quality on that?
It's good. It feels really good in my personal opinion.
Okay.
So
that's all I need to know.
TFangy, up to you, buddy. I'm gonna drink.
My turn now. Okay, so I have quite a few Transformers Prime figures, but unfortunately, most of them are buried in my collection. I have Skyquake and Dreadwing. I got 5 copies of the Viacon and 5 copies of the Insecticons.
Wow.
Yeah, I got Bulkhead, I got Cliffjumper, Bumblebee, Smokescreen, Optimus Prime, Ratchet.
Which one's your
RC.
favorite?
My favorite is actually one of the Takara Tomy exclusive ones because the Transformers Prime line, back in 2014 when I was collecting it, the Transformers Prime line made me expand into Takara Tomy exclusive Transformers, and so one of my all-time favorite Prime figures, which is actually released in the Arms Micron line,
Damn it!
is Swerve.
I have that.
Woo!
God.
So since
That's
I missed
awesome.
out on Breakdown, I figured I might as well at least get one version of the mold, and so I found Swerve on Amazon. So here is the red Autobot version of the Prime Breakdown mold.
I freaking knew. I knew that was gonna be on your. Oh, I need that. I wanted to use him as like a wrecker.
I
Yeah.
have one. My goodness.
Damn it!
Yeah,
He's
and his
a big
partner's
enough
name-
Swerve. He could have his whole bar inside of his back seat.
maybe. So his partner's name is Autobot Saw, only it's spelled S-A-U.
How original.
Wow.
Yeah,
Saul.
very inventive.
His name is
And-
Saul.
So
Yeah. And one of the reasons why I suspect that Hasbro never intended on releasing this mold in the first place is it's kind of hard to see, but if you look in there on the manufacturer's label, it only has Takara Tomy's name on it, not Hasbro's. So that's why I suspect that this Hasbro never planned on releasing this mold in the first place.
I'm legit on eBay looking up Swerve right now. I swear to God, I'm gonna get him.
I think I only paid $38 for him back in 2014.
Lucky SOP.
Oh, thank you.
I want him. I
Okay,
really.
so
I
think
could
we have-
never.
Yeah.
pull the trigger on him.
Just one thing to note about Swerve: when you apply the chrome stickers on his kneecaps, the tips peel off over time.
Oh, I won't need them. I got paint.
Oh, there they
pens.
are. Yeah, see?
I won't need the stickers. I got silver paint pens.
See, and I
already.
would just get the Molotov chrome pen and just be done with it and seal it up.
Wait, they make chrome pens?
Yeah, they're like
What?
$10 a pin.
Oh, dang. Yeah, I might have to do that.
So yeah, Swerve is the crown jewel of my Prime collection.
Which one is your least favorite, TFN Geek?
I will
Least
get him.
favorite?
Swear to
Oh,
God.
without least favorite? Least favorite Prime figure. You know what? Without a doubt, it would have to be Bombshell, the Insecticons, because the first one I had, the first copy I got, the head snapped off just by transforming him.
I would say I liked when that was in stores. Like I wanted a bunch of those Insecticons, and I
Yeah.
understand that they were smaller, so it was easier to army build. The problem was is that in the show they were huge, so I was just like,
Yeah.
well, now I can army build these, but they're like way too small. Like it wouldn't work with anything. Like barely the Legend.
Exactly. And that was the one complaint to have with the Insecticons. You know what? I
Mhm.
take that back. My least favorite Prime figure would have to be Arachnid. Not the deluxe, the Legends class version.
Yeah.
I never even bought the deluxe class.
You don't want to.
Mm-hmm. And believe it or not, I actually saw one copy of Arachnid at Target during the Combiner Wars line.
That's not
When they had
surprising.
Combiner Wars on the
I've
shelf.
seen like Viacons during the Combiner Wars line.
So yeah, Arachnid's my least favorite figure from the Prime line.
It's a shame too, because the deluxe one could have been so good, but they just dropped the ball on it. I mean, the helicopter mode was spot on.
The best deal I ever got was during the Prime line, actually. I went to a Toys R Us store one day, and they were having this sale where if you spent $35 or more on Transformers products, you got a copy of the deluxe class Prime First Edition Starscream for free. So since I spent $40 worth on Transformers that day, I got Prime Starscream for free since this Toys R Us store I visited to was giving him away.
Wow.
So yeah, that was the best purchase I got from the Prime line, was getting the deluxe first edition Starscream for free from Toys R Us.
Wow.
So where are we at now? We went through Prime, we went through animated.
Ring 2015.
Getting close to the RID 2015
Yeah,
era.
Ring 2015.
Yeah.
Does Crimson have any?
Yeah, let me grab mine. But JJ, do you want to go ahead and go?
Oh yeah, I'll go first. So
All right, cool.
since mine right here. So my favorite figures from the RID 2015 line. I absolutely love this guy. Last Wave. No, come on. I mean, come on. Creepy face called heavy remold of Megatronus, and I absolutely love it. He's an Autobot. That's right. So I love this figure, man. It just this looks so
I
good.
was so shocked when he actually
And they
showed up in
did
the
that as
cartoon.
they did that as Bludgeon as well. And
Yeah.
the Bludgeon one's like super hard to
Yeah.
find.
I was shocked whenever they actually showed Blastwave in the cartoon. I just thought, oh, we're just gonna get a pre-paint of Bludgeon.
Yeah.
Like, no, they just actually put him in the cartoon, and he turns out to be a mute.
Yeah, and he's his voice box was broken, but hey,
It's like Bumblebee's.
yeah, and his Autobot symbol was like right in the crotch.
And also a bright yellow and an orb for some reason.
Yeah. Anyway, so the next figure that I really love from the RD line is Decepticon Thermidor.
Hey! I love him. I love Thermidor. He's great.
I've never had the Bisque mold, so this was the only way for me to hold the Bisque mold, and I absolutely love that head sculpt. It's like, arr!
The fact that they actually made him a pirate, too. I love it. And he
Yeah.
was voiced by Jim Cummings. I just,
Uh,
love him.
Man, the fact that Bisque is a lobster Bisque, hey,
Lobster Thermidor.
lobster, yeah. Yeah, another one that I really love is Thunderhoof. There we go. It's Thunderhoof.
Yeah.
Hey-oh.
I seriously dig this figure. The
Whoever
transformation
doesn't like Thunderhoof is not a Transformers fan. You just can't be. How don't you like Thunderhoof?
Yes.
Thunderhoof is really cool looking. Like that, I would like to get the Cybertron or the TAV, the Cybertron Adventures or whatever version that has a lot more paint on it from Takara. That one would be pretty fun.
Oh yeah, that was the one that actually made him look screen accurate.
Yeah.
I was debating on that.
Okay, these two figures are my. Oh, I have that gold armor Grimlock too. Hey.
I actually have him too.
Oh.
Forget twinsies. Talk about triplets.
Twinsies. There we go.
No, triplets. I have that too.
There we go. Yeah. Another two of these figures from the RD line. They made me so happy that they actually made these figures. One thing is Stormshot. I absolutely love his color scheme. It's so patriotic. Red, white, and blue. And the head
For
sculpt.
someone not from Earth, yeah, he'd fit in.
Yeah. He absolutely, man.
Picture,
That's great. Yeah. Sad that he doesn't even appear in the show, but it is what it is.
He's really expensive now too.
Yeah, for some reason he's like really rare.
It's like the Jump Starters and Prime Wars are super expensive now too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And another one that I really, really do love is oh my gosh, Soundwave. Absolutely.
Ooh, I have him. Yay.
Soundwave. Oh man, the toy is great. His portrayal as a character in that show just made me angry. They did him so wrong.
Yeah.
That prime is that prime or that Soundwave from RIT is really awesome looking, even in the alt mode. If he's not just a Soundwave, like what's so funny though in his robot mode, if you actually look at like his legs, he's wearing hot pants. So I mean, just the way it's painted, like he's ready for the beach and everything.
But my least favorite figure from my least favorite warrior class figure and my least favorite legion class figure has to be Cyclonus.
Oh,
What
Kind of Cyclonus.
Wait, that's the Legion.
Yeah.
Dang, I was looking at to only get the Combiner Force one.
Yeah, this.
Yeah, he. Kind of glad.
I didn't even know that existed.
It was near the last, I think, like the last wave of Rid 2015. They just, yeah.
And this is my least favorite warrior class figure.
I know Brian had a ball with that one.
I almost picked him up twice, but I was like, yeah.
I mean,
I like dragons and dinosaurs, so
He looks cool in his
cool,
robot
it's
mode.
just
His alt mode just yeah. Why would you combine a stealth bomber with 2 dragon heads. I was like, what is that?
It's
What do you
part of the
call
new
it?
experimental military weapon, dragon plane.
They were trying to bring back transmittals.
Hey, that's a good
Okay,
one.
so here is so I'm gonna transform Cyclonus right now, so you can see his ult mode.
Yeah, that robot mode. I mean, didn't they just like heavily retool that star screen? Because that's basically what he looks like. Is a generic seeker, just purple.
Yeah,
Kinda.
yeah. I'm gonna transform him right now. See his jet mode.
1,
I-
2,
I-
3, and done.
And we're almost there. Almost there.
That's what
Almost
she
there.
said.
Okay, there we go. So there you have Cyclonus in his jet mode.
Show him from the top.
Hey, he looks better than the Studio Series one.
Actually, that's not too bad. That looks familiar though. What have I seen that type of jet mode before?
That reminds me of a
not
prime.
bad.
First you on Brainstorm.
Per se, it's not
Yeah,
bad,
yeah.
but
Yeah,
it does,
Brainstorm. Yeah, I think that is what he's a small version of Brainstorm.
yeah, but it does not compare to this Cyclonus.
Not at all.
Well, nothing does.
No,
Yeah.
Right.
Sheer.
There's a song about nothing comparing to him.
Nothing compares to Cyclonus.
Yeah. I bought it just because I wanted a Cyclonus, as a placeholder or proper Cyclonus, and I don't know if I still want to review this thing.
My
Review it,
feelings
man.
about the arachnid. So
Yep.
And I'm still undecided on whether I should review that Transformers Prime Deluxe Master of Arachnid, because that robot mode, just no. That ain't
Robot
Arachnid.
mode is bad, but that helicopter mode, they killed it.
if I need a magnifying glass to transform something, then there's something wrong with me or it.
I think there's something wrong with the Transformer because you shouldn't need a magnifying glass to transform it.
It's just it's so small and so much black. It's just really hard to figure out what I'm doing. I bought it because I didn't think that we'd ever get like a black Arachnia, and Arachnid was the next closest thing. And I was like, okay, but that's legit the only toy I own from Prime. And I hate it. And there's nothing to counter that, so I didn't even bring it with me today. It's just,
I have one more RID figure to show. My favorite Legion class figure is Fix-It. I absolutely love this little guy. The way his alt note looks ridiculous, but that's why I love it. And his transformation is just so easy. Just
fold them in half.
Face. There we go.
Didn't they make Fix-It in the new continuity a common bot? I haven't read some of the new comic books, but I swear Fix-It, it's like a regular now. We don't have to answer that. Somebody else can. Okay.
I genuinely... You mean the IDW comics?
Yeah, because they rebooted the continuity, and I can't remember which one I was reading, where Fix-It was like a standard, like everybody had to Fix-It.
Oh yeah, yeah. In the show, there's a lot of Fix-Its. There's a lot of Fix-Its.
Yeah, I don't remember that because I stopped reading it like issue 19. So
I think it might have been in the Transformers Beast Wars issue 1. I think is where I read it.
Okay,
maybe.
Yeah,
I haven't read that.
That's the last Transformers comic I read.
Yeah, I haven't caught up on everything IDW yet, so I probably will after this.
Is that what all you got, JJ?
Yeah, those are the figures that I really picked that are like my most favorite and the least favorite from RID.
So-
I have loads of them. Pick the best
I
one.
mentioned that I wanted the Thunderhoof. There also is another Decepticon I want. Is that TAV Overload? I think is his name.
Is that the
that one
Minicon
also has-
deployer?
This guy.
Not the well. I don't think it comes with.
Because
well,
in
it
the
might come
US
with-
release,
he
he was
transfers
a
into like a
Minicon.
tank thing. or something.
Yeah, he was a Minicon deployer in the US.
Yeah, I mean, I've never seen the show, so I don't really know much about the characters other than what I've read on the wiki. But yeah, so Strong Arm. Now, this is her. I really kind of like how like her shape kind of works with like a lot of the females. Like it just diversifies them even more. Like you got like kind of almost like an Ironhide kind of thing. Not quite a Chromia, but more toward that Hound Ironhide kind of look of the Jeep. But also, unusually for a lot of the figures that I saw, there's a ton of detail on Strong Arm. I mean, like this is like almost Siege type kind of detail, unnecessarily so because you never see it in vehicle mode. The only time you'd see it is in robot mode. So, like I was just like, hey, panel line this up or paint in little pinks here and there or something like that. And it doesn't have to always be collapsed like that. But I really like how the amount of detail that's on this little figure of Strong Arm. I mean, yeah, she's got like some hollow bits here and there, the waffles and stuff like that. But honestly, if it works enough this way, I mean, I'm cool with it. I just want to add like a little nose on her so she doesn't look so weird from all the other Transformers, because that was just their style and Prime style too.
Yeah, but
yeah, so yeah, so she'll definitely have a rhinoplasty to get a nose so she fits in with everybody else. But I think Strong Arm would have been a cool figure to make as a Siege repaint of Siege Hound. They could have kind of done something like that, but they went with Hotshot instead in that color. But I think if anybody's going to make a custom, I would use the Siege Hound to make a custom.
I was just about to say, that sounds like a custom idea.
Yeah. But she's super cool. I would recommend her. I saw her actually in the new Bold New Era IDW comics, and I was just like, I got to go pick her up. So I went and bought her just to add more female Autobots, and she's a really neat figure, actually.
It's not a crime. I mean, the Transformers franchise and universe has been a major sausage fest anyway.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, well, right. Yeah, I mean, Thunderhoof is, for RID, like, Thunderhoof is like another one I should have picked up in the store. I just didn't, because I wasn't attached to that character. But actually, the reason why I like Thunderhoof so much is because of Gotbot's stop motion animation. His I just forget the name of it. What's it called?
Universal Collision.
Universal Collision.
Universal Collision. That's right. Yeah. So because he has Thunderhoof in there, and I was just like, man, now I gotta go buy that figure. So.
I like Thunderhoof because he was just a gangster dude.
Ooh, nice.
Oh, the Expanse.
Ultimate Expense. I need that one now.
Why does that sound like a euphemism? Ultimate Expanse.
That's what I got. So I don't know. Input is next, or TFN Geek. I forget who.
All right. I'll
Okay.
go next.
Well,
So-
I'm in order on screen, so I call dibs. So I actually was not going to get anybody in this particular line because I just gotten back into Transformers, and I was like, well, you know what? I really love Grimlock, and I never had a Grimlock in the earlier series, so I was like, okay, I'll get this Grimlock because it has the gold or what they called the classic color scheme. So I was like, what the heck? Plus, I like the voice actor in the series, so he's from The Walking Dead and Teen Titans Go and all that.
Kerry Payton, the dude who
voices exactly, yeah. So I was like, what the heck? Well, then I ended up getting, when this is a little gimmick here in the top here, like you can't just do this, but whatever. Then I was like, well, I don't have a deluxe Starscream, so I ended up picking up this guy. Now, he is my least favorite. I have Strong Arm, I have Stealth Bumblebee, I have Ratchet, and I have Soundwave, and then I picked him up because I didn't have he is just a lot of opening in the bottom, and it bothers me. And then, like, the landing gear is literally this little tab here, and then the rest of it just rests on the back. It's remember when planes had landing gear? Nope. And then the other problem I have is these wings keep coming untabbed, and I mean it already has here, like, and then they lock in on the legs, and then they lock in on the wing here. It's the more I play with it, the more it comes apart. This is why he's my least favorite. But Dinobot is just for sentimental reasons is why he's my favorite in the series. And I like the fact that by the time I started collecting these is when I started collecting Primors, and they scale fairly nice. So I enjoyed that fact. And now somebody else do things.
All right, my turn. So My favorite, I pick RID Skywarp.
Yes.
Because actually, I really do like this mold. I like the jet that he turns into, and my favorite thing about this mold is that the null rays, right, are on the arms, and they're just little pistols, man. They don't take up like the giant forearm or anything. They're just very sleek and stylish, and you can actually put them in his hand and just give him like pistols and stuff. And
those are like generic Decepticons too.
Yeah, definitely. And I don't know. I just love the jet mode. I love the way it looks and stuff. And I really think that this mold can kind of fit in as like an upgraded Starscream or Skywarp, whichever one that you have. And the only takeaway is like the head, right? I could totally see this being like kind of like maybe like a Combiner Wars Deluxe class Starscream or something like that, or Skywarp or something like that. But yeah, I totally dig this mold. And one of my other favorites is that Grimlock mold that Anthony was showing. But I like the green and black one best because it pays homage to the RID 2001 Grimlock with the green and the black.
Right. Yeah.
So that's my picks. Those are my picks.
But here's the thing. For that Skywarp, I know that they released the Skywarp. I didn't get it because it was a straight reprint of Starscream. But what I didn't get so they made Starscream and Skywarp in the RID 2015 toy line, but where was Thundercracker?
Because no one cares about Thundercracker.
Well, that's a fallacy.
I mean, well, was it like Few Adams has only Skywarps?
Yep.
And then who was the other? There's like a couple other YouTubers who only collect Skywarps. I don't know anybody collects a Thundercracker unless they're collecting the set of Seekers.
Well, there is.
So I think Larkin's Lair Thundercracker, I think, is his favorite, if I remember correctly.
Well, Ninja Bill did a custom of Ninja Bill 1000, or Ninja Bill Reviews now did a custom of that mold in Thundercracker, and he repainted it from a Starscream. So, but I do agree, JJ is like, where is the Thundercracker for this one? Skywarp sells the least. He sells the least, and Thundercracker got passed over. So,
and that's why Skywarp always ends up an exclusive, because he was the lowest selling of all 6 Seekers in Generation 1. So that's why they always hesitate to even bring him back, which is weird because you think a Black Jet would be like, ooh, stealth F-15 Eagle would be awesome, but
right?
Well.
Yeah. Dude, if I was in the Air Force and they were like, "Hey, input, customize your jet," I'd be like, "Paint it purple and black. Let's rock this sucker, man. Come on."
Also, purple and black is stealth.
Yeah.
What are you talking about? When I'm driving around, I turn off my lights. That's stealth mode on a vehicle, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
At night? Yeah.
I mean, my drift car doesn't even have headlights. So I mean, there's that.
Oh wow!
So it's be my turn, I suppose.
Yes,
sir.
Turn TFA.
Alrighty, let's see what I can get, because again, everything's all over here. Oh, actually, hang on. This is literally my box of RID stuff, and there's even more. So,
wow,
it's shipped
Big
from
Bad Toy Store, get a shout out on there.
huh?
Big Bad Toy Store, get a shout out on your box.
Okay, so I'm also gonna join the Dinobot train. I once again have Marvelous Prime to thank for this.
Oh, dude.
Despite the fact that it is incomplete, doesn't have the tiny dino arms. I just switch them out with FOC Grimlock because they're the same. This is the Platinum Edition 2-pack with that really weird painted Bumblebee and the
goodness.
Voyager Grimlock, and he's a looker. He's definitely a looker. I love him. He's so cool. And the fact that they remolded him entirely to give him his sheer Robots in Disguise 2015 look is beyond.
Wow. Just wow.
And no stupid light gimmick, because there's no translucent.
Yeah.
Don't get me wrong, I like the light gimmick on FOC.
Although that panel was supposed to flip around on the back.
Yeah, I think. Surprised no one has mentioned any of these guys, but Quillfire.
Hey, wait. Oh.
Little dirty. I didn't kiss him.
Its
yeah,
colors remind me of Chrome Dome.
I genuinely lost it
It's
because
Bulkhead.
this is the second character to use Bulkhead's vehicle mode, but they like modified it, so he has like the little rack here in the back and everything, and he just has like this really. He works like it's the same vehicle as Bulkhead, but it transforms entirely different. So, you know, that's
Sweet.
back when they had the QR code and everything. But yeah,
Oh, yeah.
nice compact little dude. And I actually have my buddy Dreadwing 2099, I think is what his name is. I don't remember. My buddy Ryan from Australia. He actually sent me him, Thunderhoof, and Blizzard Strike Drift because I couldn't find them anywhere here in the U.S. Especially in Florida.
Outback. That's another one I was thinking of. Outback.
Outback.
Oh yeah, he looks
Outback.
like.
So, and if you really want him to, you can become a monster machine or whatever they were called back in the.
Become a Ghostbusters buggy. There you go.
Yeah,
Like Venom's head.
yeah, kind of. Another one that I thoroughly enjoy, and I want to try to get
Jazz.
adventure versions. Jazz.
Oh, I have.
Return
I love
of
that Jazz,
to
man.
Cartoons.
I love
Holy
that
crap.
jazz. Yeah. Dig
And
that.
I wish he would have appeared in more episodes.
This was like a heavy remold of the, I think, the Prid Bumblebee, because it's like the same type of transformation, same engineering for Bumblebee's shoulders. A little bit different, but relatively the same. But like this car mode, that screams Jazz. Like it's so sleek, so slender, so just.
Although more pink could have spruced it up a little bit.
Hey, I like how the spoiler looks futuristic.
Yeah.
That and it's very reminiscent to me of the Power of the Primes Jazz.
And
Default mode.
if you go to the back, you can see the back. On the back of the car, there is a spot for a repo label for an Autobot logo.
Yeah, I'm good. Not touching his tailpipe with a 10-foot pole.
Okay, next one you got?
See who else we can get in here.
Megatronus, Megatronus.
Megatronus.
Yes, I knew it.
Well, I was looking at him and I also heard you. I'm like, hey, I'll give you a bone. Yeah, I got both versions actually because he was released. He was released twice. This is, I believe,
The Toys R Us exclusive.
if I recall, I think I have to open them up.
I think that's the Toys R Us exclusive. Am I right?
Yeah, this is the Clash of the Transformers one with the battle mask.
Aha! There we go. Never found that one.
I had to go to a Toys R Us outlet in a mall down here at Tampa Premium Outlets just to get him. So I actually got him on Halloween, surprisingly enough. So yeah, I loved Megatronus in the cartoon. I thought he was great. And then the retail one, if he's not already out, this is my collection room. I can make a mess if I want to. Where are you? You over there? Yeah, you're over there.
Here's side swipe. Side swipe. Side swipe.
Here's the retail
Oh,
one.
that's the regular version. Ah, okay. One with the flipped
So
up.
this is the one without,
Yeah, that's the one without. Yeah, I have that one.
which I think is neat. I'm kind of glad that they give like a variant because it's like someone discovered it and they thought, oh, it's rare, but it kind of is. The only thing I just don't really care for about the variants is if you wanted to like have more detail, you have to like swap out the chest.
Oh, that's right.
So,
Yeah.
I mean, it's not a big thing, but it's like, whatever. When he has the mask on, maybe those light up. I don't know. Who cares?
It's the Fallen. He's the badass of the Transformers.
Like I said, I'm sorry. I got a lot. I'm trying to make it quick.
It's all
Oh,
right.
take your time.
Take your time.
My Crazy Bolt.
I never
Sweet.
found that one. I couldn't
The
find
fact
that
that, like,
one.
He turns into like this dragster type car, and he transforms into like a
Crazy
like a
Bolt.
metal
Wow.
dragon. He's neat.
His paint job looks like Ash.
He looks really cool. Like I love.
That
It's not
is amazing.
accurate, like because in the cartoon he transforms into more of like a boat-looking car, but like
Although
love
that-
this.
Although the back part kind of kills it a little bit.
Well, he is a
He's like-
deployer, so
Yeah, he's like a Getaway and Thunderclass's love child.
Yeah.
sure. why not?
I think he has like 3 warriors.
Also, Scorpion.
Scorponok. Scorponok. I love
Sweet.
Scorponok. I digs it. very much.
Scorponok is, I think he was another. No, Paralon was a Clash of the Transformers exclusive. I think
Yeah.
this was a retail release. So, Yeah.
What's funny is they released Paralon first before Scorponok.
The toys reveal stuff like I kept preaching. Everyone was like, oh no, Ratchet's never going to show up in Rig 2015. He got a toy. So, yeah.
Right? He got a toy.
And also, spring load.
Now, I don't have the one-step spring load, but, hey, I have the this little tiny spring load. Anybody can see. There we
Well, it's
go.
focused on me at the moment, but
Yeah, that's right. But yeah, I
got
got
a little Legion. Yeah, you have the more accurate one. I just wanted this because it's like it works for a deluxe for me. And I love how he has like these big pumped up tires. Like
a
Yeah.
looks cool. And he actually, it's funny enough too. He actually looks really good with Warrior class Coalfire.
Oh, that looks
They
good.
don't look that bad.
No, they don't.
They don't. Yeah, they don't look that bad.
There was one figure I wanted to get from the Transformers Adventure line, and it was the Supreme Mode Bumblebee, but I could never find it.
Mhm.
So I kind of passed on it. Honorable mention that I don't even think is in this box. It might be.
Ratchet? Brian?
No, actually, Fracture.
Oh.
Don't get me wrong, I love Ratchet. I thought they brought him back was like genius. I loved it. But yeah, Fracture. I love him. He's cool bounty hunter dude. Where the heck is? Okay, so he's not. Maybe he's not in here. But I know who is in here. I'm almost done. I promise. Bisk.
Yeah, Bisk.
I will say this. The head on mine broke. Unfortunately. Like the back of the neck completely developed this crack in it as soon as I rotated the head.
Yeah.
So
I love his alt mode though.
It broke off.
That alt
I
mode
glued it.
was pretty sweet.
Alt mode looks sweet. Oh my god.
It broke off, so I glued it. He still has a head, so it's fine. But yeah, I got Bisk. I got Thermidor because I love Bisk. And fun fact, he's also voiced by Kerry Payton, same voice as Grimlock.
Yeah.
And then to finish it off,
Drift.
Drift.
Nice.
Which Drift?
The G1 color Drift.
G1 colors, but I think it was called Windstrike Drift, if I remember correctly. But yeah, and they did like a really unique form of him for Transformers Adventure, and I wanted to get him because it's like he had like a whole brand new IDW inspired head and everything. But yeah, I like this. I think they did the RID characters very well. I just wish we got a lot of the others. Like I wish we got Octopunch or Polar Claw or Chop Shop, Terra Shock.
We needed Shadelock because he was just a Viacon but with a different head.
Shadelock was that'd be a cool custom.
What was his name?
Shadelock.
Shadelock.
Oh, I thought you said something else, JJ.
But yeah, I definitely have an abundance, if not the whole line of Robots in Disguise 2015.
Did you get you get Menasor, Ultra B, and Galvatronus?
Yep.
I never got those, fortunately.
Oh, and here's that overload you were talking about, Crimson.
There we go. That's the mini
he's a mini con.
Yeah, he looked really cool as like a Cybertronian tank. You know, if to only get blown up as a background Decepticon character.
Be a cool custom for Impactor.
What the face?
It'd be a cool custom for Impactor.
Yeah.
Yeah, it would.
So,
you know what's kind of cool about some of these RED 2015 designs? They look Cybertronian almost.
I made the head sculpt a little bit more black to it, so it's more accurate. It's not just plain.
I might have to do that.
I even painted the hands black, so it's more accurate as well, and got some extra little details. Like I used the ink, the pen ink, the marker, to do that. So,
but do you have his mini-cons Ransack and Backtrack?
Unfortunately, I only have Backtrack.
Yeah, Ransack was a pain because if you could find him, you'd only find him at like a Ross or TJ Maxx, and fortunately enough, that's where I also found Glacier and or Swelter and Glacius. Oh, by the way, found him. I love Fracture. I love him so much. He's like if Lockdown was a motorcycle.
Yeah.
Hey, TFA 1024. That drift, that's the white drift with the red stripe on it. Is that called Alpine Strike Autobot Drift Warrior Class 2016?
Yeah, that was it.
Is it Alpine Strike? Okay, cool.
Because
I was looking for that, but I couldn't find one called Wind Streak. But yeah, that looks.
Yeah, I
pretty neat.
genuinely, it was either Wind or it was like Alpine Strike, because it's like he already had like this winter color scheme already. So
I have the Generations one, but I kind of like the alt mode of that Warrior Class one.
the Warrior Class, I mean, it's accurate. It's definitely
Yeah.
accurate. It looks like it jumped out of the cartoon.
Yeah, it does.
So
Really does.
yep, that'd be it for me. TFN Geek, up to you.
Me? Okay. So, Robots in Disguise 2015. Okay. Here it is. My entire Robots in Disguise 2015 collection. I have Shadow Zone Bumblebee and Shadow Zone
Absolutely
Soundwave.
beautiful.
Nothing.
Oh,
I
you
wish
got
I could
the
have a collection like that.
you got
Wait,
the
what'd you say?
exclusive Invisible Mirage one.
Oh, the
Exactly.
Super Rare Takara Tomy Hasbro collaborative. Yeah, I know, right?
Yeah, the only problem is that the head keeps popping off and I have to put it back on.
Oh, brother.
Yeah. No, but seriously though, I wasn't really a fan of the Robots in Disguise 2015 figures, so I passed on them and I made my focus that year on going completist on the Combiner Wars line.
Smart, honestly.
So I own 0 Robots in Disguise 2015 Transformers.
Oh, that's unfortunate. They're great.
Depends. I mean, it's in the eye of the beholder. If you want to Combiner Wars,
Yeah,
Well, I would recommend Strong Arm for sure.
yeah, Strong Arm's great.
and Thunderhoof.
Amazing. Strong arm.
Thunderhoof.
She's amazing.
I love the fact. I just have to say that I love the fact that they got a Stallone to actually voice Thunderhoof.
Mm-hmm.
Frank Stallone, man, he killed it with Thunderhoof. I love it.
Oh yeah. So is Thunderhoof's off mode? Is it a tractor?
It is a tractor.
Oh, okay.
It is a tractor with a plow.
Nice.
Or what's it called? A cattle catcher or something? Forget.
No, I think he's
It's
scooping
one of those
hay,
ones
though.
that do the bundling of hay or when it goes to a field, something like that.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, Crimson, what's next?
I think in Combiner Wars, right? Prime Wars.
Yeah,
Yeah,
we're
Prime Wars
moving
trilogy.
into the Prime Wars trilogy because.
So quick question. Do we want to just do Prime Wars trilogy as a whole, or do we want to go through each of the 3 lines separately?
I would shoot myself if we did individual lines. So,
Okay.
but let's try eliminating it to just the entire series. For
Alrighty.
which I will go first because I'm already prepared. So
Okay.
let me zoom in. So it took me a while to figure out exactly what was my favorite, what was my least favorite, and I'm going to show you my least favorite, and it's because it's such a loose form, and I mean his bot mode is way better than his bat mode. It just doesn't stay together for me. He doesn't stand up well. And then you have to take all of it apart to form his. He looks cool. Okay, don't get me wrong. But he's all this like rubber. It's not a good anything.
If there are 2 things I can't stand on figures, it's clear or flexi plastic.
At least he got teeth in the front. They're very tiny,
Yeah.
but they're there. I mean, because you have to have, if you're going to collect the headmasters, you have to have all of the main ones from the series. So obviously, I grabbed him, but he just isn't he just isn't my favorite. So my favorite now, I actually only got him like late last year, and it's because I collected you guys remember the Street Fighter crossover where it was Sterling 30s,
Yeah, I remember those.
RC that is Chun-Li, and then the Headmaster Hot Rod is Ken.
Yeah,
I liked the Ken Headmaster so much that I wanted to get the actual Headmaster Hot Rod. And I really struggled over the choice because he was running like $30 online, which isn't too bad. And I was like, do I really need another? It's the same mold with the traditional coloring instead of the red and I forget what the other color Ken was. But I just love this one so much more than the. I'm not going to get his Headmaster out ever. Oh, he's in there. Well,
use the nails.
I know I have to. I'd rip his head off. Also, I don't hate the head mold. If it would focus. We'll go with that. It would look better if they show you all the little creases in his mouth and his eyes, but I really like him. His transformation isn't too bad, which is funny. I compared this one to the Studio Series 86 one for transformation, and the Studio Series 86 one is so much more complicated, but I broke one of the exhaust pipes in the Studio 680 or the Studio 86 one, but on this one, the pieces don't stick out so much. They chip off. So this is superior in a number of ways, I think, and I really dig it. Also, you don't have a fake chest plate, so this piece actually comes down. I really appreciate the effort put into this deluxe. It's just it's just there's no openings, there's no gaps. He fills in nicely, and from the side, he looks like he's supposed to. And the only gap you see is the one for the cockpit, which is supposed to open.
Yeah. It's a very clean hot rod. I'll definitely give them that.
Crimson?
Yeah, I would say out of just taking all three of them as a whole, I really want to say that the punch counter punch is probably my favorite figure out of all three of those lines.
Yes.
It's just it does so well. It works today. You know what I mean?
It is definitely, and I'm only tagging on because that was honestly the same answer. I love the combiners and everything. But punch counter punch is my all-time favorite transformer, and that's hard for me to say because it's like I don't pick favorites.
Yeah.
It's such a magnificent figure. They did such a great job with capturing both forms.
And my least favorite, just from handling, I have the Takara Legends blur, and I love that Titan's Return blur, but the original Hasbro one is just so awful looking. And in fact, the reason why I look at that one as probably one of the weakest is that, and I think even Wheelie, the Wheelie mold is better than that blur mold, right? So that says a lot right there. But the reason why it's so weak is that, I had kind of stepped away from Transformers because of the hollowness and stuff, and didn't really pay attention to Combiner Wars, mainly because I was like, okay, here's a couple of Protectobots, but they're not all in the same wave. How am I going to make sure that I'm going to get all 5 of them, And it's just, if they weren't all in the same wave, I felt like I was never going to get them. So I just didn't. And in some cases, I didn't get to see all of them in the stores, particularly the Terracons. I don't remember seeing each one later on. I saw a lot of home
distribution. The distribution for Power of the Primes was like god awful. That's when things really started to hit.
Correct. Yeah. But I'll say that I'd actually gone to a Books A Million and had looked at Cup and Weird Wolf, or Wolfwire they called them, and what's the other one I was thinking of? The blur, right? So I'm looking at them in the store, and I'm like, oh wow, these look really cool. And then I started looking in the packaging and everything. I was like, man, it's been 3 years or 2 years or whatever, and they still have all that hollowness. And so I just put it back on the shelf and never. I mean, they were $16, which I thought was like ridiculous. So I just kind of passed over them. But I would say, in retrospect, Siege, has done so much for the Transformers franchise and revitalizing the quality and engineering. I've gone back and rebought a ton of Combiner Wars, Prime Wars figures. So it's nuts that we're able to kind of recapture all of that. So if that makes any sense.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, exactly.
But that's it for me. JJ?
Okay, so now, first off, Combiner Wars. Combiner Wars is just known for me because I only collected like the first 3 waves, and then the wave 4 onwards, just with all the repaints, just no. But from Titan's Return, though, my top favorite figure from Titan's Return has to be the Leader Class Autobot blaster, and this is the only blaster I was able to
yeah.
from Hasbro. And wow, this mold really works for blaster. It's big, it's chunky, it's wow. I call this my masterpiece blaster. But anyway,
I mean, you're not too far off.
he is far off from his G1 design, you know. Yeah, so that's my favorite figure from Titans Return. Titans Return, they give you a lot of good figures, but the only annoying thing I found was there were too many decapitated heads. No, just,
Right?
I cannot even stand the number of decapitated heads in my collection. I cannot. No.
That's
So-
why you keep them on the bodies.
Yes, but yeah, I couldn't finish Time's Return. I just couldn't finish it. I just couldn't. But Power to Primes was the only toy line where I could just finish it off because, you know, hey, they gave me my favorite design for Optimus Primal.
That is such a good-looking Optimal Optimus. I recently got mine a couple months ago, finally, after missing
Oh,
out
yeah.
on it.
That figure actually made me watch the Beast Wars series.
Wow, really?
This is one of my favorite Power to Primes figures. It's the Optimal Optimus figure. And I love the fact that you can have an extra Optimus Primal figure. You know, you can have 2 action figures if you want to. But it's pretty cool.
That's hilarious. He's got a gorilla backpack.
That's a
Yeah, I'm
slab.
serious. That figure made me watch the Beast Wars cartoon series. 'Cause it made
I don't
me
know if
really-
you should be stroking your monkey.
No,
Although I admit I would like the black one only because I think it might be a little bit bigger.
Anthony,
Oh my
you're
god.
complaining. You're saying, you know, it's bad if he's, you know, rubbing it. It'd be bad if he was spanking it.
If you shake it more than twice,
All right, JJ. So that's your new thing. You got to spank your toys.
Yeah.
Spank that monkey, JJ. Spank that monkey.
Spank that gorilla.
Okay, honorable mentions for the Prime Masters, the Pretender Shells. I love the gimmick. I love that it can transform into your weapons for your other figures. That's pretty awesome. And I love the Leader Class Optimus Prime and the Leader Class Rodimus Prime figures. Those figures make my day. And I mean, Rodimus Prime looks great. I mean, he looks awesome. But the Hot Rod part just no.
Really?
Well, in comparison with the 86 Studio Series, that Hot Rod,
Yeah,
that Hot Rod was probably the better one we could get. But,
There's no comparison.
yeah, yeah.
Yeah. That's my top figures from the Combiner Wars trilogy. Yeah, nothing from Combiner Wars because the Combiner Wars figures they don't look good enough to make them my top figures. Actually, my top figure for Combiner Wars is Rook. I love Rook. You know,
Yeah, Rook is
that
pretty
one.
good.
Rook was awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's awesome. Okay, so
I wanted to get. Yeah, I want to get like I know that when Rook came out, people were pissed. When Alpha Bravo came out, people were pissed. Off Road came out, people were pissed. And I ended up
I'm
getting
noticing
all
a
3 of
pattern
them.
here.
Yeah, because I ended up getting all 3 of them because I was just like, oh, cool, it'll be cannon fodder, you know. And then I got Rook, and I ended up spending way too much money on him. Like, I think I spent like $45 on Rook loose, but complete. And I was like, that's ridiculous. But he is a really good figure, and he fits really well with Siege. And then I started liking him, and I was like, well, crap, now I can't have him die in my series, maybe.
Yeah, all right, Endput, you're up for the Prime Wars.
All right, for Prime Wars, let's do this. So, real quick, to all those people who got butthurt over Alpha Bravo and Rook and all those other people, wah.
Right?
Hasbro's allowed to experiment with their characters and stuff like that. It's their characters. So I'm gonna do a callback to about 4 hours ago. Done. Jump starters, hands down. These guys right here. Now these guys got remolded.
Oh, they're my favorite.
They got remolded in the what is it? The Die Atlas set, the big powered set.
Yeah.
So any version of this mold, absolutely love the transformation and stuff. But It's Twin Twist. Twin Twist, that's my dude, man. You know, me and Twin Twist go way back, as I explained earlier.
I forgot the name of the one from Diatlas. I think his name was Roadburner.
Roadfire.
Roadburn.
I have him.
Roadfire.
Yeah, I have him.
And so because he's the closest one to me, you guys get to see a custom, but he's the closest one to me. But I will say the truck mold. So him, Motor Master, Optimus Prime, White Optimus Prime. Now this one's been customized into Thunderclash. This has the render form head and the sticker sheet from Toy Hacks and custom paint. So, and the gun is render form as well. It's part of the head. It's the head and the gun. It's a whole set. But yeah, so
quick review of it. Quick review of it.
Right. And so this one, like I said, is all customized. But I love this mold. Absolutely love this truck mold. It's probably one of the best molds that Hasbro's ever done.
Thanks for the
And I will say this is probably going to tick a lot of people off, but boom. Just for history's sake, Titans Return RC. For those of you guys who don't know, she was originally supposed to come out as a headmaster back in the 80s. She was supposed to be a repaint of Chrome Dome, and they finally released a Titan Master or a Headmaster RC in Titans Return. And I love the face sculpt on this, man. And what I really, really dig about it is that the paint, they were able to slim down this blur mold with white paint. They were able to slim her down and give her that female form.
I love that version of RC.
And it's just a great figure. And like I said,
I love the bonus that comes with that figure.
Yeah, that's the
Hascon.
Hascon.
Yeah, okay. That's the Toys R Us exclusive one then.
No, that's a Hascon.
Yeah, pretty much.
No,
Yeah.
I thought there was a Hascon one.
It was Hascon, but it also got released at Toys R Us and a few other places as well later on.
Same with Grotesque.
Yeah,
So,
because I have that Toys R Us exclusive one.
I just love the fact that it comes with Ultra Magnus's head, so if you wanted to, you can make Ultra Magnus real pretty.
yeah, definitely. And an honorable mention right there to
Grant Optimus. Hey.
Wait.
right there. Honorable mention to Brave Max right there, or Grand Max right there.
Oh my god.
I'm
And
not
Fort
too
Max.
familiar with like
Grand Max right there. Honorable mention to Grand Max. Because honestly, while yes, the same mold as Fort Max, Titans Return Fort Max, I feel like that dude went through hell to get made. You know?
Right?
Yeah.
So huge shout out to that guy right there.
I forgot what color scheme is that from, like Super God Master Force?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
All right, TFA, you're up for Prime Wars.
Oh, whoops. I was busy talking to Rebecca in the live chat. I gotta check on my woman. Anyway, I already kind of touched upon it, and Crimson stole my answer. Give me like a brief moment because it's literally outside of my room.
We were twinsies, TFA. That's twinsies.
Come on. Where are you?
The logo disappeared, unfortunately.
Oh, I'm here. Hang on. I'm genuinely trying to get him because I want to show him up, and I don't know where to put him. You guys are coming with me. Hang on. Switch to someone else for a minute. I don't want to hold up.
Go TF Angie.
Me? We're jumping to me?
Prime Wars.
Alright, Prime
Got
Wars.
him.
Okay, so I tried to go completist on the Prime Wars trilogy, but if I have to name some of the figures that were highlights, Deluxe Class Groove, who was released exclusively through Amazon.
I just got him last week.
So
I never found him. I never got this.
I like
Yeah.
the fact that his guns double as his sirens for his back.
Yeah,
Right.
and they're done in two types
Yeah.
of clear plastic. The sirens are clear red, and then the handles are crystal clear plastic.
I am so glad that those limbs for the Unite Warriors versions actually did come to the US.
Yeah. And then, of course, I use Battle Core Optimus as my Nova Prime.
Got a big
Combiner it up.
Yeah.
got a
I got Combiner Wars Devastator and one of the upgrade kits for him. And I just went completist on the Combiner Wars line. But the Crown Jewel would have my Crown Jewels from the Prime Wars trilogy, and I just dropped it. So I have Titan's Return.
Oh, fuck yes.
Oh, that's
Fortress
with the
Maximus.
DNA kit too.
You can see his arms. That's it. That's all we
Yeah, but I also got 2 of his upgrade kits. I got the laser gun that was made by Perfect Effect, which is close to the laser gun that he has on his box.
Yeah.
Sorry for my bad camera angles. And
That
what
is
fell
a big impressive gun, though.
Yeah,
Yep.
and what fell out of his arm is I also got from Perfect Effect. Really fast. I also got the Master Sword for Fortress Maximus.
Let's
Ooh,
go, sword!
sword, man. That's a big sword.
It is. So see if I can get it back in his arm. It falls out of Fortress Maximus's arm quite easily, unfortunately, but
The sword is
Yeah, I don't like that sword because it's die cast and he can't hold it too well.
so yeah, it's like the entire bottom half of the sword is die cast metal.
It's a lost art.
I feel like he should be putting the sword up to his face, going, "Give me sight beyond sight."
Headmasters, ho!
Yeah.
Give me sight beyond sight.
So yeah, there he is holding the Master Sword from Perfect Effect. So yeah, I just love these weapons for Fortress Maximus.
How tall is the sword compared to him? It has to be about his length, right?
It's about the length of his legs.
Oh, it looks bigger than it is then.
That's
Yeah.
what
The camera adds about 10 pounds.
she said.
Wow.
Yeah, I think the sword is about 15 inches long, maybe 20.
That's what she said.
Wow. That's huge.
As long as he doesn't pass out while he's wielding it, I guess.
Yeah, but the crown jewels of my Prime Wars trilogy collection were the figures released by Takara Tomy. My all-time favorite Transformers figure, God Jinrai.
I hate you. I hate you so much. Is that the one with the bonus pack that came with Cab and the
Yes,
Headmaster?
this is the bonus pack version where he has the chrome chest, and inside it's kind of hard to see, but Minerva, Cab, and Ghost Shooter are sitting there inside his chest.
Anthony, I'm trying. I'm trying to stop myself.
It's after midnight. I don't care now.
I actually have an upgrade kit. I made an upgrade kit for that figure, and
Damn it.
it's a
I
great
have all-
figure, and my
Yeah,
upgrade
and I
kit
have
actually
all-
makes it better.
And I have all 3 of the 6 changers: Titan's Return 6-shot, Titan's Return Quick Switch, and I also have the Takara exclusive Great Shot figure.
You
Oh,
have that and the MMC version. Are you serious?
I don't even have 6
Yes,
shots.
I have that. I have both versions of Great Shot.
Why?
But my all-time favorite figure from the Prime Wars trilogy, it's again Takara exclusive, Atlas, who's mold mates with Overlord.
Yeah.
He
Yeah,
looks
I
good.
agree. That Atlas is great, but
Oh my God.
I wish that the waist and on my copy anyway wasn't so loose.
Yeah, and I also got the upgrade kit that has the fillers for the back of his legs.
Am I the only one that didn't care about fillers?
Yeah. And here's Sonic Bomber.
I'm like
Well, how about
Danny.
these
I like
fill-
them all
how about
natural.
These fillers have a purpose. When you transform Atlas into his vehicle mode, and you separate him into the tank, these become missile pods for his tank.
That's
For
kind of
the tank. Yeah, and then you also get Roadfire, who's mold mates with Twin Twist.
Yep, and then you also get a Sonic Bomber, who's a
Yeah,
of the target map, one of the Decepticon target. I think it's Misfire.
Yeah.
Hey, real quick, I had to go through a couple websites to find it because nobody wanted to say how long it was. But that Perfect Effect Fortress Maximus Master Sword is 18 inches long, 46 centimeters. That is crazy.
Okay, yeah, so
Wow.
that's the size
That
of
is
it. Yeah.
a big sword.
Yeah, and the
Yeah.
entire bottom half of it is die-cast metal.
Yeah, no wonder.
That is a lost art in toys now.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Yeah, I made the
Beast
joke.
Wars reference.
But
Okay.
yeah, and then from the power, and then what was the third length of the Prime Wars trilogy? I forgot.
Power of the
Power of the
Primes.
Primes.
Power of the Primes.
Power of the Primes. Yeah. So Abominus and Predaking are some of my favorites, and I even got Predaking's sword that was made by.
I can't tell you
Yeah.
guys.
But yeah, look, here is Predaking's sword. I believe it was made by Shockwave Lab.
Holy crap, that's a long sword.
It is. It's almost as tall. It says, yeah, it's just as tall as Fort Max's sword. But
Oh,
unlike
I-
Fortress
See, now,
Max,
that sword is so
Fortress
big, you
Max-
could take it out and rob a store with it, and they wouldn't know anything different.
yeah, but the sword with
I got a
Fortress
knife!
Maximus, the sword with Fortress Maximus comes in 3 parts because the upper half of the blade can detach and be used by Cerebros.
That's
Wow.
not a knife. This is a knife. Yeah.
Yeah, but the sword that was made by Matrix Workshop for Power of the Prime's Predaking, it's one solid piece.
Sometimes
Yeah,
when I
this
cut
is just
carrots, I
one
just take my
solid
toy
piece.
sword.
Ronnie. That is amazing. Wow. Wow.
Uh-huh.
Wow. Wow, that is great.
I wanted the Predaking a sword, but it's like, how often do you see him use the sword? Because the only time I remember him ever using the sword was when in the season 3 episode Chaos, where he just uses a laser beam to cut off a boulder.
Yeah, and the handle is
Well,
just barely big enough that you yourself can actually hold it. And I believe I read on Cybertron.com that it's actually Predaking's name written here in Cybertronian hieroglyphs on the blade.
Talk about fool yourself.
Uh-huh.
Okay, so TFA, you're next, right?
Yeah, I
Yep.
actually
Yeah,
got
we
everything, and the only thing that matters to me, again, stealing from Crimson. Punch counter punch.
Yes,
Uh,
I like because TF Fengi showed the newer one, which is a lighter color, but I prefer that one. I like the darker colors.
No, see,
Yeah, I
call
love the
that
darker
newer
blue on
one
that.
Night Beat and Fist Fight because he looks like Night Beat. He doesn't look like punch counter punch. This is punch counter punch. This is always punch counter punch. I love him. He is my all-time favorite Transformers character for one whole reason. One of the most unique reasons among the Transformers universe. He is the only character to physically change his appearance for an Autobot or a Decepticon. I know Double Dealer technically did it, but he went from a robot to a beast mode and then to a missile launcher. So,
Right.
but like he has 2 different robot modes, and then he has one singular vehicle mode that coincides all together. And I love the way he is. I mean, I would love to see more of him. Like when I was watching season 4, well, can you call it season 4? Rebirth, and I just saw him for those split seconds. I'm like, oh cool, what's this guy gonna do? And like in the commercial they promoted him as like this big thing, which it is. And I actually did have the original G1 toy, but I don't collect G1, I collect modern generation 1, so this was mine. This is always mine. Plus you can use it as a therapy toy.
Yep.
I'm not even kidding about that. If you're having a good day, put him as punch. If you're having a bad day, switch him to counter punch. If you're having a meh day, turn him into a car.
He's just so fun. Just so fun. He's a fun figure.
He's just a great figure. I love him so much. Now, I wish he did come with both of his actual weapons, but the way that I do it is the single barrel gun that he comes with, that goes to counter punch, and then I took one of Titans Return Scourge's guns for the double barrel blaster and gave it to punch.
I think somebody has made like 3D models for the guns and stuff, but I know that one of the ones that was done really well was by Non-F. And
yeah, but that thing is like
he won't re-release them because for one thing they kind of actually got recasted and knocked off, and I think like the stuff that he uses now, like he can't really remake them. Like it's more trouble than it's worth for the amount of demand that there is. But it's funny because this was before the Dominus Criminal Pursuit set, right? And I was just like, man, if he had a whole bunch of those ready made, people would be buying those up right now.
It's funny too. I will be showing us off in a minute. It's funny too because, like I said, I call the one from that Dominus Pursuit pack Night Beat and Fist Fight because he looks a lot like Night Beat. But me and one of my buddies were talking about like, what if they did a third-party masterpiece, punch counter punch, and they called it like Covert and Traitor. I think that'd be cool. They can do it. Anyway,
I just think his Autobot counterpart is nearby, real nearby.
I loved. Oh man, that was great.
So bringing back around a conversation from 2 hours ago in Classic Optimus, we now have actual Motormaster recolor.
Yeah, I personally enjoyed the way that they handled Motormaster. Like I would have loved it. He transformed into a full blown truck with like the front becoming his feet and everything. But modern day and age, what are you gonna do? I personally prefer the Battle Core Optimus Prime. I love this mold. And I have my buddy Mike Mouse 97, I think is what his name. I can't remember. I have him to thank for this because back in 2015, he was sending me one to help me out, and I found one at my local Walmart. I was going to do a custom. I was going to get some repro labels, and I did. This is actually the one that he gave me, and I said I was going to custom into Nova Prime. So I won't be needing that anymore. And yeah, the stickers and everything are coming off, but I'll probably. Oh well, I was going to make one Thunder Clash like input, but I have the Mastermind Creations Colossus on the way, so that's my Thunder Clash. But yeah, I always loved this mold. I love the fact that we got a lot of combiners from the old days that we just don't see now. Like, I love the Superion. I enjoy Menasor. He's not great, but he's not bad. Defensor was pretty freaking solid, as was Bruticus. I'm trying to think of who else. The Titan class Devastator was
Superion.
I already mentioned Superion. The Devastator that they released was amazing. And then when they did Predaking and they actually did Abominus and they did who else? They did Abominus and then they did Piranacon for Generation Selects. I was like, those were the last three I needed for my G1 combiners, and lo and behold, we got them all, and I'm very happy about it. I just wish some of the combiner torsos weren't a thing, like Cyclonus being Galvatron. I thought that was a cool idea. I still actually do enjoy that idea, but like Scattershot being Betatron
instead of Computron.
What was that about? Why? Why is that a thing? It's weird.
I don't know. But yeah.
Hey, so I had a question for input in TFA. Like, so both you guys have that Battle Core Optimus Prime, and the two guns that he comes with, one looks like a G1 style, one almost looks like a Rodimus type gun. Do those connect together to make a longer gun like the Power of the Primes one does?
Yes.
Yeah.
They absolutely do. That goes for the Classics Prime or the Classic Combiner Wars Prime, and it goes for the Battle Core Prime.
Cool. So I never see anybody connect them. Everybody always has them separate.
Well, and I'll take it one step further and say that, you know, when you put them in the back of the truck mode, it makes like an engine block. It's like this giant diesel V8 engine and stuff.
I thought that was a really cool detail.
It's a great detail, but I've never seen an 18-wheeler that's mid-rear engine, so it makes no sense.
Well, what if it's a Cybertronian truck?
I don't know. It looks pretty Earth mode-y to me. So
I saw it one time. It was years ago on the Discovery Channel. These people made rocket boosters on the back of a semi-truck. And that's actually what inspired the Transformers Energon version of Rodimus.
I think that you were talking about Mythbusters.
Yeah.
Oh, so Battle Slash and Road Rash, they're actually one of my top review videos. That and Rodimus Unicronus, like they're my top two reviews, like in viewers.
Yeah.
There's the Nova Prime upgrade kit or label set.
Nice.
Slap that ass.
Nice.
I love this. I wanted to get the SMD Primo Mortalis pack, but I just Primo Mortis pack, but I can't do it. I'll probably get one equipped with it and then go from there. But like this would be like a base mode Nova Prime, and then that would be the regular. And it's funny you mentioned Rodimus Unicronus because again, Rebecca, Becky Angel Rose, she hooked me up with him because I could never find him in store. So that's a great one too. I don't even treat that as like a shattered glass Rodimus. I use that as like legit Rodimus Unicronus because that's what the Power of the Primes cartoon.
So the same company that made Predaking's sword, Shockwave Lab, they made these laser guns for Power of the Primes Battle Trap. And in his two vehicle modes, the black and gray one, you insert it here on the front of his helicopter mode, and now he doesn't have that square space anymore. He instead has a machine gun on the front of him, and then the silver double barrel laser gun pegs onto the top of the armored car, so now it's armed for battle.
Dr. Wu did a kit with those two as well.
There were three companies that did upgrade kits for Battle Trap: Non-F Productions, Dr. Wu, and then the one I got is from Shockwave Lab.
I need to buy from Shockwave Lab and Non-F at some point.
Okay.
Good things.
My lunch is like in 2 minutes. So yeah, I'm
Bring it all
very
over.
happy right now. So now we're gonna skip Cyberverse. That's right, we're gonna skip it. So
Real quick. I'm gonna bow out, guys. I'm falling asleep. I'm getting really tired. So
Well, here, let's do this real
Um,
quick. Let's just wrap this up with everybody's top and bottom War for Cybertron, and then we can just cut this, and I can go watch Superman.
All right.
all right.
Okay, JJ, what's your top and bottom War for Cybertron?
So let's think. As a whole, I love Jetfire, man. Commander class Jetfire. It's an excellent figure, in my opinion. 10 out of 10 for this guy. Really, really well done. I love how you can actually get all the parts combined on him to make it like a G1 toy Jetfire look. So I absolutely love this. Come on, Cyclonus. Come on, 10 out of 10 for this guy. Really, this looks so awesome. This is one of my top kingdoms. It's perfect.
Pay
And then-
attention to what JJ's doing, everybody. I want it to be this short and sweet.
Yes.
What's your next one?
I got
I still need to find him.
Yes.
the Optimus Primal. Oh my
Oh,
god,
sweet.
these two figures, amazing! It's amazing what
That's
Hasbro
the
did
prime.
with these two figures. I also love the Earthrise Optimus Prime. I love the Siege Starscream mold as well. Although I only have one mold of this, and I didn't get repaint.
Have
But
fun in the Seeker Hunt.
But yeah, I love this one. Unfortunately, the least favorite figures of the War for Cybertron line has to be Fast Track, because his leg got a bad Maker QC issue. So unfortunately, I had to do a mod with this. So, but,
QC.
no,
It has been bad,
Yeah. COVID hasn't exactly helped either.
right?
Yeah.
When you're working with second and third hand staff members, yeah.
Mhm.
Actually, this is the only least favorite figure of the War for Cybertron line. The others I absolutely love. Honorable mention is Cheetor. I absolutely love this figure. I actually love the baby blues better on this figure than the Netflix one. The Netflix one, I know.
Disappointed by the lack of a gut gun and a butt blaster.
Yeah, the gut gun is disgusting.
I mean, I get why they do the tail weapon because it's an homage to the Transmetal Cheetor, but like, come on.
Yeah, I like Tail Whip. Tail Whip is cool. You know, it's a cool weapon.
Okay, you done, JJ?
Okay, I'm done.
Okay, JJ, real quick, tell everybody how they can find you online.
Okay, just like I said earlier in the intro, you guys can find me on YouTube, JJ Prime Reviews. I just reviewed the ABC Toys Megatron, of course. You can always follow me on Instagram, JJ Prime Reviews. Follow me on Twitter, JJ Prime Reviews. I do have a Facebook page known as JJ Prime Reviews as well, but I don't use it that much. I do have a Discord server as well, JJ Prime Reviews. If you want to be on it, I'll send you the link, personally, hopefully. But yeah, so that is where you can find me, and I am out.
See you later. Thank you for attending.
Take
Yeah.
care, JJ.
Guys, would you mind if I go next? Because I got to run.
Input, is it okay if TF goes first?
No, I want to go next.
Input's about to fall asleep.
All right.
Okay, well, see you, JJ. Okay, Input, go real quick.
Okay, I'll make this short and sweet. I will say, boom, Scorponok, boom, and I'm gonna cheat a little bit. And I'm gonna say Masterpiece Lio Convoy. Done. Problem solved.
Okay, tell people how they can find you.
You guys can find me on my you guys can find me on my YouTube channel in-PUT. We got a podcast every Saturday night. That's Transformers. It's a Transformers podcast called Tales from Teletran. Every Saturday from 6 to 8 p.m. Central Standard Time. It's me. It's Danny Dolphin. It's Crimson Raptors. Possibly every now and then when he decides to show up. And it's Rolling Redneck Reviews. You can't forget about that guy. And Transformers Season 5, because like I said earlier, damn it, if Hasbro won't finish it, then I will.
I love the passion and enthusiasm.
I wonder if you could do
Okay.
like if has don't, then in does, or in dash does,
Okay.
or something, or input does,
Okay.
or something like that. There's a catchphrase in it.
Okay. Right, we're trying to steal from Nintendo or Sega. Got you. TF Andy, go ahead and what's your 2, 4, 6, 8, whatever, and then
Alrighty.
you tell people
Okay.
where they can find you.
Alrighty. Favorite Prime Wars trilogy favorite, sorry, not Prime Wars trilogy, War for Cybertron trilogy figures. Commander Class Skylinks, Deluxe Class Ratchet and Ironhide. And this is kind of a cheat, but also Gigawatt. Least favorite mold, definitely it's the Earthrise Dotsons molds. They break so easily. So you guys can find me here on YouTube. You can find me on Discord. I love everything Transformers related. Thank you so much, HNE Games, for having me on here. And until next time, you guys, transform and roll out. Goodbye.
Thank you for attending.
Take care, dude.
Okay, who's next? Crimson or TFA? Do you want to fight for it? Are we gonna do like some
Go
Mortal
for it,
Kombat
TFA
thing?
1024.
No, I insist.
Go for it.
You seem to have everything set up.
No,
he's getting set up.
All right.
I mean,
okay.
I can go to fill time if we have no choice.
That's all right. I don't have them all on hand, but I'll just list them off. From the WFC trilogy, I absolutely enjoyed every single one of the weaponizers and the modulators, and even Mr. Paleo Trex, who's just around here somewhere. Definitely the Titan classes, Omega Supreme, Scorponok, also because they were bought for me by Rebecca for birthday gifts as well. Ironhide and Ratchet, similar to Steve Fangeek. Skylinks, because holy crap, that thing's amazing. Same with Jetfire for JJ Prime. I also love those very much. I mean, honestly, everything. I literally love everything. There's not a figure I dislike or hate. And if you want to find me, you can go ahead and look me up here on YouTube as TFA1024, the TF Addict, or just type in the TF Addict. Personally, that's a preference. You can find me on Instagram, TFA1024. I post every now and then whenever I possibly can. I got a stop motion coming up called Trees in a Tarn story featuring IDW's favorite of mine, Tarn. So stay tuned for that. That'll be coming out very soon. And yeah, that's pretty much all I have to say. So please remember, until next time, to get addicted, stay addicted, and TF Addicts for life! This is TFA 1024, the TF Addict, rolling out till all are one for now. Thanks for having me, Anthony.
Thank you for attending. Okay, Crimson, it's just you and me.
Okay.
Are you ready yet, or do you need me to stall?
Oh, no, I'm ready. Full screen me. Put me on blast.
Go.
All right. So you can't quite see Black Arachnids up there, but that's fine. So I would say for the War for Cybertron, my favorite figure for sure for Siege is the Siege Optimus Prime. That figure, I haven't had more fun with that. I haven't had as much fun with an Optimus Prime or even a Transformer as much since Generation 2 Optimus Prime. Because I played transforming that Siege Prime like a month and a half, almost 2 months, just transforming it back and forth while watching YouTube videos and everything else. That is definitely my favorite of that Siege. My least favorite is is the Siege Megatron. Those hollow forearms
it's head tucking. That sucks.
Yeah, the head tucking, the hollow forearms, the lack of a wrist swivel. I mean, you could tell just looking at the line of the Wave 1 that he got the least of the budget. I mean, they added a lot of paint with that space sludge on it, but they just couldn't. I mean, you can't give him a hollow forearm. You know, you can't do that. Plus, it was redone like 6 different times. So they made their money back for it for sure. They just never wanted to fix it. For Earthrise, I would say the Earthrise Prime is here, but I couldn't grab him because he's way up on the shelf. But Earthrise Skylinks is probably the best toy of 2020. If there was anything that was good that came out of 2020, it was that Earthrise Skylinks, and I highly recommend them to anybody that's out there. My least favorite would be the Earthrise Megatron. See, there's a pattern here. So that Earthrise Megatron is terrible. It's awful. And then for Kingdom, I don't have the Predacon Megatron. I don't think that would top my list just from all the stuff that I've seen, even though, of course, I love dinosaurs. But I don't have Cyclonus yet. Input actually got Cyclonus for me, but we're waiting on some 3D prints before he sends it up to me. And so Black Arachnia right now is my favorite of the Kingdom figures. She's a figure and a form that I've always wanted to have in this, design. Yes, she doesn't have orange spider legs. That's fine. I can paint that. Yes, she doesn't have purple feet. That's fine. I can paint that. But everything else is just, I mean, I think it's almost even better than the Masterpiece, and it's just a little bit smaller than that Masterpiece.
Let me ask you: did you break the tab on her chest plate?
So I haven't. I know a lot of people have been breaking that. A lot of people are when they're transforming it back and forth. Mine has not had that issue. I did get a second one just in case, but I haven't taken that one out of the package. So no issues with me here. So, but I was also one of the few that had an Ironhide, a Siege Ironhide, that the flaps folded all the way into the knees and the ankles. So, and everybody else couldn't tab theirs in. So, but yeah, she's perfect. This Black Arachne. I don't know if we need a Tarantulas. I wish we had a Pterosaur down the line. I really don't understand why they can't do a Pterosaur, but because we didn't really need a Waspinator either. That Generations one from Thrilling 30 is perfect. But yeah, she's really awesome. So if rumors are true with getting a Tarantulas, then it's going to look probably just as good as this one. Honorable mentions, though, I will say, is the Netflix series. I do not like that Earthrise RC, but I do like the Alita one, so go figure. But the Bumblebee figure, I think, is probably my favorite out of that one. Siege Shockwave, I waited, he's one of my favorite Decepticons. I've waited nearly 30 years to get him in a nice, playable, non-masterpiece, non-third-party form. And this is definitely, yes, $50, but he comes with a Sentinel drone that he tracked female Autobots and Spike and Carly with in the Desertion of the Dinobots. So honestly, like $50, I would have paid $75 to get this Shockwave. It's so good. And the Generation Select Super Megatron, again, a figure I never thought they would make, but they did. And I'm so very glad they did because, I'm not a big fan of Galvatron, but I would think that if I feel Megatron would never allow himself to be renamed. He would be Megatron, but better. And so I would want Unicron, if we could go back in time and change some designs, I would want Unicron to have made Megatron into Super Megatron and then go from there. Because that just would have just really elevated that character and would change the interesting dynamic between him and Rodimus Prime. But that said, it didn't happen. So those are mine. I would say you can find me on Twitter. You can find me on YouTube. You can find me on Instagram. All of them at CrimsonRaptors. Crimson, like the dark red color, RAPTORS, and that's where you can find me. So back to you, Anthony.
Okay, so my least favorite is Nemesis Prime. I hate which is funny. You just said you loved the Siege Prime mold. I actually hate it. Right. I don't like this piece on top. I don't. It just doesn't feel right. I get it. It's supposed to be a Cybertronian truck. I don't like it.
Right.
But the Earthrise Optimus is so much more superior. Now I'm happy I skipped out on the Siege Optimus and got Earthrise. But the other problem I have is on this mold, I just cannot get the feet to stay together. The cab is perfect. It's fine. It's just I cannot keep the back to stay together. So when I put a trailer on it, the trailer pops off because the little tabs separate. I'm like, or not tabs. The thing separates. I mean, because it goes deep in this hole. The other problem is it's too close to the cabin. So you can't really turn. So that's just right. But I love the coloring. I just really like the coloring. I like Nemesis Prime. I kind of wish back in, I think it was RID, was it? Where it was called Scourge. I considered Scourge the movie guy. If I would have known he would eventually become Nemesis Prime, I would have probably collected him. But didn't know. But
is that the one from the spoiler pack, or is that the one from Takar?
Yes, that's the spoiler pack one.
Spoiler pack?
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
And funny story with that one. I ordered it from Walmart. They did not deliver it, or they said they did, but they never actually delivered it. So I had to order it again, and they sent it to me for free. So, well, I guess technically I paid for it. Yeah. Anyway, so of course my favorite, again, because I love dinosaurs, is this guy here. Because when I was little, my friend, his dad bought him every Transformer, which makes me believe that his dad actually liked Transformers himself. But right. I always wanted Skylinks. Back when I was little, the Skylinks that was available was the one that walked, very slowly, but it was still faster than Omega Supreme. So I really dug this. probably some honorable mentions on the line. Really, as I said, I dig the Earthrise Optimus. I love the Seekers. Bumblebee was I like Bumblebee despite the gaps. I don't think there's really any others that I just don't like. Although I'm concerned about the excessive amount of Mirages and Impactors because I seem compelled to buy them all. The biggest QC issue I've had, other than the X-Jet, the Blackbird, because its back wings keep falling off, is Ironhide has those side panels that come in, the Siege Ironhide, and they keep falling off. And that annoys the crap out of me. So before I say my stuff to wrap up, I want to mention, of course, at the beginning we had Cameron from Arbitrary Hero. So of course you can find Arbitrary Hero on Facebook, Twitch, Twitter, which he says he doesn't really use, and YouTube. So check out Arbitrary Hero. And of course, I'm from Haslage Enterprises or HNE Games, haslage.net or haslage.net. We're on YouTube, we're on Twitter, we're on Facebook, we're on Instagram, we're on Twitch. So that's where you can find us. And thank you, Crimson, for hanging out with me so I'm not talking to myself.
Oh, yeah, for sure, man. I mean, hey, we're at 4 hours and 40 minutes, it looks like, on this clock. So, if you want to go for another 3.5, no, just kidding.
No, I really do want to go. I'm thirsty. I got to pee. I want to go watch Superman. I mean, I could technically do all of them here, but you'd have to be able to do all the talking while I watch them on the other monitor.
Right.
So
right. No,
you'll be seeing an empty chair while I'm in the bathroom and getting a drink.
That's why you got. That's why you switch to the avatar, right? See, and so the people that are listening, they know little secrets about StreamYard. Switch to the avatar. Put yourself on mute. Go pee. Go get a drink.
3 hours later, hi everybody. Oh, we're still streaming. Crimson, you're still here.
Yeah.
So just a heads up for everybody who is still watching. Maybe there's one of you. I will be on Deluxe Baldwin's channel on Thursday at 8 p.m. Eastern Time. We're going to do a funny crossover where he does his about 30 minutes Q&A, and I do my 10 questions Q&A. Now
cool.
my goal is to beat Rodimus Primal's 2 hours and 15 minutes. So, and both Baldwin and I can talk. So yeah, we might. I really pushed to beat Patriot Prime's time. I did, and then Rodimus blew me away. So this is a contest. Challenge accepted. So, but anything else before we go out, Crimson?
No, that's it's just funny that everybody keeps leaving Twitter, and I just don't post there, but I don't know if I can leave. I've been there for forever, so it's just weird. But Instagram, I have trouble posting on there too, but YouTube is good. It's just it's really awesome being a part of this community, being part of TF Reviewers, and getting to know everyone in here. It's definitely everybody out there, if you're still watching, subscribe to everyone that was on the show. It's just a great group of people that love toys, that love Transformers, these puzzle robots from another planet.
No problem, TFA. Yeah, I'm probably not going to do another panel this month. Literally 3 panels in a week is a lot for me. So, yeah, plus I still got to review things for some reason. Hobby. I don't know. I don't want this to become work.
He's still in the chat. So he's just like, we need a Tarantulans.
He's our guy. He's the guy we're talking to.
Yeah.
So for those who are wondering, there is a link to Transformers Reviewers, which is the group we're all part of. You can find everybody's channels and their social media by going to the members sections of the website. So that way I can be lazy and not list everybody in case we do end up switching people out, which I typically don't do, but we had the case today. So, but hopefully next month we can do something. Maybe we'll do the After Dark one next month.
Right.
Just F-bombs every other word. Just we don't give away orgasms. We give away fucks. Just
okay. Awesome.
It's 12:47 in the morning, kids. You shouldn't be watching this.
Exactly.
Anyway, any last words?
You know what? Autobots, transform and roll out. Do 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 do